提供でお送りします。
Greetings! I am Dominic Bytes. Alright, I did a little bit better with the introduction this time, in terms of handling the videos and timing the live streams. I'm still juggling a few things. So, this is my second test stream. No, this will not be the normal hours that I'm streaming on Tuesdays. I will probably shoot more for an afternoon Tuesday stream, most likely, going forward. But I'm doing this here, again, to work out the bugs. Now, my normal games will be Minecraft, a little bit of Conan Exiles, as seen yesterday. However, there is another category that I like to stream. Those of you who have seen my Rumble page, link in the description below, please click that. It's right there. Please click it. Those of you who have seen my Rumble page know that I do a thing called Byte Club Cinema. And this is where I watch various shows, comment on them live. So I have currently done Nimona, Hazbin Hotel, Cliffside, and Lackadaisy. Those are 4 of the shows. However, I don't just do American cartoons or internet animation. I love to do anime. Anime commentary, anime reviews are a big thing for me. And I would like to live stream that. Because if I live stream it, then you, the audience, can chat with me about the show that I'm about to see. And to me, that's a lot more fun than just watching it by myself, doing an extended monologue over it. And, yeah. So, anyway, give me one moment here. So the way this will work is I'm going to use a format similar to the Byte Club Cinema method here. As you can see, I have my live stream set up, and as well as the screen. As usual for Byte Club Cinema, I will have a little screener over the video to avoid copyright strikes, and this will have subtitles that you should still be able to follow along, at least on that front. So, audio for the video will be muted, so there will not be no audio. That will also really help with copyright issues. But you'll see the chat, so if you have comments or questions or something like that, go along. Now, the episode I've chosen here for the first live streamed Byte Club Cinema is Fate Strange Fake. I love the Fate series. I am a huge Fate series fan. I have seen most, not all, but most of the series tied to it. I do not play Fate Grand Order. I will be very clear on that. I do watch the anime based on it, but I do not play the gacha game of Fate Grand Order. I think it's fun. I like the designs and stuff, but I don't play it. I do own 2 of the 2 Muso Fate, the Fate Last Encores, etc., that are set on the moon. I do own both of those on my Switch. Those are fun. But I actually have sadly not played the original Fate Stay Night game. I have, however, seen the anime. Now, alright, this is a Fate series. And one of the big controversies, anyone who's followed Gigawatt knows that the watch order for the Fate series is like, where do I start? Because, yeah, it's a massive franchise. It has spanned many years now at this point, almost 20 years, and just with anime. Now, first thing to note, there's a 2006 series by Studio Dean and a movie. Forget them. They're trash. They're very bad. They nominally adopt the Fate arc of the video game. The original game, Fate Stay Night, has 3 arcs. Fate Route, Unlimited Blade Works, and Heaven's Feel. Fate Route's the most boring, and it was also adapted pretty badly in 2006. So you can skip that entirely. It's not very good. The real starting route is Fate Zero. That is based on a prequel series of light novels. It was animated spectacularly well. It is very, very well done, very well adapted. It's, I believe, a 26-episode series split into 2 parts. You can see it on Netflix. It is available through Netflix. Again, highly recommend. Fate Zero is the real starting point. It gives you the core concept of the series. It gives you the world, the lore. It introduces many of the main conflicts and philosophical questions. You get several of the main characters are set up. So after Fate Zero is done, you then have a choice. If you really like, there's one character in Fate Zero called Waver Velvet. If you really like him, you can watch another series called Lord El Malloy, which is set after Fate Zero, but before the next main series. So you can take a little detour, watch his thing, or you can go straight to the next main series and watch those back to back. You will, and I want to make this clear, you will need to watch Lord El Malloy at some point. So you can either watch it after or between. Depends how much you really like seeing things in chronological order. But it's not necessary. So the next series, though, would be Fate Unlimited Blade Works. Again, very well adapted. It adopts the second route of the game, which is most people's favorite routes. There are some people who like Heaven's Feel, but they're weird. And it adopts the second route and answers many of the questions from Fate Zero. Fate Zero sets up many philosophical questions. Fate Unlimited Blade Works answers them. It gives a very satisfying conclusion to the arcs that are started and in Fate Zero. So very well done. It's a 52 anime mega series. Split with 4 parts across 2 different series with a time skip in between. It's very grand and epic and well paced. Again, can't praise it hard enough. So Fate Zero, Lord El Malloy, Fate Unlimited Blade Works. Those are your 3 cores. Now, in addition to that, recently we have the Heaven's Feel movies. There are 3 of those. That is the alternate route from Unlimited Blade Works. So Unlimited Blade Works is one way those events could play out. Heaven's Feel is another. Heaven's Feel is also set up by Fate Zero. So that is, if you've seen Fate Zero, you're all set for Heaven's Feel. So you would watch those 3 movies afterwards. With that, all of the main series content, all the main timeline content is essentially done. Now, what then follows next is you have additional extra content. You have alternate universes. Now, one reason you want to watch Lord El Malloy is it will introduce you to several characters who were brought into the main continuity through that series, but were introduced in the alternate universe series first, technically. But having them introduced to you in Lord El Malloy first is not a bad thing. If anything, it'll make you appreciate when they pop up in the alternate universes more. So, the next one up is Fate Apocrypha. Fate Apocrypha is a spin-off timeline where history diverges after a certain point, so the Grail War becomes a little bit different, and that's the famous one. Fate Apocrypha is most well known for Astolfo. All of the Astolfo memes. Yes, everybody's favorite pink hair, who loves monster cans. Google it. Just Google it. Be warned, but Google it. Everyone who likes that, yes, Fate Apocrypha is where he comes from, and those take shape. And it's a good series. It's a good, solid series. I really enjoyed it. You get to see different aspects of the characters from their main timeline counterpart. The main thrust, one of the key mechanics of Fate is they summon heroes. And so, but what is interesting, even across different timelines, the heroes they summon will be essentially the same across multiple timelines. So, for example, in Fate Stay Night, there is King Arthur. You have aka Saber. King Arthur is summoned in both Fate Zero and Fate Stay Night. In Fate Apocrypha, you get Mordred as Saber. Mordred being King Arthur's son/daughter. So you get to see events play out from Mordred's perspective that are referenced in Fate Stay Night and Fate Zero. That fills out essentially King Arthur's arc in the main timeline, but from a different perspective and in a different timeline. But it's still character development for the character in the main timeline, because those events are the same across the 2 universes. So that is a really, really neat way that Fate develops characters in other series, but in completely different timelines. And this is also why order matters. But Fate Apocrypha would be next. Then you have Fate Lost Encore, often referred to as the weakest of the series, and I tend to agree. Gorgeous looking, really, truly excellent. You have Nero Claudius Saber, who is a really fantastic character. Great opening animation. It's done by Puella Magi, the visual guy who did Madoka Magica. But story-wise, yeah, it's kind of weak. But it does fill in some things. And I still enjoy it. I would still recommend it. Then, after that, you have, Face Last Encore is yet another alternate timeline. Then you have another alternate timeline, which is Fate Grand Order. So Grand Order is set in a different Grail War again, where basically Fate Zero didn't happen. Things played out differently, and they do kind of go in depth on that. Unfortunately, the problem with Fate Grand Order is while you have an initial first episode that sets things up, and you have the sixth and seventh story arc of the game are adapted into an anime, there's a lot missing. There's a good 5 story arcs essentially from the video game that aren't in anime form. So when you start with the Camelot arc, you're kind of being dropped in with a good chunk of the story already told. And the Camelot, I believe it's 2 movies, I want to say. So you would watch those. Then you would watch Fate Grand Order Babylonia, the TV show. Then you would watch the movie, which is still a lot of fun, I will say, because you do get guest appearances in Grand Order from characters from the other series. By the way, that's the kind of fun part of Grand Order. It's like it has all of the Fate characters in there. Just here's all of them. And Babylonia is neat because it has Gilgamesh, who is from the main timeline, and you can basically get his origin story and his backstory that is vaguely referenced in Fate Zero and Fate Stay Night. So that's neat. That's still cool. And then you have Infinity Room or Moonlight Room or something, which is the conclusion. It's set after the movie of Babylonia and kind of sets up the next story arc, which they haven't adapted. So yeah, Grand Order anime is kind of a mess, and I really hope they do more and fill that in, because I would like to know more of the story for that. Hey! Oh, we got Luigi in the chat. Thank you, man. Glad you stopped by. I'm going on a long rant about the Fate Stay Night universe right now, and discussing the thing. I'm getting ready here to watch the Fate Strange Fake special that came out a little bit ago. I've really been wanting to do a discussion on it. But thank you for stopping by, man. Thank you. I appreciate it a ton. And I will be doing Minecraft eventually. And I will be streaming from your server, by the way, not on whitelist. I do plan to stream from a server. I'm just doing these test streams to work out the bugs first. Awesome. I look forward to it. Yes, anyone in the chat, yeah, go follow Luigi. He's awesome. He's a really good dude. But yeah, so Fate. So as you can tell from my description on here, now there are a few others. Of course, there's some minor series. There's Today in Emiya's Kitchen or something like that, which is technically in the main universe at an indeterminate time. It's just kind of a spin-off. You have the really silly tie-in, Fate Grand Carnival, which is really more just a parody series. I haven't watched that yet. I've heard it's really funny, so I might, because it's funny. I'm down for a good laugh. Seeing historical figures argue about who's the best swordsman, for example, that's really fun. I might watch that sometime. And then, of course, the most infamous Fate spin-off, Prisma Ilya. Yeah, I haven't been able to finish that, because, oh boy, Prisma Ilya, it's got some stuff in there. I mean, animation, gorgeous. The action scenes, really good. The story, for the most part, from what I can tell, is not too bad. And it does have the Fate characters. But good lord, the author who writes it, yeah, he's kind of into some stuff that I'm not into, and makes me really uncomfortable. Real uncomfortable when I watch some of the stuff there. It gets kind of excessive on certain things. It's like, do I really need that bathing scene? Do we really need to see these two characters making out? Do we really need this? I mean, yeah, let's. Yeah, I have not been able to finish the series. It just, yeah. So if you can handle that, more power to you. I could say I've been told that the story gets really, really good as it goes on, but I definitely didn't get to that point. I noped out well before that. But yes, Prismilia does exist. I don't include it in the watch order at all, or with a big old, like, be warned type flag on there. But yeah. So just yeah. But yeah. So the point is now. So Fate Strange Fake. All right. Where does this one fit in? Now, when I went in, I've already seen this episode, but that allows me, in this case, reacting to it on the fly wouldn't be as good. Doing commentary, I think, for this is better because, oh boy, this thing moves fast. Now, Fate Strange Fate fits in. It is when I went in expecting this to be an alternate timeline. I thought this was going to be yet another spin-off. It is not. This is actually the third mainline series title. So this is set after, as far as I can tell, Unlimited Blade Works. So you'll have Fate Zero, Lord El Malloy, Fate Unlimited Blade Works, Fate Strange Fate. I believe. I'm pretty sure it's not set after Heaven's Feel. Just because certain people are still alive, it seems. Theoretically, I guess it could be after Heaven's Feel, but I believe this is set after Fate Unlimited Blade Works, and it is definitely set after Lord El Malloy. You have to watch Lord El Malloy before watching this, or rather, it's very important. I did read a couple of the spoilers, and several of the characters from Lord El Malloy will be reappearing here. Essentially in their first real mainline continuity appearance, which is great to see. It's based off of a light novel series that came out. Now this episode here, it's billed as episode 1. It's kind of a debate of what it is. It feels like 2 anime episodes put together. So I think the way it is, it's like it's a TV special. It's like, here is 2 episodes as a special, get hyped. So this was released in July of 2023. There is going to be a TV series. They have announced it. We just don't know when. Probably delayed because of COVID, would be my guess. A lot of stuff's been delayed due to COVID, like the Nier Automata series. So it looks like, though, this is a 1-hour special, and we're going to be a main series later. So is this an OVA? Is this a special? Is this episode 1? I don't know exactly. So I don't know how they're going to do the numbering when we get to the anime episode, where they're going to start, say, this is episode 0, and then episode 1 will be the next one. Because we also had that. Fate Zero and Fate Unlimited Blade Works both had episode 0s that were special. So if I had to guess, this is like that. This is like an episode 0, just to set things up, introduce you to many of the major characters, introduce many of the big questions. There's a lot of questions raised in this episode that hopefully we will get answers for in the main series. I know some of them we do, because again, I accidentally read some spoilers. I wish I hadn't, but it did help inform a couple things on this episode that were genuinely confusing to me. So, without much further ado, we're going to get into the episode itself. As I said, I have a overlay over the screen to avoid copyright. The audio is muted. You will see subtitles, so you can follow along with your own copy. The episode is up on Crunchyroll if you want to watch one, if you want to watch along, and I do recommend it. Yeah, this is pretty good. So, all right, starting the episode in 3, 2, 1. All right. So one of the things the episode does right away is it brings you back up to speed on summoning the servants. So we get a servant summoning here. Now, one of the noted facets of Fate continuity is, in order to summon a servant, you need an artifact, an item, something connected to the servant in question. So here, let's see, yeah, you kind of saw a glance. Yeah, if you heed the Grail's call, answer me. So here we see the elaborate, and now already you see the animation team on there flexing a bit. The way they do the wind, the lights, the sound design is all very top-notch. So you already know, okay, people are summoning servants, so you've got a Holy Grail war. Okay, so at first I thought, alright, this is alternate continuity, this is a redo of the 4th or 5th. So for reference, the 4th Holy Grail War was in Fate Zero, the 5th Holy Grail War was in Fate Unlimited Blade Works. They'll reference those numbers in here. Something with the name Holy Grail, yeah, so the Holy Grail is what they fight for, as the name suggests. It's like, we want the Holy Grail. Just bring us a shrubbery. Now, they also reference here, the fact, they reference more of the lore that, the Grail War was started in Japan. It takes place in Japan. But, so they're already very quickly saying, hey, this is in Japan. And we also have an immediate name drop of, hey, Lord El Malloy. It's like, oh, okay, wow. All right, we've got a reference to the last two series and Lord El Malloy. Now, Lord El Malloy also exists in the Grand Order timeline, so that doesn't help narrow it down. Yeah, so we already have a... so essentially what we already have here is the establishing that, yes, we're going to have another Grail War, but the weird thing is the Grail War ended on the 5th. There shouldn't be another one. That's the weird thing. That's what I thought was alternate. You can't summon a serpent without the groundwork. That's what he's saying. Like, it's weird. Why are we able to do this? And then we see who he summoned. And it's like, oh, hi, you're familiar. We've seen you several times. Oh, they brought back Gilgamesh. Yeah. Your hand's gone. No, it isn't. Well, what's that then? I like how Gil is completely unfazed. Now, at first I thought that Gilgamesh had sliced off his hand, but that wasn't the case. Turns out it was the new person here. But Gil is just completely unfazed, like, oh, you lost your hand. Okay, that was kind of pitiful. Why are you so weak? Yeah, so he immediately tells her that she's the one who spilled the blood. Yeah, unworthy meat is, stole the treasury key. So that's, now we see the item he used to summon him. He used a treasury key that was tied to Gilgamesh. Now, in the previous summonings, they used a skin discarded by, I think, the World Serpent or something like that. I think that was the catalyst used in Fate Zero and Fate Unlimited Blade Marks. And he's like, how dare you insult me? And he's like, ah, crap, I screwed up. Well, I'm removed from life. Yeah, and she just, murders him without a blinking. So, immediately giving you an idea of what kind of character you're dealing with. And also using ley lines as well, which is interesting. We do have ley lines referenced in Fate Zero. That is an existing magic system in this. So we have Snowfield, the name of the land. Yeah, and we see more of his philosophy. It's like, if you're a mongrel, you'll always be a mongrel. It doesn't matter if you're a mage or not. He doesn't care. Are you a mongrel or are you worthy? That's the only two classifications that he has. And you can be worthy without being a mage, and you can be unworthy while being a mage. He doesn't care. He cares about your nobility. And that's something that comes through very strong Fate Grand Order dives into what Gilgamesh believes to be noble and true. We essentially get to see good Gilgamesh there. Whereas in Fate Zero and Fate Unlimited Blade Works, we see more of a corrupted Gilgamesh, who's much more cruel. But here it looks like they're returning him more to his noble roots. Hey, it's Lulu. Thanks for stopping by. I know I was streaming kind of at the same time you are. I wanted to get this done because I wanted to test this, and I don't have time the next couple days. Yay! Now, this confused me a little bit, because this guy here who's talking to him, he's a new character, but he looks like Sven from the Lord El Malloy series, so I actually was getting mixed up with Sven. But he isn't. He is a new character to this series, but he's also one of Lord El Malloy's students. Now, Langle, the famous puppeteer, he is the one we saw earlier talking to the younger guy, Faldius. And now we're also seeing an indicator of what's this guy's deal, because he looks like, hey, look, I'm happy-go-lucky, derp, 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 derp. But, like, it's like, wait a minute, you spied out a meeting with multiple high-level boundaries cast by very elderly, powerful mages. How the hell did you penetrate that security? Yeah, he's that insane. Yeah, he is. It's a good thing he's a good guy. But I love the reactions here from Lord Elmaloy. He's used to this kind of thing. Yeah, and now we have him also ask about Catalyst. So he's the new guy. So Lord Elmaloy, aka Waver Velvet, he will now, you know, he is explaining some of the details. He's also showing that, yeah, you can summon a servant with the Catalyst, but if they deem you unworthy, they'll just kill you. Like, a servant will not serve an unworthy master. Especially those with higher autonomy. Now, a weak servant, so basically, if you're, as a mage, summon a servant beyond what you can control, you're dead. It's very similar to Pokemon. If you try to control a Pokemon much higher level than what you can handle, they'll just not obey you. Same here. Only this time they'll just stab you. Because they would much rather just return to the throne of heroes, which is where they're summoned from, than work for somebody who's not worthy. And servants do have their own personalities. They're not completely obedient. You know, if they're not, for example, if you ordered King Arthur to slaughter children, she would have some issues with that. Arturia would not just do that. There are some servants who will just happily slaughter children, but yeah, those are exceptions, because they're supposed to be heroic. So this new guy is Flat. That's literally his name, Flat. Also, we have reference here. What I find interesting, I think we had a little bit of reference to it in the last couple series, but this one is introducing much earlier, the root. So the root is a concept that exists across several Type Moon works, not just Fate's Day Night, but also I forgot the one where Neko Arc is from. But it's a multiversal singularity, which is the root of all magic. And so the root of all magic is very, very important, because it's literally the source of all magical energy in the multiverse. And so the mages want to get to it. And the Holy Grail, making a wish on the Holy Grail, is seen as a path to it. Hence the Grail War. But we also get more characterization here for Flat. You know, he doesn't want to go into this to kill. He wants to have fun. Killing's not fun for him. Yeah, he wants to make friends. He wants to meet interesting people. That's his goal. And that is a horrible, horrible idea for the Grail War. Yeah. And we see Waver getting flashbacks to Fate Zero here. Hey, look, it's Shinji. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, but I like how much time we get on Lord Elmaloy. They acknowledge his history, they acknowledge what he's done, they acknowledge his standing and the continuity. You know, because he's also, among his students is Rin Tosaka, who plays a big role in Fate Unlimited Blade Works. He's one of her professors. You can have it. Now, it's interesting because Flat reacted to the package, but Lord Elmaloy thought it was just a throwaway thing. Yeah, he thought that would make him forget about the Holy Grail War. Oh no. Now that was the catalyst he used in the fourth war to summon Iskandar. Yeah, the other five will all depend on the summoner. Right. So he's citing the old rules, which is 7. But he's citing the new one, which is 6. Yep, the 7 classes of guerrilla war. Yeah, so we're already seeing a fake Holy Grail war, hence, fate, strange, fake. So he got off. So I wanted to start. So now we see a reference to the third Holy Grail war. Now the third is key to Fate Apocrypha. We find out more about the third war in Fate Apocrypha. Yeah, and so now we see Falvius being revealed as the true enemy, the creator of this 6th Holy Grail war, a fake Holy Grail war. You could call it number 6, you could call it a fake. But he brought it to America in an attempt to control it, and he got rid of the Saber class. So that's telling you that, yeah, Saber, she's not going to be she is, sir, not appearing in this picture. Now we see here with Falvius. Okay, he's getting set up. It's like, oh look, sleight of hand fooled you, huh? Yeah, you're all tense and yeah. See, I'm just smoking. He's also differentiating himself. Right. Right. He is differentiating himself here from the clock tower. So the clock tower is the ancient order in London, but yeah, he's a mage, but he can use magecraft, but he serves the U.S. government. Now we see here a callback to Fate Zero. One of the things that was established there is how do you assassinate a mage? The solution is you have to surprise them. You have to catch them off guard. You can shoot a mage and they will die, but you have to catch them off guard. That's the sleight of hand was. Keep focused on the lighter, keep focused on the cigar. He never noticed the guns hiding in the woods. Boom, blown away, torn apart. That's how Kodamene fought the mages in Fate Zero. So great callback there. That strategy is known to the U.S. government, is what that's saying. So here we see another summon. Now the weird thing is with Gilgamesh, so before he was Archer class, but I don't think they state what class he is. So we're left to kind of wonder. Right. Oh, so yeah, this one. Yeah, so this one I believe is Assassin. Yeah. You're gonna have a bad day. Oh, look! He exploded. Yeah, and unfortunately, she's an assassin who hates mages, which is a bad thing to summon. Oh no. So, yeah, he straight up got his heart ripped out. Oops. Yep. Mages are humans. Yeah. Wizards are squishy in this world. Yeah, anti-tank rifles work. Again, this is all, he's going over the strategies we saw in Fate Zero. Right, and they set this up because Langle was known as the puppet mage. They had the Flat reference that earlier. Oh, look, he was using a puppet. So, yeah, they didn't actually kill him. He's too wily for that. But he knew that going in. Faldius knew that. Yeah, essentially what you are seeing here is the birth of a new organization based in the U.S. that's now hijacking the Holy Grail War for their own purposes and is in direct opposition to the Clock Tower of London, the previous group that controlled the Grail War. Because you had the Church and the Clock Tower oversaw the old Grail War, and this one doesn't happen. This is a third party that is essentially usurping that. So this is a direct challenge to the old power by a new power, which is great. That sets up so many cool political options, and it's a great way to introduce America into the Fate universe, because you don't have too much of America. This bit of animation is a little clunky. That was kind of weird. I hope they clean that up, but Right, so now we're seeing her motivation. So Tine is her name. So from her perspective, and now she is, as we'll find out, Native American. So from their perspective, Snowfield is being polluted by this fake Holy Grail war. They want it to stop. So they are participating not to win it, but to end it. And yeah, if you want a servant who could just straight up just end a given conflict, Gilgamesh is your guy. Oh boy, we saw that. Gilgamesh is a cut above most other servants. Yeah. So now we have another organization here. So you have Faldius with the U.S. government hijacking the Grail, but you have another group that sees it as a taint or an abuse upon the land and is standing up for that. Very similar to American Gods. You had with Neil Gaiman. You had Neil Gaiman making the land itself a character. Now this is a reference here to the video game Fate Hollow Ataraxia. Gilgamesh drinks that particular potion to de-age himself and turn himself into a kid. We see, quote, young Gilgamesh. So that's what that potion is. It's kind of neat. Yeah, now this group is a little creepy in my mind. Because, yeah, so you have the impression that the daughter is doing something. So the daughter has the command spells, but you're like, what? Not a lot. The show does not explain a lot about what's going on with her. But I find her fascinating. Super creepy parents who abuse their own daughter to gain power. Okay, there's a lot you can do with that. Now, this bit here reminded me of Ida 10. You had the character of the demon overlord who, his main robot body got blown up, so he had to use like a cheap one, and everyone was like, oh, that kind of gave me Ida 10 memories. Yeah. Yeah, for since Lord Elmaloy was participant in the fourth war, and his series answers why he did not participate in the fifth, having another one, yet another Holy Grail war going, really tears him up inside. Yeah. So now we see Langle relaying Faldius's words to Malloy. And we see Malloy getting news like, wait, you have an apprentice over there? And this is how Malloy finds out that Flat took the package that he gave him as a sign of, oh, you should totally go participate in the Holy Grail War, kid. And even though he was like, oh, this will distract you from the Grail War. No, this will send him headlong into it. And Malloy is like, oh no. I love the panic reaction. I love the reaction. I like how he just immediately grips up and is like, oh no, I know who that is. Hooray to the London Star! Whatever that means. And he's like, oh god, no. You dumb, crazy kid. Yeah, and Flat's already got the command spells. Yeah, so now it's like, oh, hey, he had a relic. Neat. Oh, well, no, it's a toy from a special sweepstakes for a game, and he thinks it's a relic. So it's like, that's not even a relic. That's not even a proper catalyst. Hey, and by the way, that is Gray. She is from the Lord Elmaloy series. As well known, Gray is very fond of, as a key love interest for him. So this confirms that she does survive the Lord Elmaloy series. Now, pride level, that's another reference to the Lord El Malloy show. We find out what that is during the course when one of his apprentices ascends to it. But yeah, we get a better understanding of what Flat's capable of. Like, even though he looks like the silly, derpy character, he's actually insanely powerful. He just punches through protective barriers like they're not even there. He can casually conjure magic that takes mages tons and tons of preparation. Like in a heartbeat, all he did was he just looked at the command spells and he instantly figured out how they work with no training. And here, all he did was fiddle around with the ley lines, plug into them a little bit, and boom, now he has a servant. So remember at the beginning of the show, big ritual, elaborate circle, chanting, casts, catalysts, all of that stuff. And this guy is able to do it with just by thinking about it a little bit and just essentially just flexing a little muscle. Boom, summon servant. This guy is insane. Of course he would get stuck with Lord El Malloy, because, yeah, he always gets stuck with that. But this is also probably why Malloy was like, oh no, he's lucid this, oh no. Now, in his case, the benefit is because of his power, because of his ability, the servant has no problem. Be like, okay, yeah, I accept you as a master. Yeah, no, you're cool. You're good. Bazooka beats Fireball, yes. I like that. Sneak the Wizards, Bazooka, yeah. Talent versus hard work, yeah. Yeah, Flat is high on the talent, but he does do some hard work, as we saw. I mean, he rushes in. He's got tons of initiative. He is very dedicated. He's got a lot of energy. It's just he's a bit scattered. He's impulsive. Malloy wants him to learn more control and discipline. That's what he's trying to impart on the kid. But he's very much a, woo, let's do it. And unfortunately, he has the power to literally just go do it. And he could definitely be, he could definitely get himself to way more trouble than he can handle. And he can do it very easily. With the one who stopped my atrocities. However, and this is where now this was cool here, because if you've seen Fate Apocrypha, Jack the Ripper. So, this is interesting here, because this is the first time we've had an alternate version of an existing servant. Because in Fate Apocrypha, we get Jack the Ripper. Jack the Ripper in Fate Apocrypha is the spirit of all the orphans of London, made manifest, who attacks the women out of jealousy over basically dying without a mom. And it takes the form of a young girl who is assassin class. So, Jack the Ripper here, this one is more of a bodiless shapeshifter who's very clearly male. So, solely a go-getter with no brakes. Okay, yeah, basically, a go-getter with no brakes. That is a great way to describe this character from what I've seen. A very, competent to a degree. Is Jack the Ripper a woman? In Fate Apocrypha, Jack the Woman is a young girl. Here, it's a guy. Very clearly a male voice, but no physical body. So this is a different version of Jack the Ripper that Flat has summoned. Now, if I want to guess, it would be Jack the Ripper in Fate Apocrypha is probably the true form. And that was probably because that was summoned properly. Here, Flat summoned Jack the Ripper by basically just fiddling around, not doing the ritual, not even having a proper catalyst, and just brought a servant forth. So this could be an aspect of Jack the Ripper, or just or like a different take on it, because it's established that Jack the Ripper is an amalgam. So this could be one, So this could be one version of Jack the Ripper. In other words, the Apocrypha one and this one coexist. We don't know though. That's actually one of the big unanswered questions. It's like, what's the relation of this Jack the Ripper to the Fate Apocrypha and Fate Grand Order Jack the Ripper? Because canonically, no matter your timeline, wherever you summon from the Throne of Heroes, which is the source of the heroic spirits, will always be the same, regardless of your timeline. those are held constant. Like, you summon Arturia in this continuity, you summon Arturia in Lost Encore, you're going to get the same Arturia. Hey! yeah, that's Flat's character. Well, Flat's thing is, like, we're going to be friends now. He basically, he believes in top no jutsu, which Lord Almaloy, which Lord Almaloy keeps trying to dissuade him of, and he's like, no, I make anyone a friend. I'm just going to do it. And because he has so much magical power, no one's really a threat to him, I guess, which is probably a factor in that. Basically, people will choose to be his friend because, like, well, if I make him angry, he might kill me, so yeah. Now, this guy's actual nuts. I'm really curious here. This guy has a really interesting thing. So he came back from having his heart crushed, which is, okay, that's neat. So ordinary amount of magical energy, so we immediately get the impression this guy is very different. Boom, he changes bodies. I like this look here, too. This looks kind of neat. So I'm curious to learn more about this guy and his backstory. A lot of times, this episode is mainly an introduction to these characters. We don't get... the Fate series is very good about, like, here's some setup, here's some introduction to this guy, here's a hook. You will get more later. We will get more in depth as time goes on. And now we see him... now we see him absorb the dead bodies of his own henchmen. Possibly, like, recharge or something, so maybe he had, like, blood magic. Yeah, and now we kind of get the... Oh, man! This guy's, This guy might be one of the nuttier characters in the Fate series, and there are some pretty... I mean, there has been at least one serial killer in the Fate series, from Fate Zero there. This guy's on par with that one. So there's always at least one character who's like, yeah, this guy's evil, and sometimes the other characters have to team up to stop that one. I think this guy is it. Yeah, this is another character. We don't get a ton of backstory on him, but I am curious here. Yeah. So that's obviously referencing Flat. Yeah, so basically Flat was just trouncing around saying, look at my command spell. Woo, aren't these pretty? And then he got noticed. But he was able, then after they noticed him, he just slipped away. And they're like, oh, we didn't lost sight of him. It's like, wait a minute. You had 20 cameras on him and he just slipped away? Like, yeah. Again, it shows Flat is not all derp. He is able to use his skills to slip away. Yeah, and he correctly identifies this character. He immediately correctly identifies that Gilgamesh is the biggest single threat that any of them have, which is a very correct assessment at this stage of the game. Gilgamesh is very clearly the strongest guy in play. Now we flash back to... Yeah, this one, I have no freaking clue what that is. So now we see that's inside her mind. So, I'm pretty sure that is her servant. So that's a servant. It's in her mind. I have no idea how that works. We've never seen anything like it. The closest I can think of is Fate Last Encore with the Alice in Wonderland or the Mother Goose servant, who essentially was keeping like the master was like a half dead girl, like bedridden girl who couldn't move, but it essentially animated her or gave her another body that she could use to move around, even though her real form was like completely bedridden. So now we get another one. So this one I believe is the caster. Now we don't his job is to create heroes. We don't find out his name. Like some of these we know. We know Gilgamesh. We know Beautiful Assassin. We know Jack the Ripper. Yeah. So this is this one's an interesting caster type because he looks more like a gangster than but I believe based on what he's saying like he's a writer. So we have seen writers as caster before. Famously, we had Shakespeare as a caster in Fate Apocrypha. So it looks like he's in that same line of author who is a caster. Okay, will do. Thank you for the advice. Now now I take that as kind of a reference to Fate Unlimited Blade Works. There's this whole subplot about can an imitation overcome the original? So it looks like that character may play to that, but in a different way. Into a script. So he's referencing a script again, very similar to the Shakespeare from Fate Apocrypha here. So I'm seeing him taking maybe the same function. Now, again, we're establishing this character. This guy did his homework. Gilgamesh, he knows who he is. Right. He's instantly coming up with counter strategies. I mean, this is Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh is one of the strongest servants you can possibly summon. And he's already thinking like, how do we use it? Yeah, what if there were humans who have mastered using noble phantasms? So instead of, because servants use noble phantasms as their main magical weapons. And now we see what he's got. So this is really, I want to see more of this. That is, that's an interesting concept. The idea of regular humans wielding noble phantasms to take down servants. That is a fascinating assassination technique. We have not seen that before. And now, if I had a sharper eye, I'm sure some Fate fans could probably identify the different weapons they have. I don't have the noble phantasms memorized like that. I'm not that deep into it, but I'm sure that many of those are distinct weapons from say Fate Grand Order or something. Now we get another character. Now I have no idea who she is. They don't really clarify it either in the dialogue. Now, this one here, it sounds like she misspeaks, but I think she did that on purpose because, yeah, the Golden Raspberry Award is for bad acting jobs. So what she means to say is, oh, I would award you this, but for bad acting, yeah. So it's a dig. But we're also seeing like the whole, there's some kind of con going on. So what she's implying here, and we don't get too much more on this, is there's another game going on. So you have Faldius and the fake Grail War. And you have this guy, though. You have this guy who's clearly plotting something against Faldius. He's keeping track of things. Now, we also see here, now that's a fascinating line, Ruler. Now, Ruler appears in Fate Apocrypha, Jeanne d'Arc. So a ruler class is summoned specially if some kind of if some kind of violation of the rules happens. So in the Third Holy Grail War, there was a violation of the rules, and we saw that spiral into Fate Apocrypha, where ruler came to deal with what the heck is going on. You guys aren't doing this right. It's a way for the Throne of Heroes to say, hey, fix this. Yeah. So in this one now, she's saying, "Oh, I kind of want Ruler to show up." Yeah, because this one's also kind of sick and twisted. Sick and twisted little girl is like, "Oh yeah, I want to turn." So she is when she says, I want Ruler to show up and I want to, like, burn her apart, she's referencing Jeanne d'Arc, I think. Because Jeanne d'Arc is the main person who appears as Ruler. No matter what you do, you can just resolve by saying you've gone mad. So there's probably a hint as to what her character is, because we don't know her name. Now, also interesting, she refers to the guy, the author guy, as fake caster. Not caster, but fake caster. Now, the concept of a fake version of a class, we see that in Fate Stay Night. Because Fate Stay Night, you have true assassin versus fake assassin. You have Musashi as a fake assassin who is summoned by caster, another servant. So a servant summons yet another one. But the true assassin, El Saban, he is hidden in the background, but he's the actual assassin class. So you essentially had two assassins at the same time, a fake and a real. So she's saying that guy's fake caster. So does that mean there's two casters? I think it also implies that she is a true caster. So is she a caster who summoned another caster? Casterception? I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know. And it's not adequately explained. Now this is neat. We saw this guy briefly with the dog before. Now it's like, no, why did you get a command spell? Blah blah blah. Now this is another sort of first, which is this master isn't human. This is a dog. So he made a magic dog who, with a howl, summoned. And then, now this is the point where I went, oh, holy shit, what the world? Because if you've watched Fate Grand Order, you know who this is. You know who this is. And you know that it's a really bad thing that this person is here. Because that's in Kaido. Yeah. And in Fate Grand Order, the thing with Enkaidu is he's ridiculously strong. Now, I will also say, now, in Fate Grand Order, Enkaidu is clearly coded as male, as a male voice actor, I believe. Now, interestingly, though, in here, they changed the voice actor. This is not the same voice actor as Fate Grand Order, I think. I will have to double check on that. But if it is, they're using a much more feminine voice, or I think they just changed it outright to a woman. So this is Enkaidu as a female. Yeah. Enkaidu gave a scary look and he ran away. Yep. And then Valdius is here. So here we see in Fate Zero, Fate Unlimited, Blade Works. Yep. And then we see Hail of Bullets again. There we go. That's how you deal with the mage. So he just Valdius just likes to kill mages with bullets. Just go to. That's twice now. Like, man. But yeah, divine spirit, not heroic spirit. So yes, this is why summoning Enkaidu is oh god. Because here's the thing, so Gilgamesh is half human, half god, right? So half divine, but still a hero. Enkaidu is a god. 100% a god. And yeah, so the Throne of Heroes is only supposed to give you access to heroic spirits. These are humans who have passed, who've done heroic acts. It's like King Arthur, Alexander the Great. You get Thomas Edison is one. Nikola Tesla is one. Enkaidu, though, is a god. Gods occupy a separate realm, a realm above heroic spirits. Somehow, this guy gave the dog the ability to summon from the divine spirits. A full god. This is quite a lot powerful than your average servant. For reference, Enkaidu can blow up the planet. Yeah, Da Vinci is a heroic servant. Actually, Da Vinci is canonically a heroic servant in Fate Grand Order. Da Vinci's one of the support characters. And the other thing, too, that makes people go, oh no, is, yeah, Enkaidu is Gilgamesh's childhood friend. So, yeah, Enkaidu and Gilgamesh just got reunited in the modern world. Two beings who can blow up the planet. with ease. And I think it's fun. And, yeah, they're both in the same war. That's a very bad thing. That's a, oh no. Because Gilgamesh can keep up with Enkidu. That's one of the things. Yeah, yeah. But that's one of the things that Falvius notes is that you broke the rules. You broke the rules hard. You are not supposed to summon from the divine realm. That is way beyond what you're actually supposed to do here. Because you just summoned something horrendously broken. Now, I mean, Gilgamesh is broken, but within the rules. Like, he's pushing it. Because, again, half a god. But, yeah, Enkidu's like full god. So here we see Gilgamesh's test of Tine. It's like, alright, so, hey, Enkidu's here? There's someone worthy of my talent? I'm going all out? Because, here's a way here's the sword that can blow up the planet. So, noble phantasms, for reference, have a rank. Some of them are like anti-personnel, so like they kill one person. Some are anti-army, they can wipe out many people. Some are anti-fortress. Excalibur, for example, can destroy an entire castle. That's anti-fortress. It's pretty powerful stuff. Some go a little higher than that. And Gilgamesh's sword is ranked anti-planet. It's a planet buster. Yeah. He just casually wields that. Here's a planet buster. It can blow up gods. It has, in Fate Grand Order, it blows up a god. And here's Enkidu, who can do the exact same thing and match him blow for blow. This series literally has 2 planet busters in it. And Faldius here is understandably a little worried by this. It's like, I just wanted to get the Holy Grail. I didn't want to unleash a pair of planet busters. Oh no! What has happened? So Faldius, to his credit, does in fact realize just how deep he's in it. He knows how bad this is. This is also why he kills that guy, because he can't afford him doing that again. But yeah, as I was saying before, in Fate Zero and Fate Stay Night, Fate Unlimited Blade Works, the Church maintains the rules. So if someone steps out of line, the Church goes in to kill him or have the others kill him. In this one, Faldius is playing that role. So he's playing the role of the Church of the organizer. And now we see a little bit of flexibility here. Just like, oh, I want to look at this thing. I'm just going to look. Yeah, he's literally just hijacking a familiar. If I get caught, I'll just apologize. Now, by the way, I love that watch. That watch reminds me of the Jack the Ripper in Record of Ragnarok kind of look. That looks like the kind of watch that guy would wear. So, I'm all about Jack the Ripper. I find Jack the Ripper a fascinating character. Since I like steampunk so much, Jack the Ripper obviously is a very archetype for that. I love the Record of Ragnarok version. Yep, 2 old friends. Hey, old friend. Yeah, they're friends who got along by beating the crap out of each other. Yeah. Yeah, and these 2 clashing has gotten everybody's attention. I mean, yeah. Now they tell you Enkidu's name because the nice thing about this show is they're not assuming you know all this. Now I'm explaining a whole bunch of this extraneous stuff, but in all seriousness, you don't need it to enjoy this. And they do tell you about this, like Enkidu, divine spirit, like if you know the legend of Gilgamesh, you know the name. It's a historical figure. Yeah. Now the music here is really good. I really like the song choice they've got here going on. And you see also the contrast. Enkidu is using the land. Enkidu is like using trees and plants. Gilgamesh is using air and the lightning. And he's using the incantation. And you can see that, like, it's visible from space. For I walk with humanity, therefore. And they have the exact same attack. That's the thing. It's a attack that can blow up the planet, and they both got it. That is, oh man, that is crazy. And I will say, I was not expecting that. I was not expecting Enkaidu to be in main series. I thought, because we got tons of Enkaidu in Babylonia. Well, sort of. If you watched Grand Order, you know the Enkaidu we got there wasn't like the real Enkaidu. The real Enkaidu had died, but close enough. But this is the real Enkaidu. So what's neat here is this ties back in many ways to Fate Grand Order. So now you can see the dynamic these two guys actually had, as opposed to the fake one. What fills your vessel has not regressed. Yeah, and we do see Enkaidu is a, Enkaidu is a little bit considerate. Chose to confront Gil not around populated areas. But yeah, this Enkaidu is far more female presenting than the Enkaidu in Fate Grand Order. Although I think canonically, Enkaidu being a god, I think Enkaidu can literally just choose. It's like, welcome today, I want to be a boy. Welcome to show, I want to be a girl. Yeah. You know, those things go in the ancient myths. Let's see. I thought they have anti-universe noble phantasms. Probably. They're anti-planet at a minimum. Let's see. That Jack the Ripper is vile. I like that Jack the Ripper. It is a fun take. I like my serial killers. And yeah, and so here's just beam spam. It's like, Gil is like, I'm gonna throw my fault at you. My entire fault. and kind of like, yeah, well, I'll throw my vault at you. Because I got access to the exact same thing. And it's literally just blow for blow. Just throwing swords at each other. Yeah. And he actually lands a hit on Gil. That's the other thing. And Gil's like, yes, this is such a cool fight. I love this fight. And they're just having fun. That's the other neat thing about this, is they're not doing this because they hate each other. They're doing this because it's like, yeah, bros. This is how they say hello. But yeah, then we see the thing attached to the girl starts coming over, and we see a plague doctor mask, which has me intrigued. I'm like, is it related to a plague? Because that's cool. I like that design. Yeah, and that makes them pause. Let us continue the banquet. Yeah, so like for Gil, this is a celebration of strength. To be strong, to unleash one's full power and have it met. That to him is bliss. And I love that characterization. Fate Zero really goes in depth on it. The Gil we see in Fate Stay Night is a corrupted form, but the Fate Zero one and Fate Grand Order really does it great. And it's like, here, take a party shot. And it's like, it's an explosion you can see from space. That's his, bye-bye. That's his slap on the back to a guy who is this explosion you can see from space. And Falvey's just like, that was a nuke. They just went full Oppenheimer in the desert. What the hell? Yeah. Fallius is questioning his life choices at this point. And Tine is just like, oh boy. Well, alright then. I'm glad he's on our side. Hercules was too noble to love humanity even though they're the worst. Yeah. Yep. And that is the ending. That's where we end. We end with Gil going Oppenheimer in the desert, become Death Destroyer of Worlds. Although he's the ruler of the world, as he would say, it's his to do what he wants. It's part of his treasure. All the world is his. And you do see a reference as well to his formal title, the King of Heroes. This is because one reason Gilgamesh is the strongest. I should fill in. It's because historically he is regarded as the first hero. Because his saga is the oldest saga, he is regarded as the first hero. He is the king that all other heroes aspire to be. He possesses all noble phantasms. He possesses all items. In fact, it is said that he already owns the Holy Grail. It's already in his treasury. The reason he fights is just to have fun fighting. But he doesn't need the Holy Grail from the Holy Grail War. He literally already owns it. And he says so multiple times. He's literally just fighting for fun. But we get to see him having fun here. And I really like that because in his prior appearances, he always has to hold back a bit. Or he gets annoyed because so a lot of times if he fights a lesser opponent, he doesn't deem them worthy of his full power. It's like, you are unworthy, you're beneath me. I can defeat you with one arm tied behind my back. In Kaiju, though, no, in Kaiju is a different matter. It's like, that's my friend. He's as strong as I am. I could go all out. And that is a blast. I love this. And so, yeah, it's weird, but I like it. I like that we got to see Gilgamesh having fun. And that's really nice. So that was cool. I was neat to see them reunited. I was not expecting that. He have it up for a woman. Do you mean Gil and Enkidu? Well, I said it's debatable on whether Gil and Enkidu were lovers or just best buds. I choose to see it as a bromance myself. As in Enkidu, this one seems to lean more towards woman. But I think the reason they're having Enkidu be more of a woman is because Enkidu is using more nature powers, so Mother Nature. So Gil is the masculine and Kaido is the feminine. Um, and I think that's a deliberate thing. Oh, here we go. And we have a post-credit scene. This line has been annihilated. This cutting is the worst. A giant spider will awaken. Now, I have no idea who this guy is. Now, my theory on who this guy is, so in Fate Unlimited Blade Works, Rin Tosca mentioned another mage who gave her a specific item. The item plays a big role in the Heaven's Feel arc, but he's a character from the other series. I can't remember what it was. Tech Moon's other thing, the one where Neko Arc is from. Arcade. God. Why can't I remember the name of it? Man. So this girl should be the protagonist. Be careful about interfering. So I think it could be him. Now he's one who actually made it to the root. That's the thing. He's the first mage to make it to the root. He can see things. He does pop in. He travels across the multiverse. So he's not from the Fate Stay Night universe. He's from another series. But he can travel in. Will her universe be a protocol, or will it be the reverse? So, yeah, because he's talking in multiversal terms. So he has a multiversal perspective on things. That's why I think he's that guy. I forgot his name, though. I'll look it up later. Are you my master? Now we see a knight. Possibly a knight of the round table, in fact. And now we see our main character. Oh, man. Yeah, you can instantly tell. I was like, alright, I'm cool with her being the main character. Yes, please. Yes, that is, okay, that is fine. She's a very acceptable main character. Let me back it up a little bit so you can see her again. Now I'll pause there. So, let's see. But I like her expression. I like that little attitude. It's like, no, I'm not going to be who you expect me. Now, what does that mean? Don't know. Now, he's clearly a knight. Probably a British knight. So, he might be a saber type. Oops. Oh, okay, that got... Okay, hold on. Oh, whoops. Nope. Wrong button. Dang it. Hold on. Alright, go forward, go forward, go forward, go forward. Why did it have to get scattered right around the... And, dang it! Alright, hold on. This is... Why is this so difficult? Why are you being difficult? Okay, there we go. I'll pause it there. Alright, finally. That took longer than it should be. So, yeah. So you can see from her looks. Alright? She has a saber-style haircut, which is that blonde shoulder length. She's got a braid in there somewhere, which is, again, so her hair is a combination of Jeanne d'Arc and Arturia. So she has the blonde hair. And, of course, the big upgrade that they've given her. Glasses, which is great. Love it. Yes. Arturia / Jeanne d'Arc with glasses. Yes. Wonderful. Why didn't they think of that before? Perfect. They better keep the glasses. They better keep the glasses. I'm really hoping for that. Alright, so this in-depth discussion on this. So I really like this. I think this sets up the series pretty well. Introduces throws a ton of stuff at you. Has you going, whoa, what's that? Whoa, what's that mean? A lot of cryptic dialogue and things that will probably make perfect sense down the road. I'm told that this special apparently covers the entire first volume of the light novel. If so, there's definitely a lot of stuff they cut out. So I expect that some of these scenes we will see play out later, but fleshed out and expanded upon. As if they do a flashback thing, there's clearly a lot that they are not telling us. What was that thing with the plague mask? I'm really curious about that. Why is this Jack the Ripper different from Fate Apocrypha's Jack the Ripper? I don't know. Who's this guy? Who's she? I don't know. Obviously, it's saying the main character. What's this thing about multiversal threads and a giant spider? Whoa. Is this series going to deal with a threat of a higher caliber than just the Grail? Because as we know from the previous seasons, the Grail itself had a problem. It got corrupted in the third Grail War. And that was a big issue that the fourth and fifth ones had to work out. But they solved it. So the Grail should be back to normal now. But it's implied there's something more here. A giant spider. Whoa. What's with this multiversal stuff? Does Enkaidu's presence, what are the implications for that? Oh my, because you now have a god in play. How is that going to be balanced out? Because the power scaling of this whole thing is just completely out of whack. There's no way you can touch that for the most part. Really, really weird. So, let's see. You have, is that real caster versus fake caster? You have, a fake war turning into a true war? How do they plan to do that? Is Ruler coming? Is she a ruler? I don't know. Is the guy she just summoned ruler? Or is that a saber? It looks like a saber to me. Knights are usually sabers. So, what class is Gilgamesh in this one? Don't know. He's just using all his normal powers, but he always does that. He's been both a writer and an archer. So, what's he in this one? We don't know. What class is Enkaidu in this one? Don't know. What is the wolf going to do? It obeys a wolf. Does the wolf have human knowledge? So Fate's Knight, that version of caster who taught her master away, make mana crystals. His response was to beat her up. I'm not going to fight a caster who's known to summon a dragon. Pretty sure if she used it on the Grail, she'll be busted. I want that phantasm. Oh, okay. Yeah. I think that was the... Let's see, and his was at most... So I think that was her first master? Because she does, the spoilers, but the caster in the first series, I believe, ends up killing her original summoner, and that's how she ends up with the master she has. And she falls in love with him. Yeah, the first caster is pretty hot. That was Medea. Medea was the first was the caster in that one. Now she was able to summon her own servant, which is not supposed to be possible. That's how strong of a mage she was. She has a pretty interesting arc. Fate Unlimited Blade Works did a really good job with her. You got some cool stuff in there. Rule Breaker, yeah, Rule Breaker changed some stuff up. She used it very intelligently. She played the game well. Yeah, because she's weak to physical stuff, but her skill at magecraft was top tier. Yeah, the caster class are squishy wizards, but they're very good when they stay behind the scenes. Saber is the I stride into battle, I kill you. Berserker, same deal. Um, let's see. Oh, right, yeah, that's right. Jack the Ripper in this one's the Berserker class, I think they said. So we know who Berserker is, and we know who Caster is, and we know Assassin. We don't know the classifications for Enkaidu, Gilgamesh, or whatever is in that little girl. So those three we don't know. So, but we know Caster, Assassin, and Berserker. And so I'm assuming whoever she summoned is Saber. So there is a seventh after all. How? Why? We don't know. Um, yeah. So yeah, there's a lot to this. I am very much looking for the TV series. The animation is gorgeous. The voice acting is great. The music is solid as always. They've done a very, very good job here. There's clearly a lot to it. I love the intrigue. The reason I love the Fate series is not just the flashy battles. Like a lot of people like, oh, the Fate series, yeah, it's just tons of dialogue and then some good fights. Like, no, the dialogue is great. If you read the dialogue, the stuff they say, the depth they go, the philosophical depths and the exploration of the characters, it's really well done. It's very, like, one of my favorite episodes in Fate Zero is one where there's hardly any action. It's literally Gilgamesh, Alexander the Great, and King Arthur sitting down, drinking booze, and discussing what it is to be a king. And that is some of the best dialogue of the entire series. It's like those three historical figures just discussing what it is to be a king and comparing notes across three different eras. Where you have Gilgamesh at the beginning of recorded civilization, Alexander the Great, right in kind of the middle, and King Arthur towards the modern era. And you have them comparing how humanity progresses through time and how our concept of heroism and being a lord has changed. It's so fascinating. And the Fate series as a whole does it really well. They treat the historical characters with very interesting tone. While they will take some liberties with design, like, oh, King Arthur's a girl. Okay. However, just because she's a girl, they still treat her as King Arthur. They still give her all the gravitas and the drama of King Arthur's life. They just made her a woman. That's all. But she's still the character. And she still has all of that baggage and still comes up in her decisions and informs her character. Every time they choose a historical figure, it is typically to represent a philosophical standpoint or a plot point or to make or to play a role in the larger story. It's not just gratuitous. Fate Grand Order, obviously, it's a gotcha game, so that was a little looser. But yeah, the Fate series is so good at taking real historical figures, plugging them into stories, dramatizing them just enough, and then really, really bringing out some excellent writing and some excellent setup. And that to me is the strength of the series, and I definitely see this following that mold. Let's see, I would say this one moved a lot faster than, say, Fate Zero. I'd say the pacing on this is better than Fate Zero, better than Unlimited Blade Works. This reminded me a lot of Fate Apocrypha. The pacing on this reminds me a lot of Fate Apocrypha, but it's set in the main continuity, and it's very clearly able to top the main series, the main continuity, just in terms of how hard it wants to go. I mean, the first episode's got Kainu versus Gilgamesh. That's insane. That's insane. That is climax of the story type stuff, and they give it to you in the first episode, and it's gonna get crazier from here. That's the thing. If they're putting that in the first episode, it's gonna get crazier from here, and I am all for that. Like, what is this writer got up his sleeve? I gotta know. Oh, what's this? I find it funny. All the Landers were mid, but everyone had a hard time to kill them. Oh, Lancers. That's true. Hey, Yeah, yeah. I mean, the Fate Unlimited Bladeworks Lancer was a real cool dude. Yeah. I mean, he got stuck with a bad master, um, but yeah, he wanted to do the right thing. He was a good guy. He was a heroic spirit, and that came through. And he did refuse to do heinous acts that his master ordered him to do. So yeah, good dude. Yeah, Lancers were tough. They just Lancers are always eclipsed by the archers and saber classes. Because on one hand, like they want to, you think you could throw him in there and have him go head to head, but Saber will just take him out. Or an archer will, so they don't have the range of the archer and they don't have the close up capacity of the saber, so they're kind of stuck in between them while still being a frontliner. Seeing the insane power creep they've introduced. Yeah, yeah, me too. Again, like this. So Fate Zero has, as I said, they have Gilgamesh and King Arthur is one of the main conflicts of Fate Zero, and then that is then rehashed in Fate Unlimited Bladeworks. But instead of King Arthur versus Gilgamesh, it's the main character, Amiyashiro, versus Gilgamesh, and you see him overcome Gilgamesh by matching him, eventually like matching the King of Heroes in one-on-one combat, which is crazy. But but Gilgamesh was as strong as it got in the main continuity, essentially. And now, yeah, they're bringing in a Kaido, which is from Grand Order. So they've increased this now to Grand Order kind of scale. Now, Grand Order's power scaling, by the way, is even more ridiculous than this. The like Fate Grand Order has the extinction of all history itself at stake in the first arc, and so they have to stop that from happening. So literally, they have to throw literally hundreds of servants come in just for the sake of defending humanity there as the big finale. And it's done really well. It's really cool. Um, so, but that is power creep well beyond what we're going to get here. So this is going to be short of that. Um, Still, the big thing though, one of the things Fate does well, especially in Fate Zero, was yeah, this character may look big, strong, tough, but there's always a weakness. There's always a way to outthink your opponent. A lot of times it wasn't just who had the biggest flashy attack. So okay, yeah, you can launch a nuke, but is your nuke going to do any good when a sniper bullet from 2 miles away puts a hole in your head? Nope. There you go. And then and we saw kind of allusions to that with Valdius taking out Longol and so on. It's like they're weak to physical attacks. Also, no matter how strong a servant is, if their master dies, the servant's gone. Sorry, that was one aspect they didn't make clear here, but I think Malloy and Flat had that a little bit in the conversation where one of it's not the tactic to win. One way to win is you defeat the other servant. Another tactic to win is you kill the master, and that's a completely valid way to win. Is killing the other master, and you may be a really strong servant, but your master's still a human. I still put a bullet in them. So that's a weakness all of the servants still have. So yeah, Tina, if Tina's throat gets slit, Gilgamesh is done. Doesn't matter. Berserker, all versions, lurking force or overwhelming force, hard to stop once they get going. Yeah, this Berserker, this Jack the Ripper Berserker, is a really interesting take. A shapeless shapeshifter trickster berserker. But he can talk. He's perfectly rational. Like the berserker is usually cursed with madness, but this one isn't. So I'm really curious how this plays out. And power creep definitely. Man. Whew, I'm trying to think. Let's see. Was there anything else here? Again, we don't know when the anime series itself is going to come out. This was essentially released as a teaser. I don't think we're going to get the anime series this year. I think we were supposed to get it this year. I think they ended up having to push it to 2024. That's fine. I'm fine with delays. The delays to make things better is fine in my book. And again, I was not expecting a main continuity. I wasn't expecting this to be main. I thought this was going to be another alt universe. I'm really happy we're back in the main continuity, and I'm really happy to see Lord El Malloy used more here. In Fate Unlimited Blade Works, you only see him very briefly at the very end to tie him in. Here, he's right out the gate. Major character. He's the mentor to one of the participants. So, will he appear again? I don't know. I mean, he might fly in after Flat going, get back here, grab him and Byte here and be like, stop. You're, get out of there. He might. Or he might just let the kid learn. I don't know. Real curious what they're going to do there. Assassin is a meh. Yeah, the Beautiful Assassin. It's weird with the Beautiful Assassin. The owner is more intriguing. Like he has this kind of like 6 cylinders on his chest, and he like rotates, and he suddenly gets a new heart, and new body. That's interesting. Curious what the backstory is on that. I'm sure there's something. He's also really, really crazy, which is like, okay, yeah, I like the second ones, so that should be interesting. Yeah, Beautiful Assassin is, I agree with you. It's an interesting take on Assassin, because True Assassin is typically male. So this is a female assassin. We haven't seen a female assassin since Apocrypha with, I forgot what her name was. She was one of the one who did Poisons. Fooey, and I can't remember. I think it was Medea's mom or adopted mom who was the assassin in Fate Apocrypha. Assassin is usually the from a specific order of Haban assassins. So this one's a female member. We haven't seen a female member of that order before. So 12 a.m. Okay. Have a good night, Uni. Thanks for watching along. Yeah, I gotta say, I enjoy live streaming these Byte Club Cinemas. You guys having chat feedback for me is really, really nice. So I will probably do it like this going forward. Probably not this time of night, because this steps on the toes of some other streamers and stuff. But I like this. And by the way, for those of you watching the VOD version of this, yes, so this was live streamed. I live streamed this on a Tuesday. I'll get a schedule eventually. I haven't set my schedule yet. And also, please remember, my debut is Thursday, August 3rd, 7 p.m. Central. I should have mentioned at the beginning. I was going to mention at the beginning, and I completely forgot. My bad. The Noble Spirit for Assassins don't really last long. Yeah. Assassins. The true assassin died really, really fast, usually off screen in the Fate Unlimited Blade Works. Heaven's Feel, you get to see him more. Because that's the one where he actually gets to last a little bit. But yeah, Assassin tends not to last very long. It's good for subterfuge and so on, but for some reason, subterfuge doesn't really get favored. It's like in a group of wizards and fighters, you chose rogue. The campaign did not favor rogue. Sorry. Saber, Archer, Caster, and Berserker. Yeah, Saber for sure. Yeah, I would say Saber and Archer for sure. Yeah. Can't really disagree there. Although, it should be noted, Astolfo was writer, Gilgamesh was writer, and Medusa was writer in Unlimited Blade Works. So writer has done well and a few times there, depending on who the writer was. I mean, Gilgamesh writer obviously did the best. I think Gilgamesh is like Hercules, where you could summon him as anything. Same as Hercules. Yeah, I'd say Assassin's probably the worst. But let's see. I was trying to think what else was there. So all right, characters are really curious. Now Gilgamesh is a known quantity, so I could actually see them giving us an upset and having Gilgamesh get killed off early. Because we already know him. We're very, very familiar with Gilgamesh at this point. He has tons of character development. He's an extremely popular character. Yeah, killing him off early would be a major upset. And so I could see, for example, the Plague Doctor thing, whatever it is. Yeah, maybe that kills Gilgamesh. Maybe that attacks him in a way he can't defend against. Because he's great with like explosions and swords and stuff like that. But that thing's a ghost that exists in somebody's mind. I mean, how's he gonna do against that? We don't know. He's never been attacked like that before, as far as I know. So maybe that will do it. So that I think would be an interesting thing. So Gilgamesh being killed off first, and then give Kaidu. So basically, instead of, because in Fate Grand Order we saw Gilgamesh mourning and Kaidu, flip around, having Kaidu mourning Gilgamesh. Yeah, nice little inversion there. I like that. Giving Kaidu a chance to shine. I think that would be very interesting. So Kaidu is a force for nature. Um, again, Kaidu is kind of well known. I would say the servant I am most intrigued by, for sure, is the thing inside the little girl. That thing with the plague doctor mask is really interesting. I'm really like, what is that? That is so creepy, and I love it. And it's got a plague doctor mask again. Love that. So I really want to get to know that. I will say, yeah, I agree. The assassin's the most meh. I'd also actually I would say the fake caster is even more meh than that. I really don't care about fake caster. His personality is very off-putting. Where it's like, I just want white women. Whoa, like, okay. You're just the rehash of the gangster archetype. I don't find you particularly interesting. So I don't find. So fake caster is kind of obnoxious to me. I hope he gets killed off soon. I would put assassin ahead of him for interest. I will say the other caster with the girl with the skull in her hair, I would say is more fascinating than assassin though. Curious what happens there. And, well, we don't know enough about the knight that this one just summoned, so I will leave them out of the equation for now. I'm curious, is that a member of the round table or is that some other knight? Don't know. They need to rework Assassin, make them act like the mage killer. Well, that's funny thing you say that. So, yeah, so, Shiro from Fate Zero and actually ends up being a heroic spirit who actually, yeah, is actually very good at killing mages. Yeah, that is actually a thing in Fate Grand Order. Is it caster? No. We know the thing inside the little girl is not a caster because because we have fake caster, which implies I think the crazy girl working with the cop is true caster. So I'm guessing that it's a caster who summoned another caster, basically. So I'm guessing the girl with the skull in her hair is the actual caster, and so that has to be. I'm guessing that is caster in this case. Um, so I don't know what class the weird dark cloud thing could be. So the ones left since okay, so since Berserker, Saber's out. We know Berserker, Caster, and um, Assassin. So that leaves Lancer, Rider, and um, Lancer, Rider, and Archer. There you go. So in Kaidu, Gilgamesh, and the Black Cloud, I don't know what works here. Gilgamesh has already been Rider, so I don't think he'd be Rider. Is Kaidu Rider? Maybe. So Gilgamesh has already been Archer and Lancer. So if I had to, or Archer and Rider. So if I had to guess, I would say Gilgamesh is probably Lancer because we haven't had Lancer Gilgamesh before. I know Shiro became Archer. Yeah. His dad came back as a noble spirit as well in Fate Grand Order. In fact, his dad's noble spirit, I believe, is one of the major enemies of Fate Grand Order in the second arc. I think. I'm not sure. It hasn't been adapted yet. But yeah, he does come back. Um, so if I had to guess, Gilgamesh is probably Lancer because we haven't seen Lancer Gilgamesh. So that would leave Kainu with a cloud as either Archer or Rider. Now, since Kainu was firing the shots at Gilgamesh and able to match him, that's an Archer skill. So I guess Kainu might be Archer. Maybe that I lean towards that, but he could also be Rider because Mother Nature, animals. I mean, he's got a wolf master, so wolf riding. So I don't know. I don't know which is which. It's either Archer or Rider. I don't know which. Um, Curious to see how that plays out. So, all right. Let's see. So let's see. Anything more, Sage? Because I'm starting to run out of steam on my end on this. I think I've talked this thing to death. Let's see. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to the next episode. I can definitely say that. Do you have it? Do you have anything else, or any comments? Um, oh, Beastmaster Rider would fit. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. That's what I was like. And kind of, I mean, I can make an argument either way. Archer because the attack can kind of use, or Rider because Wolf Spirit. Wolf was the one that summoned him slash her, whatever. Um, so yeah, uh, we should get answers on all the detailed stuff. They will always give these answers. The real name of the true caster is interesting. Who would want to take Ruler and torture her like that, and who is female? Because we know that, and so in Fate Zero, we saw Blue Blood. No, Bluebeard, not Blue Blood, Bluebeard. So in Fate Zero, we saw Bluebeard, who is based on the Frenchman who was obsessed with Jeanne d'Arc, and they became obsessed with Saber because he thought that Saber was Jeanne d'Arc, and he got Arturian and Jeanne d'Arc mixed up. And then Fate Apocrypha, we saw Jeanne d'Arc reflect on her history with Bluebeard before he went crazy. So that was cool. That was a neat little tie-in there. And so, but now we've got another one here, the true caster, who is also obsessed with Jeanne d'Arc, potentially. So what's going on there? Is she related to Bluebeard somehow? Why are so many people obsessed with Jeanne d'Arc in this? Or is Ruler Jeanne d'Arc? That's the other thing too. Jeanne d'Arc's the ruler in Fate Apocrypha. Could have a different ruler class here. Don't know. Might have somebody else stepping in as that. I don't know who it would be. So that could be an interesting mix in. And for that matter, how does the Truecaster know what ruler is? So, lots. Yeah, again, another unanswered question. All right. I'm going to call it there. So, hey, if you enjoyed this episode of Byte Club Cinema, make sure to check out my other entries on my Rumble channel. Check out the link below. I've also posted a Mona one on my YouTube. I will probably post this on YouTube as well. And tie in. And if you're seeing this on YouTube or Rumble, yeah, make sure to check out my Twitch. I have started live streaming. I have begun to live stream. I will be posting up my VOD from Conan Exile on both of those. I'll be posting this one, probably chopped down with like the stream intro and outro removed. So I'm going to, on my end, I'm going to set up a raid. We're going to raid somebody. Oh, here we go. Sage says, I would be surprised if Gil got taken out and turned to a mystery who killed him. Mick try to be proactive to find who done it. We need an outlier other than Gilgamesh. I agree. So I would say the main one I could see taking out Gilgamesh would be the weird thing inside the little girl. Because we don't know what that is. It's really, really weird. So if that thing did it, I would accept it if that thing killed Gilgamesh. I could believe something like that strange could do it. Because it just be outside, it's like, whoa, he just gets hit in a way, it's like, oh, I can stop you. It's like, whoa, what is this? Oh, well, that counter didn't work. Oh, crap, too late. It's like, aha, I figured out how to counter you. Oh, I figured it out like 2 seconds after you got me. Dang. But I agree with you. Yeah, an outlier other than Gilgamesh, like Gilgamesh as a red herring, essentially. Like, oh, you gotta worry about Gilgamesh again. Nope! You gotta worry about the new thing. Mind you, the downside of that is it gives Gilgamesh the Worf effect, which is where you kill off the powerful thing to establish that this other thing is powerful. I don't know if we want to turn Gilgamesh into a jobber, but I don't know. That's a bit of a trope. But in this case, I think it's justified in this case because we've gotten lots of Gilgamesh. I mean, I think Gilgamesh losing would be genuinely surprising and shocking. It would not be a Worf effect at this stage because he does win a lot. I mean, he took out, he dealt the death blow to Tiamat in Fate Grand Order. So he got, he's had a good time. He's had a good winning streak. It's not too much of a Worf effect there. In this case, it would be generally shocking. Alright, I'm going to close it there. We're going to go raid another channel. I'm going to wrap this up, though. So do stick around for those watching. We're going to raid somebody. For those at home watching the VOD format, let me know in the comments below what other series you want me to watch. This one's a one-off. I do have a couple plans for ongoing series that I'm going to start doing. Gene of AI is one, for example, that's currently airing that I will probably get to. I'm probably going to maybe try to have a sci-fi focus. I might do a fantasy focus. I don't know. Also, let me know if you want to join me in the discussion. So I've got people in my live chat, for example. Um, I will eventually probably try to get like a Discord thing set up where you can hop on the Discord and we'll watch the thing together. And so that way we can all comment and discuss this thing live on air. I definitely would like to get to that point. If you want to participate in that, let me know. Tell me if you want to join in on this, if that is something that would interest you, if you like the idea of discussing shows and things. Yeah, Gilgamesh arrogance got him caught off guard. Yeah, that is one of his biggest mistakes. Yeah, that is exactly why he has lost before. It's when he let his arrogance get the best of him. I agree. Yeah, Record of Ragnarok. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so this is Dominic Bytes signing out. When next we meet, may your robot body be fully charged.
Greetings, I am Dominic Bytes. Welcome to another episode of Byte Club Cinema. Today we'll be watching Fate Strange Fate, Episode 1. Now, for those who might be aware of the lore of the channel, may or may not be aware of the lore of the channel, Fate Strange Fate Episode 0 was the very first thing I streamed. My first test stream was Fate Strange Fate. I did a live reaction to it. It was like a 40-some minute episode. That was, I think, my first stream ever. I think I did that one even before Minecraft. Because I also did a test Minecraft stream separately just to see how well my computer can handle gaming and streaming at the same time. Because, watching videos was less intensive on my old potato. So now the series itself looks like it's on the verge of coming out. I don't know when, but they dropped episode 1 back in December. I have watched episode 1 already, so this will be my second time. That's cool. I'll just catch stuff I missed the first time, which is always nice. But yeah, I definitely want to do this series because I literally started here. This is how I started. This is how this is where the channel began. So while let's see, a year and a half later, here we are again. So that's cool. That's cool. Yay. Of course, we had Oscar Kodai in the chat, and Yo stopped by as well, which is great. All right, let's get going here. All right, so let's see. First up, I'm doing you. All right, first up, we have that. Then also need the overlay. There we go. All right. Okay, now, here's the tricks. The usual caveats here. So, audio will only be for live viewers only. If you're watching the VOD or on YouTube, nope, you don't get the audio. That's because of copyright. There's a mask over the video because of copyright. There'll be a timer in the upper corner and subtitles are on those so you can follow along at home. Alright, so, in Fate Strange Fate Episode 0, just for catch people, because it's been 1.5 years since they released Ep 0, so it's been a little bit. This is a little bit of time between that episode and this one. So in that episode, we saw the start of a new Holy Grail War. This one's in America, but it is not a real one. It is not a real Grail War. It is a fake, hence the name, Strange Fate. There's no Saber class in this one. That's one of the things. We saw all the participants in the last one. The main thing was you had a Chimera Wolf who somehow managed to summon a divine hero. Oh boy, I forgot her name already. Gilgamesh's friend. But summoned a literal god, or goddess, I think in that case. Because we already saw, that character we saw in Grand Order, Fate Grand Order. In fact, is one of the main villains in Fate Grand Order. But that one though was not the true one. That was an imitator of the original. This one is the original, who was way more powerful. And then Gilgamesh was also summoned yet again. And so Gilgamesh is like, hey, my friend is here. We're gonna play. And by play, we're gonna blow up a lot of stuff. So that was really cool. That was really, really well done. Animation is top notch. Lord El Malloy from aka Reaver Velvet for Fate Zero and his own series, Lord El Malloy, is back once again. Now, he was also in Fate Stay Night at the very end. He becomes Emiya's teacher. So, there you go. I think he's Emiya's teacher, or was he Bryn Tosca's teacher? I forgot. Anyway, he's a professor there. So, he appears in this series. So, he's a constant in all three. Now, this big thing I got out of episode 0 was, this is in the main Fate universe. So, this is after the events of Fate Stay Night Unlimited Blade Works. This is after Hollow Ataraxia, if that ever gets adapted. I don't know. Hollow Ataraxia, this is a weird place, canon-wise. They haven't adapted it yet to an anime. They just seem to forget it exists. I don't know why. I would really like a proper anime adaptation of Hollow Ataraxia. Please, Pracmo. Yeah, you got all this other stuff, but you keep forgetting about, Ataraxia. Like, come on, guys. Anyway. But this is in the main universe. You have another one too. Is you have one of Lord El Malloy's students from his series is participating in the Ground War. They are wielding the Jack the Ripper, which is interesting because we have a Jack the Ripper in Fate Apocrypha. This one's different. So this is a different version of Jack the Ripper than what we had in Apocrypha. So it's a different take on the same hero, different manifestation. Basically, most likely because the item that was used to summon this heroic spirit was not genuine. So it looks like it was summoned basically a mirror version or an alternate version of the true one, which we have seen before in Fate Stay Night. The fake false assassin is Kojiro, but the true assassin is always a Hassan, old man under the mountain. So we know that it is possible to summon false servants or improper servants. So it would appear that this Jack the Ripper is an improper version of the one we saw in Fate Apocrypha, which is really cool. That's a neat tie-up. Oh, please get more of that. But then at the end of this episode 0, we saw a woman summon what looks to be like Richard the Lionheart or something like that, summon a saber class, which is not supposed to exist. So, yeah, this episode will probably deal with some of that, maybe. I think it flashes back a little bit before the ending of that episode, so we'll get into that. We'll also get a little more into who we saw as the caster and a little bit else. There's a lot going to this. There's a lot going on here. So I'm really looking forward to this series when it gets started. I don't know if it's going to be winter this year or whether it's going to start next core. It should be this year. It should be coming out this year. But they're really upping this up. I'm looking forward to this. Another mainline Fate. Yeah. Now, the reason I'm doing it solo and not with Diesel is because to get Diesel into Fate would be that such giant undertaking. There's so many episodes, right? I mean, just the mainline Fate by itself is, let's see, what is it, like 24? I mean, the two Fate series is 48 episodes between 0 and Unlimited Blade Works. Then Lord El Malloy, which is another 13. Then the Heaven's Feel movies. Yeah, it's a lot. It would be a little much as a commitment. So I'm probably not going to bring him up to speed. I'm just going to cover things piecemeal. I've done the Fate Grand Order Camelot movies. I've done, again, F-Zero of this show. I will do Heaven's Feel. I haven't watched those yet. I will do the 3 Heaven's Feel movies. Those are still on the docket. So, I'll get to them eventually. As time goes on. I don't have to do it all right now, after all. Alright, let's go ahead and get started here. There we go. So we pick up with the military going on, be like, oh my god, we got a hole in the desert. And so, yeah, so Snowfield So Snowfield is the town that the Rail War is set in. Huge explosion. Yep, that was Gilgamesh. That's the cover story. Gas explosion! Not really. Now, they've closed the desert. Yeah, so the US military is helping out with the cover-up. Right, so the military is trying to help out here, and we know that this guy is working on this. He's part of the cover-up. So he was with the Watchtower, and he's betrayed them to work with the US government. So what the US government's motives and goals are, we don't know. Oh, there he is. There's Gil. We also know that they have crows monitoring things. And cheap motels. Yeah, so now here we see standard anime convention. So they're in America, so the characters are actually speaking English. It's just they're voice acting in Japanese for our convenience, which is kind of funny because, you know, we're English. So, but but they are canonically speaking English right now, not Japanese. Now she's an interesting one too. Now this character will also get a drop. So I've seen this episode once already. I couldn't resist. I wanted to do it, but I was like, yeah, I want to watch this. It came out. I want to watch it. So now we know those are command seals. Now, we've seen these people before. Though that is the Einsburn family. That is, so Emiya's dad, Shiro, was married to an Einsburn, and his daughter was Ilya. Though Ilya and Emiya were brother-sister. Mind you, Emiya is an adopted brother, so not a biological brother to Ilya. But Ilya's mom is an Einsburn. And the Einsburn family is one of the great mage associations. They do a lot of stuff. So what we've seen is the Einsburns are once again getting involved with her, whoever she is. So she could be another homunculus that they've created, but basically the Einsburn, what this signals is the Einsburns have taken notice of the American Rail War. They want in. So they sent this one in. Now, it's not a coincidence, she looks like Saber. And also, because here's another thing we know from the Lord El Malloy series, that there are people who, like worship Arturia, worship King Arthur. So yeah, it's like the Gray, who was with Lord El Malloy, it looks like King Arthur. Yeah, Flat is Lord El Malloy's student. Tina is Native American. Yeah, that's the Chimera who summoned. I forgot his name. And no, it was a Hennel? No, not Hennel. That's One Piece. Yeah, Jester. Yeah, now Jester summoned someone. He used like an alternative heart to survive her killing him. So. Kuroka now, so what they're like. So he knows what they are, so that's the one with the girl. And she's the one who's in a coma. So they have a history, so we're gonna find out more about them. So that will be interesting. But yeah, the Einsburns had evolved really ups the ante here, because they, yeah. Right? So he's coordinating the mask or I guess what you call the covenant, essentially. Because because normally the church oversees, the Vatican oversees hiding the Holy Grail War. Yeah, so Langel is the one, remember, we saw being betrayed, but we know he survived the betrayal. Yeah. So what is the goal of you? Like, what's the U.S. trying to get out of this? Why would the U.S. I mean, the Holy Grail doesn't have oil, so what are they doing? Right. Right. That's the other thing too. Is they deliberately told the clock tower, not watchtower. There we go. You know, why deliberately tell the clock tower, hey, we're doing a Holy Grail war. No, you don't get to participate. Like, why rub it in their face? Right. So what? Yeah, one group wants it to be known, and one group wants it to be hidden. Yeah. Not as a goal, but a checkpoint. In other words, yeah. Right. The advertisement is to gather people around like flat, like the icebergs. Right. So the icebergs, flat, and so on, are essentially fueling it. Yeah. So this is there's Gray. Again, Gray looks like Saber, Arturia, deliberately. And we also know the icebergs, hers, that we see flat with the others. So that's a flashback, of course, to the Lord Elma Boy series, which is canon here. Right, so Malloy's theory here is that the idea is to replicate the Holy Grail War, not for the sake of obtaining the Grail, but to observe and study the Grail, what makes it come forth, and then be able to just make the Grail pop out whenever you want. To basically study the mechanisms itself, rather than trying to go after the Grail. Yeah, so it's essentially they're trying to study the mechanisms rather than achieve the goal. And they're just letting other people, like, do the bloody part of fighting it out. Yeah, basically turning the Holy Grail War into a show. Like her, we don't know who she is yet. She's very suspicious. And do you have an elevator? No. Okay. Right, so she has travel funds from the iceberg. So why did they send her here? What is she here for? What's the goal? No, obviously I like her. She's got glasses. Great. What's this? Inside Out Burger. That's neat. That's an odd product placement. to somebody up in the desert. It's like, well, okay, right. Yeah, it's like, wait, you don't even know about the giant explosion. And it's like, and then it's like, I may not know about that, but I do know some other things. Japanese friends named Kuroka, okay. And it's like, wait, how are you digging all this up? Yeah, so we know that these two, yeah, internet and a phone. Yep. Right, that's one of the things we've established in prior seasons, is whenever they're summoned, they get a briefing on how modern tech works, so they don't fumble around. And so he has a noble phantasm, essentially turns this, so this particular guy, this caster, is a master hacker. He can break into systems, find all kinds of information. So he doesn't know what's up with the desert thing, because, well, he wasn't there, he wasn't observing them. There are spies and... right, wiretapping. Yeah, you'd be divided if I mouse off. Yeah. So basically, revealing the extent of his data gathering to prove his worth to this guy. Yeah, so I don't know that one because it involved Gil and his friends, who are gods. You know, and there weren't anything electronic there, but... oh, you're gonna shut me up for the command spell, but... right. Hey, just get me some stuff, just get me some stuff if you want me to shut up. Come on. Yeah, I like food, you know? Yeah, I'll stop mouthing off if you get me some nice food. And, that's a very reasonable deal, too. I mean, get me some nice food instead of burning something you can only use 3 of, Yeah, so she's under some kind of curse. She's compelled to seek the Grail. She's probably either a homunculus or a modified human, most likely. But yeah, she's got a serious background tied to Ilya's clan. Okay. Yeah, this one is a mage seeking to use her to summon something. Yeah, mine's burned, yeah. Client loves to play around. King of the Knights of the Round Table, yeah. Yeah, you have to, a note on command spells. You have to, if you have a heroic spirit who does not commit atrocities, you have to use a command spell to force it. But someone who are more so like, if you have like Bluebeard or Medusa, they're going to be more inclined to do unsavory stuff because it's part of their legend. But someone like King Arthur, yeah, definitely not. They're not going to do that. Yeah. And now we have the Hassan. So if all true assassins come from the Hassan clan. We saw this with Grand Order Camelot, where we actually saw the old Bandit Mountain. But their entire clan, that's who all true assassins are summoned from. So she is just one of the women in those towns that we saw. but they're all named Hassan. It's kind of cool. Do you seek the Grail? No, I just put out a lamp that was grail-shaped. No, really. So he was killed before he could... He was killed before he could complete the summoning. But then... her command spells, then... activated the summoning circle. But they're not quite command spells, so we don't know what it is. So, again... all tree. So this person is familiar with King Arthur. Also, Saber was not supposed to be allowed, so this is another one. And now we get to another weird, like the reason it's called Strange Fate. So this is not the Arthur we're familiar with. This is not the King Arthur from our main universe. No, that's the other thing too. So Jack the Ripper, not the Jack the Ripper we know. This Arthur, not the Arthur we know. But what's cool though too is, right, Arthur says, hey, are you the old man in the mountain? How does Arthur know that? Because Arthur met him in the Camelot movies, so that's neat. Right, so she tried the I'm gonna rip your heart out from behind move, and it's like, nope. Bad Arthur never got me. Now, if I had to guess, even though he is saying he's King Arthur, if I had to guess, this is probably like Richard the Lionheart or some other historical figure, because we know in the Camelot movie that Arthur, upon summoning, killed the real, actual, historical Richard the Lionheart. So it's entirely possible this is him after he had that encounter. So he's like under the impression that he's Arthur. Yeah, and she dodged it. So that shows you how dangerous the assassin is. She dodged an anti-fortress attack. Are you my master? And that's where we kind of picked up last time. Right, so this is how F-Zero ended. And so she's like, geez, yeah, I kind of don't want in on this. This is sucky. I don't want this. I don't want this. Yeah, you can't just blow up random buildings in this day and age. What do you think this is, Japan? Oh, and there's Flat, just dancing around. Oh my god. Oh my god. And Flat is like, hey, Master, I'm here. Look, here I am. Oh god, Flat, what are you doing? Oh my god, he's such the opposite of stealthy. It's terrible. I love Flat. I hope he doesn't die. The one problem with the Fate Stay Night series is, if you like a character, yeah, they might die. It's always a crapshoot on who will live or die. Although most of the time, like, if the character is, like, super evil, they're gonna die. Generally speaking. Unfortunately, if they're heroic, they may, end up also dying. Or be defeated. I apologize. The very foundation of my finisher, Arthur Pendragon. On my honor, yes. Hi, I'm Arthur Pendragon. Oh, on Nashville News. Oh no. So Francesca is the giggly, is this one. Alright, I like her design. But I don't know who she is. Like, so who's But she knows who Arthur is. Even weirder is she says she's seen several of them. So she's watched multiple rail wars, so what is she? So is she a summoned hero for like the first Grail War? Or is she like a head mage. We don't know what she is. Oh, they'll regale you with a song of my people. Which, yeah, if you know Nero from Fate Exile, you don't want that, or Fate Extra, yeah, you don't want Nero to sing. Oh my god. Nero, by the way, oh yeah, so Nero is the Pataru? That's Nero. Now, if anyone was ever wondering, like, which saber is the Pataru? It's Nero. Oh, I really like this song too here for the ending. This is a very good, I think the CMD theme, really good. Hopefully we'll get the proper opening theme. Now I think it's A1 that's doing the main animation. Top tier, top quality. Really good stuff. A1 continues to impress. So I'm really happy with the work they're doing here. Now we jump forward here a little bit. So Fake It and Belong. Those are going to be the two themes. So we heard a little bit of Fake It earlier. This is Belong, obviously. Okay, so now we do a little post-credit here. So we'll find out what's going on here after. Actually, I don't think I saw the post-credit scene. Wait a minute, I think Crunchyroll may have left out the... Oh, no, I did see this. Okay. Now we see the church. Now, obviously, America also has a church. And again, as I mentioned, the church is normally the group that covers up the rail war. But not this time. Now, we know that the church employs some scary individual. Like, Kodobine was very scary. A supervisor role. Executor. Yeah. See, because the church and the mages have an uneasy truce. Because technically the mages are witches, who the church needs to burn. But, with the cell phone now. So I like these two, they have a back and forth. At first they're like the doddering old man and the disrespectful, young pup. And it's like, but they got a back and forth, but they clearly respect each other. It's like, why are you going to the casino? You're a priest. It's like, fine. Yeah, you see how gnarled his hands are. It's like, this guy, this guy, he's seen some stuff. Okay, robotic noises. This guy's like part robot. Yeah, so the priest sent over a ship and quartet. Now this is cool character designs here. So so the church is getting involved. So that's neat. So new church group. We have a quartet of beauties led by a robot guy, who is tutored by an old man. They're like, he is old in a profession where people die young. So yeah, that's really scary. But yeah, so the Earthbound group, let's see, I don't know, where, what's a good... Okay, yeah, maybe like... Okay, we'll go with this, because she's cute. Princess Day is cute. I do like her design. A lot of really good designs here. There we go. Now, I believe this is based on a series of light novels. I'm not familiar with them. I don't know the light novels, so I don't have a lot of spoilers. I don't know what's actually going on here. I'm trying to avoid spoilers because I like the way the Fate Stay Night unfolds its story, so I don't like to jump ahead. Sometimes I was so pissed off when, MASH as Galahad was spoiled for me way back when, because like, I was avoiding that for so long. I got spoiled and it just destroyed the actual revelation of it. It really diminished the fun. So I've not spoiled myself on Fate Strange Fate and the story. But yeah, no, this is, the setup is great. It's a good, solid first episode. Everything, the plot advances, you have some character moments, you have a lot of questions being asked, possible answers being given. And one of the things is, because those are the initial answers, but that's not going to be it. There's going to be some twists. There are definitely going to be some twists and turns here that are not going to line up with what Malloy's theory is. Although Malloy's theory makes sense given the information he has, but there's going to be extra info that he doesn't have access to that's going to, like, turn this around, and it's going to be very, very odd. Theory says Malloy himself gets involved in this because Flat is involved. I kind of hope so. Let's find out. It would be cool to see Waver Velvet basically getting involved again. I think that would be really neat. Maybe he could summon Alexander again. That would be cool. Well, I don't know. No, the fact we have a saber when there's not supposed to be a saber, that's a really weird sign. For sure. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff walking around. We don't know what this is the second time it had implications of the Kuroka family. It's really weird. I mean, their daughter's in a coma, and they used her to summon a spirit. So, yeah, they're weird. They're a really weird group. I'm really curious what is up with them. Hey, Dark Red. I just finished, Fake Strange Fake episode 1, doing a Byte Club Cinema. I'm just kind of wrapping up here. But yeah, animation quality is great. Music is awesome. Story and pacing are superb. Same as episode 1, episode 0, sorry. Really had the on the edge of the seat going, whoa, okay, that's cool. And this episode, same deal, it's really hitting the ground running. Like, pacing-wise, I will say this is better than Fate Apocrypha for pacing already. Fate Extra for sure. This is definitely, this is shaping up to be a worthy successor to Zero and Unlimited Blade Works. I'm really glad it's set in the main universe. I hope it is 24 episodes. I want it to be 24 episodes. That would be very nice. Now, I do need to check. I don't know, I know it's based on a light novel. Let's see. I'm gonna check the Wikipedia. Well, I'm trying not to actually, read in spoilers. Okay, so the light novel's still going, though. So there's 9 volumes of the light novel. So, let's see. What's the chapters? Okay. Anime TV. Okay, so Whispers of Dawn. That was episode 0. That's those chapters of the first volume. So volume 1 was adapted in episode 0. And a TV show. Right. So this one. Right. This was December 24. The other episodes are set to premiere this year. So yeah. So 2025 we'll have the rest of Strange Fate. But it's still going. That's interesting. The light novel is still going. So, I guess, so even if they do an anime series, they can't do the whole thing. We're not going to get a full, a full series then. So, let's see, second episode, later episodes starting from the second episode are set to premiere in 2025, but we don't know exactly when. Okay, so yeah, the opening is Fake It, and Belong is the closing theme. Okay. But we don't know. Delayed due to production issues. Okay, so they probably have had some production issues, probably because of COVID. You know how that goes. But okay. But we'll get more of this in 2025 when it comes out. I'll do Byte Club Cinema. So I will do solo Byte Club Cinema of the series when it comes out. I don't think we're going to get it this core. So it's going to be a little bit. That's fine. But hey, maybe the spring or summer. We'll see. I'm hoping it's for Saga of Time and Evil this year as well. Because man, season 2 for that's been advertised for a while. We still don't have it. And so here's hoping. But yeah, the series is still ongoing. So I don't know how this will turn out. So if I had to guess, then we'll probably just get 12 episodes. If they did 1 volume in the special, the episode 0, that means they've got 8 volumes left. So they could do, you could theoretically do 24 episodes if you took the remaining 8 and split them all into 24, but then, what's the ending going to be like? Because you only have 9 volumes and, are you going on a cliffhanger? So I would guess that they might go through, the first arc or something like that, maybe in 12 episodes. And like I say, we just wait for the light novel to be done, or they have the author, give them notes on the ending he has in mind and do that so we have a satisfactory conclusion. But then you run into the problem though of the anime essentially having an anime only ending, which might break from the light novel. I don't know. I don't know how they're gonna do it. I do trust them though. But it's fine, if we get a season 1, and then they just wait for the thing to conclude before we get a season 2, I'm fine with that as well. That is fine. I'm okay with that. So, we'll see how this goes. I hope it goes well. But it's looking really good. It's really, real solid. The L'Oreal Malloy series is based on light novel. And that one, the ending was kind of meh. Ending kind of came out of nowhere. The writing on that one kind of suffered, but that was the source material, not the anime. But Zero was fantastic. That was based on light novels. So, yeah, Type Moon, really good about taking its light novels and pushing into anime and giving us some really good anime adaptations. I wish they would do more with Grand Order, because it's just, they've got 5 story arcs just sitting there doing nothing. Like, what are you guys doing? Come on, give us more anime. Come on, man. It's gonna make you money. Print some money. Fate Stay Night, print some money, guys. Just make more. Come on. But, at the same time, the lack of rush means we're getting quality. Our quality is good. I like quality products. You like quality products. I like quality products. Nobody likes corpo slop. So, this is not corpo slop. This is good stuff. This is good stuff. It's fun. This is very fun. I enjoy this a lot. So, yeah, I'm really curious where this goes, how it's arranged. Who's Francesca? Is this Arthur? Is that Jack the Ripper? Is Slap gonna survive? I hope so. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, this is great. It's nice getting back to the series after so long. Because, this is where we started. Episode 0, Whispers of Dawn, is where we started on this channel. So, getting back to this here in 2025, it's cool. It's cool. Really makes you feel like you come around full circle, So, yay, look forward to this one. I'll probably use the same thumbnail I had before. It will feature my other avatar that I didn't use for this, but it's fine. I will probably use normal Dominic for Fate Strange Fate series. Once the rest of the episodes start coming out. So, look forward to that. I will be doing it solo. We'll not have Diesel on there. Because I'm not going to drag Diesel into a series that he's going to be, completely clueless on. So, alright, Programming so May the Best Season 2 will speak Tuesday. We're going to start into that. I don't know if that's going to start posting by the time this posts. We should have already maybe even finished Abyss Season 2, so who knows? So look forward to that. Maybe they'll be on this channel next week. Who knows? Maybe they may have Abyss Season 2. We'll be showing that next week on my YouTube channel. Woohoo! Many thanks to everyone. Watch this on YouTube. Let me know in the comments below. Are you looking forward to Fate Strange Fate? What do you want to see premiere? Many thanks to Oscar Kodai and Dark Red for stopping on by. Pre-rolls are on. Dang, okay. Let's see, what time is it? It's 11:44. So I'm going to end stream here. So we're going to raid out after this. I'm not going to do anything else. I got work tomorrow. I don't work Tuesday or Wednesday, so look forward to stream then. And the week after, I'll have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday off. So 3 days off. Woohoo! I'm definitely going to stream support then. Yeah, Heaven's Feel movies are still on the docket for solo Byte Club Cinema. That's still happening. Stardew Valley will be January 29th with Clicky. Clicky has asked for more days off from it so she can rest. Totally cool. So Stardew Valley will be an occasional thing on Wednesdays as opposed to all the time so that Clicky can rest. I'm cool with that. I want Clicky staying healthy. I will probably reach out to people, try and get other collabs on Wednesdays or something. I don't know. We'll see what I consistently have off, but I do want to do more collabs. That is one thing I definitely want to do. Kletka in particular. I'm trying to get Hang and NG here to do Kletka at some point. I'm going to try to put that together. So look forward to that. Yeah. All right. This is Dominic Bytes signing out. When next we meet, may your robot body be fully charged.
Greetings, I am Dominic Bytes. Welcome to another episode of Byte Club Cinema, and I totally wasn't just muted there. good lord. Okay. I need to finish off this cup of coffee. Okay, there we go. Alright. So, now this is a rare solo Byte Club Cinema. Normally I have Diesel, or Cookie, or someone else with me. Steve's by myself now and then. People will remember the early content for my channel was Byte Club Cinema. That was actually one of the mains alongside Minecraft. Because watching movies was something my old computer could do without chugging, so I did a lot. So people remember, Atelier, Ryza, Gene of AI, several others I did by myself. Diesel became a regular after a little bit there for a few things, but I did a lot of it by myself. Now this is Fate Strange Fake. That's right. If those longtime fans, actually Missing Byte, remember this. She's been around long enough. She might remember. So Fate Strange Fake was one of the very first Byte Club Cinemas I ever did as Dominic Bytes. So Fate Strange Fake, the opening movie, the pilot episode of Whispers of Dawn, one of the very first things I ever did as Dominic Bytes. And it's right up there with Lackadaisy and Has-Been Hotel. And among the first things I did. I think it's the first anime, for 100%, it's the first anime that I watched as Dominic Bytes. I think it's one of the first streams I did. I did Minecraft, Conan, and Fate Strange Fate, like the 3 test streams I did as Dominic Bytes before I started doing this regularly, just to get everything situated. So this is going right back to literally the very start of the channel doing this. Minecraft is in the streams. Oh, thanks, Missy. Minecraft was hilarious. Yes, I will get back to it. I'm glad you do Hightail. Whimsifolk here, I need to get back to. I need to finish my base in there. I want to do Hightail. Everyone's calling Hightail Minecraft 2, and yeah, it looks really good. Yeah, I know. And also, people will know, I did make one change to this model. One of the complaints I had from Bess, who's another VTuber, well, not complaint. She pointed out that I was, some of my stuff was triggering, and I just realized I don't have my tentacles up right now. Hold on, why don't I have my tentacles? There we go. Okay, now I have my tentacles. Now that makes more sense. Oops, I should have fixed that before I started. Oh well, anyway. So, one of the problems was photosensitivity. So because I had 2 blinks, right? I had one blink while talking and one blink while silent. That was causing the model to flash way too fast. So angle photosensitivity would have problems looking at that. So I toned it down. So I've gotten rid of one of the blinks. So now there's only one blink, and that is when I am quiet. So that would be less frequent, less common. There's still a flashing back and forth between the talking and resting. I have lowered the mic threshold. So now, as you could tell, I stay in the talking animation a little longer, a little more consistently than I was before. So that also helps. That keeps it from stuttering. So much, it still stutters about it, but it stutters less now. So that's good. Yeah, it's a little smoother now, smoothed it out. And of course, when I had my live 2D debut here in February 3rd, that will no longer be an issue because live 2D doesn't have rapid swapping. So yeah. So Dominique will actually be good for photosensitivity, funnily enough. And King currently is working on a 3D model for Fembytes. So soon I will have, I'll have 3 models with 3 different formats. Dominic here will remain PNGTuber, probably indefinitely, and as well as remain the Byte Club Cinema standby. Fembytes will be a 3D model. I use him for the indie games. But Dominique will be live 2D, who I use for mainstream games, major releases, that kind of thing. So, there you go. I'll probably do Dominique with Hightail. Honestly, because I think that's funnier. I like the idea of Dominique doing quote-unquote hardcore Minecraft, so that it can lose Hightail Ninja Story, honestly. So, I'll probably be doing that, just so you all know. But I'm sure Missy is looking forward to Dominique's live 2D debut. I think I gave you a preview of it. Yeah. Jinsel did a great job. It's on me. I need to play up the acting. There's actually a whole thing of physical acting with live 2D that I'm going to have to get used to. So you will see me developing that over time as I use her. So that should be fun. Because it's a Byte Club Cinema, there's no YouTube stream, obviously. That's because YouTube sucks when it comes to auto detection. I don't want to get a copyright strike, so this is not on YouTube. Yeah, but yeah, anyway, going back to the thing. So fate, strange fate. So Diesel's not here. The reason being that he doesn't know Fate series yet. I need to sit him and Cookie down to watch Fate Zero, which is a good starting point. I discussed this the first time I watched this. I discussed the Fate Watch Warner. Fate Zero is where you should start, generally speaking. That is a good starting point. It's a solid series. Ignore the very first Fate Stay Night and Fate Unlimited Blade Works movie. Those were not good. Ignore them. They're not canon. Just ignore them. They're bad adaptations. But Fate Zero, Fate Unlimited Blade Works, Lord El Malloy, Fate Apocrypha, Fate Extra, all those are pretty solid. I enjoy Fate Extra. And I know that's considered not great, but it looks gorgeous. It's enjoyable. It's not good, but it is enjoyable, so I do enjoy that one. The only Fate series I kind of stay away from is the one with Ilya, Prisma Ilya, because the fan service in Prisma Ilya is oriented towards the people who enjoy like the lowly stuff, and it's not me. So they feel a little uncomfortable, so I stay away from it. Note that I don't have like super strong opinions on lowly, I just don't like it. Yeah. Yes, the person who has an avatar with giant boobs is not a fan of lowly. I don't think that should surprise anybody. But at the same time, I'm not going to be like, oh my god, anyone who likes lowlies or something. It's like, no, whatever. Hey, it's not my taste. There you go. Thanks, Bob. Appreciate it. Let's see, trying to think what else. So yeah, since Diesel has not sat through the Fate series, I tend to do these solo. People remember I've done the Fate Camelot series, the Grand Order movies, the Camelot arc. I've done that by myself. I will eventually get to Heaven's Feel one of these days. It's on my to-do list. I have still haven't seen them, but the Heaven's Feel movies I've been told are great. They're a wonderful trilogy, so one of these days I'll sit down and watch those. But yeah, what we're going to do today, I'm going to do Fate Strange Fate again. So, because Fate Strange Fate, the movie in episode 1, I did way back when, right? Because the pilot was one of the very first things I did on the channel. So my very first go of things. So we're going to only do that. And episode 1, same deal. I did that very early on. So we're going to revisit the pilot episode 1 here. So I'm going to do both of these back to back, same episode. Then we're going to do episode 2 and 3. As at the time of this recording, there's 3 episodes out. So then we'll get to 2 and 3, which is new territory, new release, new for 2026, episodes 2 and 3. Woohoo. But I wanted to start with the pilot in episode 1 because it's been 3 years. It's been 3 years. I've forgotten what the setup is. So I want to go back for my own sake to remember it. That way I can watch 2 and 3 with a clear memory. Because I've forgotten. What is it? Because it's been so stretched out. And I was not, by the way, when I watched that pilot in 2023, I wasn't expecting to have to wait 3 years for the series to come out. I thought it was going to come out like in a few months. And apparently the series was supposed to come out last year. It got delayed again. But it's okay because apparently the delays were to increase the quality. By all accounts, the studio delayed the series to really polish it, really nail it. So unlike lowly is a not for me thing. Exactly, miss. That is my sentiment exactly. I don't have any strong opinions on it. This is not for me. There's lots of stuff out there like feet. Feet are not for me. I find feet boring. So you won't see me doing feet stuff because it's like, boring. Boring. I don't really like it, and it's not for me. That kind of thing. Femdom, same deal. Not a fan of femdom. The female, or the woman on woman is fine, but like, woman on guy, not really my thing. But that's personal preference, and I understand why. Hey, it's King. Yeah, King is weak. Alright, I'm gonna get through some Fate Strange Freak first, King, and then we can do some Micropunk later. Great, glad you're awake. Awesome. That's the other player. We're gonna do Micropunk with King here later. Explore that since that's been hugely updated and revised. Finally got the paid version. I do want to explore that one. So Fate Strange Fright is so we're gonna do Fate Strange Fright pilot and episode 1 here together, then 2, then 3, knock all those out, and then I will try to do this weekly as it comes out. So each episode, just like before I start gaming on a given day, I'll just start with Fate Strange Fate, then switch to a game. That's the way I'll do it, just to get these done. And let's see. Oh, programming note also, so tomorrow, originally we were going to do the Chainsaw movie, like so with Diesel, Cookie, and myself. However, Cookie has had to cancel all streams this week. She's not available. She had a family emergency. It's very unfortunate. I don't know how much of the details I'm allowed to disclose, but it's family emergency, so she will not be streaming at all. So Diesel and I will do Nerf Out 2 tomorrow instead. Knock that out. Cookie wasn't going to be part of that anyway because she hadn't seen Nerf Out 1. So that's a good chance for him and I to just get that done, check it off the list, and then we'll do the Chainsaw Man movie. Probably not next Tuesday because Diesel's available, and not the Tuesday after because Dominic debut. But yeah, we'll get the Chainsaw Man movie probably February. I'm also still planning to do Wicked 2 and Fit Out 2. We'll do larger group events for those two. Yeah, Phase 3 Fate will just be a side thing that I am doing on my own as a solo Byte Club Cinema. I haven't done one of these in a bit. Haven't done like a whole series. I usually just do these in like small spurts, like Think Camelot, or the Slime one, or the Spy Family movie, stuff like that. I used to do these as one-offs, or the Odd Taxi movie. That was another one. Though I just like doing these now and then. So alright. Yeah, me too. I hope they're doing okay. Okay, so now usual caveats apply. There's a mask code video. Why? Because copyright. There's subtitles on those so you can follow along. There'll be a timer so you can follow along. If you're watching this live, you get to hear the audio. If you're watching the VOD, you do not because copyright. It's also not streaming on YouTube because copyright. Because screw YouTube's detection. I still have the copyright warning from my Homestuck stream. And you know what's weird? Okay, you know what's weird? So YouTube struck me. Copyright struck me for the copyright struck me for my Homestuck, but then turned around and was totally cool with the VOD for it. I didn't have to do anything to the VOD, so the VOD has no copyright strikes, but the stream did. So that makes no sense to me. I don't know why I got a copyright hit on the stream, but the VOD is totally fine. I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. It didn't dawn how just bad my is getting. Near her PNG side, live 2D size. Yeah, I know. Well, don't worry. I know. Yes, Dominique's smaller size on the live 2D. That was really to do the physics. Ginger is going to be working on several things. One, outfit change because y'all like Jenny. So we're going to try to make sure Dominique gets her Jenny outfit switch. I'm going to try to give her some expression toggles like, ahigao. Obviously, we want Dominique to have ahigao. They're going to try to get her the yogurt toggle as well, so you can splash your yogurt on her. Maybe get like a couple tiers of that. And of course, also a boob slider. Boob slider is very, very important for Dominique. I feel very strongly that we should have redeems that allow you. Oh, hey, Violet. Please see you. I feel very strongly that we should have a boob slider redeem toggle that will allow you all to make her boobs bigger and bigger and bigger over the course of the stream. That way you can just like max it out. Oh, hey, nice. Thank you for the stream. Oh, you're doing awesome. Yay. Glad to have you all around. Yeah, I got a mod if they chat for once. Yeah, because he's lit work right now. He's doing pretty good. So, all right, that's enough drawing on. Who's in the start? 3, 2, 1. Let's go. So this is the pilot. Again, I've already watched this once. I'm gonna watch this again because I don't remember it. It's been 3 years. So let's see if I can do better commentary on this. Also, I've got it'll be fascinating to compare this one versus the very first one. But like, I got like the dynamic lighting now. I've got a new model, a new voice. So we know that this is the summon, I think, for Gilgamesh. Right, and also, this time I'm going in, I know this is season 3. So, for those wondering what is the watch order for Fate Stay Night, you have like a full and like a partial, and it really depends. So So Fate Zero and Fate Unlimited Blade Works are seasons 1 and 2, and they are in the same universe. Fate Strange Fake is season 3, so Fate Strange Fake is set in the same universe as Zero and Unlimited Blade Works. So this is the third part, essentially. Now, you also have a spin-off, Lord El Malloy. Lord El Malloy is set between Zero and Unlimited Blade Works, and it deals with one of the side characters who does appear in this pilot. So he might actually play a role in this. Read all the documents, yes, the Holy Grail War. You seek the Grail. Well, find the castle Anthrax, and then, you just have to punish all the nubile 18 and 19-year-olds in there. No, like Newt, you have to give them all a good spanking. Yeah, so this whole thing is about the Holy Grail War comes to America, which is actually really timely, all things considered. So, yeah, so America is just taking everything, now we're taking the Holy Grail. Okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah, what's cool also about the Fate series is the complexity of the magic system. Like the author of Fate has created genuine magic system that was just like insanely complex, detailed, and eternally consistent. Right. You have the Throne of Heroes, which is a multiversal construct. So the reason why all of the servants are the same across different series is the Throne of Heroes is a multiversal singularity. All heroes come from the exact same throne across all universes. Hey, do pretty good, Violet. Yes. Yeah, I love also, like, Gilgamesh is the same in every single... Yeah, Gilgamesh is the same in every universe. Yeah, at first I was like... Yeah, at first I thought it was Gilgamesh who cut off his hand, but no, it was this lady. Is she? Yeah, Gilgamesh was already like, this guy's not worthy of me. Right, but she knows how to talk to Gil. Because, yeah, if you want to have Gil, Budgie the thief who sold the key. Yeah, that's how he summoned him. He used the key. Yeah, if you leave, I'll let you live, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I like how she is also... We're like, no. Yeah. She had a counter ready in case he did something stupid. And Gil's like, okay, you are a much more competent mage than the other guy. I like you. Yeah, and Gil also immediately senses what's up. It's like, oh. You are in tune with the land. You're using ley lines. Right, their magecraft is attached to the land. Right, mongrels were always mongrels. Magecraft doesn't elevate you. Yeah, and this is when Gil acknowledges her, that's when she becomes the master. Because, yeah, Gilgamesh has enough that because he's so insane, he can just be like, you are unworthy, I'm not obeying you. You can force me, but, like, I will work to, like, destroy you, because, yeah, you have to prove yourself, and she did. And here we have Lord El Malloy. So, Now, spoilers, he is Waver Velvet from Fate Zero. So he was a participant in the war before Fate Unlimited Blade Works. But, so the El Malloy, so Lord El Malloy is where I also meet this character here, I believe. Yeah, what's also fascinating too is we know that he had a chance to participate in the Mage War that Miyashiro was. He opted out. And then they were having another one, so he's like, oh man, I kind of wanted to join, but like he knows better. We had bounded fields are on it. How do you know about this? It's like, I broke through them. It's like, damn it, kid, why are you so talented? Yeah. Yeah, but basically the kid was able to sneak into the top secret meeting because he's just that skilled. How do I get an item? Napoleon would not obey you. Yeah, so he's wondering like what are the rules for an item? Right. Now the thing with Valoy is he still possesses part of the cloak of Iskandar, Alexander the Great, so he could summon Alexander the Great again if he wanted to. Also, the servants remember each war, so like Saber remembers the 2 wars that she was summoned in, for example. Right, so the question is, yeah, so we have this American city, Snowfield, and somehow they're generating their own rail war. Right, because the Grail, so the root is literally the root of all magic. It's a multiversal construct that, if you achieve it, gives you access to tons of stuff. Think of it like the Holy Land for mages or something like that. Right. Yeah, so think of like the root as like a Fountain of Youth or El Dorado, something like that. I really hope that Fleck doesn't have a bad ending, because I like this kid. I'm rooting for this kid. I don't know what's going to happen, especially since he's Lord El Malloy's student. I don't want anything bad to happen. Yeah, but El Malloy, having been through a Grail Wars, like, yeah, no, you don't understand how bad this could get. I've seen people assassinated. I've seen people, like, forced to kill their own wives and children. Like, I've seen some stuff, man. Right. Right, the problem is it's a fight to the death. Like, you can both kill the other hero. It's not just a fight between heroes, it's also a fight between mages. His seek is to befriend. I'm gonna make friends with all the hero experience. Yeah, good luck with that, kid. Neil is not gonna be your friend. Oh, my nerd. Now, at this point in the story, both Rin Tosaka and Ebi Ashiro from the previous season should be in the clock tower as students. I want this. You can have it. Yeah, I believe Malloy was also Rin Tosika's professor at the same time. Oh crap, I forgot to start the timer. Oh my god, I just realized. Oh, I'm terrible. And I'll start it now. Oh my god, I'm forgetting everything. Yeah, so that is Alexander Grace thing. Yeah, so at the time of this recording, so I started it around 11 minutes, 20 seconds in, for anyone wondering. Sorry about that. Six of them. Right, so now we're finding out a key difference. So in Japan, there are 7. But in this game, there are 6. Right, there is no saber, so they're preventing Arturia. And we're also finding out who the mastermind is. The third Grail War, right? So the third. So the third is, I think, the one before Fate Zero. Because I think Fate Zero is the 4th, and then Unlimited Blade Works is the 5th. Now the other trick too, so for Watch Order, going back to that. So Fate Zero, Lord El Malloy, Fate Unlimited Blade Works, then the Three Heavens Fields movie. That gives you all the main routes. Then you have Fate Strange Fake. Then you have the alternate dimensions. So Fate Apocrypha is an alternate universe, where it's the 4th war, but there is a divergence after the 3rd. So the outcome of the 3rd war is different between Fate Apocrypha and Fate Zero, which creates different circumstances. Then there's Fate Extra, which is also an alternative universe. And of course, Fate Grand Order also has its own universe as well, which has, and that one also has a different 5th war. Yeah. And I'll find out. How did he kill a mage? Well, turns out bullets work. Yeah, mages are not immune to bullets. Unless, if they have prep time, yeah, they can. But, yeah. The US government is actually one of the ones securing the resources for this Grail War. And it's also why it's called Strange Fate, is because this is not a real one. This is an imitation of the original Grail War. And so here we see one of the assassins. Yeah, the 7 classes. You have Assassin, Rider, Saber, Archer, Lancer, Berserker. Oh, okay. Then she's just straight up just murder. Yeah, but the assassins, yeah. So, as you can tell, servants don't always have to obey. If you're unworthy or you're not strong enough to control them, the servants can rebel. They can say, you're unworthy, I'm just going to murder you and find somebody else. Now, depending on the servant, some servant actually kill the person selling them will just disappear. Some servants, though, do have enough magic on them that they can act independently without a master for a time. And Gilgamesh, for example, he can go a really long time with no master just as he's that powerful. Right, but Langle was not actually there. That was just a clone, basically. Yeah, that he revealed what he needed to reveal. Right. So what you're seeing is the militarization of magic. say fight back anime. Any of this ones, yeah. Yeah, so if you're unworthy, the server can just say no, kill you, and then they'll either disappear, or if they have a means, they can stick around for a little bit. Maybe pick somebody else. You see this in Fate Zero, in Fate Stay Night, for example. The person who summons Caster is unworthy, so she kills him and then finds another guy and has him as her master. Right. So now we see her goal. So yes, so Snowfield the city. So she's Native American, if you can pick it up. So this is a Native American tribe who guard the ley lines of this land. And they see this Grail War as an intrusion. Right. So she is on the side fighting back against the government Mage Alliance. Because they see it as desecrating the land, because they're using the magic of the land. So Gilgamesh is basically part of the resistance. And he's like, yeah, well, they're trying to steal my grails, so okay. A modicum of conviction. Now that's a bit of compliment from him. Spend my time under a different guise. Okay. So now I think this is the part where Gil is going to like take a use potion. Did we see that in Fate, I think Ataraxia? Where he like usifies himself, turns into a team. Yeah, now these two are creepy. The parents here, the kid, at first you're like, oh, they're concerned parents, and it's like, oh no, they are not. Oh no. Yeah, so the daughter is the master, and oh boy, yeah. Obvious, yeah. Doll puppeteer, doll maker, yeah. Yeah. It's like, hey, I gotta do, please tell me more than one season. Oh yeah, no, this is series 3. This is season 3 of this series. So Fate Zero, Fate Stay Night, Fate on the Moonblade Works are the first 2 seasons. And you also have Lord Elmaloy, which is another series. So this is like series 4. And that's not even counting the Heaven's Feel movies. Yeah, and what we see here, Lord Elmaloy is like, I want to go in there, I want to join, I want to play. And it's like, I have to hold back. Yeah, this is the part where he finds out, wait, what? and Lord Elmaloy's like, no, that idiot, he did it, he didn't. Where the hell is Flat? Where's my student? Where's my apprentice? Yeah, did he? Oh no, and this is where Lord Elmaloy realizes that his student has charged recklessly into danger. Right, and Lord Elmaloy's like, oh no, that idiot. And then what's funny is Faldius here thought that was on purpose. It's like, oh, there's no way someone just recklessly charged in, alright? Oh no. Yeah, and he already has the command seals too. Yeah, the toy you won for a game was relatively. Yeah, he's gonna summon a hero with a boy. We still have Gray. Now, Gray, she's the background character. She's another one from the L'Oreal Malloy series. Yeah, and even thought this like, wait a minute, we put up multiple fields. Yeah, you'd have to be insanely powerful to pierce that. It's like, yeah, flat is extremely powerful. Yeah, I love how like they casually mention, oh, he got packed out of field. You're like, okay, what does that mean? And then it's like, wait, no, that's that. Like then you have this old timer going, okay, no, that's actually crazy. What in the world? And it's like, oh, yeah, flat is just like. He has no sense, like no, so high int, low wisdom build here, basically. Yeah, he instantly analyzes the, and understands them just natively, without anything explained. He just understands how it works. Right, but because he used a toy, not an actual relic, he got a weird one. Yeah, he summoned a servant with no altar or incantations. Just from literally screwing around with magic energy, he summons a hero, which, by the way, that has never happened and is considered impossible. And he just did it without thinking. Don't mess with an American cop. Yeah. Oh, okay. Right, so he got a loose, like kind of shapeshifter, one. He's like a phantom. Right, but because of the bad summoning, because of the bad relic, those would be, which is not of legend. Went by. Yeah. So this is supposed to be, now, this isn't alternate Jack the Ripper. So those who know Fate Apocrypha know that the actual Jack the Ripper in the Throne of Heroes is... Yeah. So Flack got the Berserker, which is, heck, yeah. Berserker is like one of the strongest classes. Yeah. Right. So this is Berserker Jack the Ripper. In Fate Apocrypha, we meet the other Jack the Ripper who is assassin. But however, Extreme Jack the Ripper is a small girl who represents the dead of Victorian London. So this is, because he used a toy, he didn't get true Jack the Ripper. He got essentially a much a different version. This is similar to in Fate Stay Night, you had Musashi, or I said Kojiro was summoned as like a fake assassin, even though Kojiro is considered mythical. So if you do a weird thing with the summoning, you can get like not true heroes. So this one is not a true hero, but still. I get perfect in my next materialization. Right, so this Jack the Ripper lacks identity, lacks ties because of that. not really a compliment, yeah. But hey, flat. Mysterious beings? Yeah, he just wants to be friends with Jack. It's like, I'm Jack the Ripper. I kill a lot of people. Hey, you sound like it. You seem to be a good person. Wait, what? I'm a serial killer. What? Right, you can directly crush. Yeah, so infiltration and deception. Yeah, he's also invisible because he doesn't have a true self. What? And the third's like, wait, we're just gonna take a break? What? Why? Yeah, but then we go back here as the summoner of assassin here. Now, all assassins are supposed to come from the same troop. Now, we meet the origin of assassin in the Camelot series, by the way. So, if you watch the Fate Grand Order Camelot, you know where the assassin order comes from, which is the Middle Eastern assassin order. Yeah, and meanwhile, we got this guy. This guy who is also modified with magic. Yeah, so she is part of the assassin order, but she is, yeah, so most of the time you get like one of the male assassins. Yeah, the problem is though, her master is kind of a crazy. I wonder what the fight scene are. All the fight scenes are amazing. Fate is known for absolutely gorgeous fight sequences. Like, the thing I love about the Fate series, the dialogue is stupendous and the fight scenes are stupendous. It has excellent characters, excellent story, excellent action. It's got everything. It's complex as hell. Like, there's a whole bunch of plot threads. It throws a ton of information at you and it just assumes you're gonna sort it out, but it's worth it. Kuroka. Right, so they know about time. Again, they know about the girl's parents, right? So we can assume that this is part of the government forces. Yeah, so this is one of the government participants under Faldius. Right, so Flat was just like, there I am, and then just quietly disappears. And they have no idea who he is because he literally just popped out of the clock tower. Yeah, and he correctly identifies Gilgamesh as like, okay, that's a big one. So different kings over time, by the way, have different titles. So Gilgamesh is the first king, because being the first hero. So he's the king of heroes, the absolute strongest, the one who dominates. Alexander the Great is the king of conquerors. He knows the origin of conquest itself. Saber Arturia is the king of knights, because she rules over all knights. And then you have the comatose girl here, talking to her servant. Oh boy. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on. Her servant's communicating to her in her mind, giving her pleasant memories. But you can be sure that kid did not have a good memory. And now we see his servant. So he has the caster. So we don't know what class Gil is with someone now. Gilgamesh can have every single one. Tron is gonna hit that fairly hard. Oh yeah. Yeah, so Gilgamesh can be any role, same as Hercules. Like Hercules was one of the few that can actually oppose Gilgamesh and like is a threat to him. As even Gilgamesh acknowledges his strength. Right. So Castor serves this guy. Jack the Ripper, we know Jack the Ripper's the Berserker. This guy's the Castor. We know there's no Saber. We know the other lady is Assassin. So that leaves Lancer, Archer, and Rider, and we don't know who is who of that. So Gil could be Archer, Lancer, or Rider. We don't know. Yeah, so this guy is, this guy's quite the card. Yeah, he's like some kind of like story writer or something like that. Yeah, so he's replicating noble phantasms, if I remember right. Yeah, so his plan to fight Gilgamesh is to equip an army with copies. To overwrite a legend. Yeah, so if you're going to compete with Gilgamesh, you have to attack the legend itself. I take bad scripts and improve them, yeah. So he alters stories, and he can alter a narrative. Right, and the problem is, since Gil has been the last two Holy Grails, this is the third Grail War that Gilgamesh has participated in, there's a lot of data on him. Right. There's swaying mechanics here. Right, an army of human noble phantasm wielders. Yep. And of course, the reference to Cucullin is really cool because in Fate Unlimited Blade Works, Cucullin was Lancer in that one. So this is a mage who was conceived of an anti-hero force. Humans with noble phantasms that can kill heroic spirits. And we know that humans, not all the time, but there are humans who can compete with heroic spirits. It is possible. Now, I believe she is a heroic spirit as well, not a mage. By the way, the golden raspberries for bad acting. I think she knows that. You actually think you're in charge? You think you're just a... So a Grand Khan, so he's part of some kind of lie or ruse, but we don't know what yet. Yeah. Now, the Holy Grail, sadly, is kind of horrifying. Like, there's a reason it got destroyed, the last one. A ruler won't be coming, right? Right, now that's the other one. So now two other classes that can also come. are, yeah, Ruler and Avenger are the other two variant classes. Right. Now, in Fate Apocrypha, because they broke the rules, a Ruler came in. Ruler happens when the rules of the Holy Grail War are broken. Ruler is to get it back in charge. So in Fate Apocrypha, we saw Joan of Arc. But what she's pointing out, though, is so normally a Ruler would appear because this is a violation. I mean, same with Fate Apocrypha was a violation, so Ruler pops in as a control mechanism. So what she's pointing out is like, we may not have to worry about it. If we make this real, a Ruler won't intervene. There won't be that additional. Yeah, if you say you're crazy, it's fine, right? But now she's also saying that the caster that we just saw is a fake caster. But if she's calling him fake caster, that means the other reason we call this fake strange fake is there seems to be a fake layer essentially to the reality here. Essentially, like some of these servants are not a real Holy Grail participant, but there is definitely a layer of fakery. Like, or in other words, kind of like Fate Apocrypha, there might be two different wars. Right. So this guy, now we see another process here. So there's multiple ways that you can summon a hero, as we're seeing. You can, in addition to just like screwing with magic, using ley lines, like we saw with Team and the other guy, you can also like magic circuits. You can also offer sacrifices through biological magic power. And that's what this guy was working on. Now, we've seen this character before. This character is Enkidu. Enkidu appeared in Fate Grand Order, the Babylon arc. Oh. No, so basically what this dude was doing is making Chimera. Yeah, so he was creating animals with from chimeras, basically creating super magical beasts, the idea of which to sacrifice them to then summon a super powerful servant. Yeah, if it kind of steers at you like that, run, because that is... Oh, yeah, Faldy's just like, nope. Yep. Yeah, this guy screwed up. Yeah, so what we're seeing here. Yeah, so in addition to the throne of heroes, there is a step above that. So above the throne of heroes is the divine realm. And the divine realm has assisted gods. You're not supposed to call gods into the Holy Grail War, because gods are a tier above a hero. Enkidu is a god. Yeah. Now again, we've seen Enkidu in Fate Grand Order. That, mind you, that was a fake Enkidu that was created by the bad guys, so it wasn't the real Enkidu. That's something that pissed off Gilgamesh site. You're not real, you're fake. I hate that. But this is the real Enkidu, who is a god. a guy who was also childhood friends with Gilgamesh, so... The reason they're childhood friends is this is one of the few beings that Gilgamesh could actually, like, go toe-to-toe with and not just outright murder. And Gil's like, oh. Like as Gilgamesh earlier said, oh hey, I want to wait for a worthy opponent. And it's like, oh, well, okay, my childhood friend? Yep. That's a worthy opponent, alright. Yeah, as that Gil was about to de-age himself to turn into his teenage form from Fate Ataraxia. Yes. Have your attention on me and I will guide you. Alright. This is Gilgamesh going. Alright. Yeah, he was reaching into his vault, because it's like, yeah, I've got a worthy opponent. Yeah, Gilgamesh is not playing around. He immediately goes for a weapon that could destroy the entire planet. It's I believe, the only anti-planet tier noble phantasm. Like, he will literally destroy the Earth if he wanted to. He chooses not to because he owns it. But Engaidu's like, oh, it's Gilgamesh. Yeah. So that one guy was making doggos to try to summon a powerful servant. He went too far, and that's why Faldius killed him, because he ended up summoning a god. And gods are well beyond the parameters of the Holy Grail War. This is why Faldius is like, oh no, this is bad. Like, it's bad enough we've got Gilgamesh, now we have a god to deal with. Not only that, we have the god that Gilgamesh is friends with. Yeah. This is when they knew that, oh no, this fake war is getting really out of hand. Yeah. Then he's like, oh no, they're starting already? Oh no, you're not supposed to start already. But I'm kind of Gilgamesh, just like, gee, don't fight, kid. It's like, we haven't seen each other for thousands of years. Yeah. It's like, we don't care about your games, you all are mortals, we're gods, we will play as we like, you are boned. But Flat is detecting them. Literally anybody can detect this, because the magic power that's being exuded by Gil and Enkaidu is insane. You would say after killing someone, so Flat can sense it, but so is literally everybody else. Like, everybody in that area who's have magic attuned is like, oh god, what in the world? Because Enkaidu is a god, like, more powerful than any heroic servant. Like, god tier servants are, you are not supposed to summon these because the rules of the Holy Grail War don't entirely constrain them. So, worse than Gil, basically. It's a god made manifest on this earth. And it's an ancient god too, for that matter. It's like, the assassins over there like, oh no. Yeah, everyone wants eyes on this. Yeah, Enkidu. Yeah, and Gil does not hesitate. It's like, all right, here's an attack that can destroy a planet. Yeah. Because this is how they play. Like in the terms like in Kaido and Gilgamesh would like wrestle and match each other. This is just how they say hello. Powers that can nuke a planet. And they're just like, yeah, hey, I see you again. Been a long time, buddy. Yes, my sword created the heavens and the earth. Yeah, Kaido is essentially Gaia. Yeah, Kaido is essentially the planet. And Gil, yeah, and they both have the same attack, and Elish. Kaido can channel the power of the planet, and Gil can channel the power that destroys the planet. Yeah. It's that broken. Right, so even her comatose state, it's so powerful. Like, the lightning here, this is her sensing that combat. Where she's like, oh god, like that's, like, it is so powerful, it's disturbing her comatose tree. And of course, that makes her servant go, well, I guess I need to take care of that, don't I? So now the servant's on the move here. That's what gets, it's like, this disturbance is so massive. It's yeah, but like, this is an encounter the planet hasn't seen for thousands of years. You can discriminate between life forms. Right, but Kaido is willingly giving himself over to his master, basically. Right. No longer protecting all life. Right, and so that is a reference to how Gil behaved in the last one. Yeah. So Gilgamesh here is acknowledging is that his behavior in the last Grail War was disgraceful, because he was corrupted by the Grail itself. Like, the Gilgamesh in Fate Stay Night was a corrupted form of him. Fate Zero, and here we are seeing more of his true noble self. Fate Stay Night, he was sadistic and cruel because of the Grail polluting him. And so he still bears shame for it, and Kaido has just gently reminded him of that. And now they're both like attacking each other with their faults. So either of them could be either like Gil could be Archer or Lancer, and Kaido could be Archer or Lancer. We don't know. Yeah, but now. But now we also see that they are not the only powerful forces here. Yeah, what does a god have need for a Grail? Yeah, and Kaido is so powerful, and Kaido could become a Grail if he wanted to. I just be like, oh, I am the Grail now. Because he's literally a god. But yeah, and this is like Gil and Kaido being like, yeah, Gil and Kaido are basically like, hey, alright, tell you what, we'll finish the Grail off first, wipe all that out, then we'll celebrate again. Saying, "Red White Party shot." Kaido's just like, oh, hey, this brings back memories. There's an explosion so big you can see it from space. And then Kaido's just like, that brings back memories. Hey, thanks. That's their idea of a fist bump. A nuclear blast. It's their idea of a facility. That's the power scale that these two are dealing with. Like, that's how I'd say those two are. That's like having them both in the same grill war is such a terrible idea for literally everybody else. But as Enkaidu recognizes, that thing that attached to the little girl is, that thing is equivalent to him. So, there is not just one god in this. There are two. So you have Enkaidu, both Enkaidu and what's attached to the little girl are from the divine realm, which is really gonna mess things up bad. Because, oh boy. Now, this song here does not play during the regular one. Let me jump forward a little bit. I forgot there's a post-credit. Oh, there is. Okay. There we go. Yeah. Oh man, that was as good as I remember. Let's see. Yeah, I forget what the post-credit was actually. Access wrong, the light's been illuminated. A giant spider will weaken. No, I think this guy. No, we don't know who this is. Choose an instant from Snowfield. Don't choose a mage. They saw the intruder. I'll be an outsider for this one as well. Now, I think this is Rin Tosaka's old master. Right, and so we have, okay, and so this is where, okay, and this is where we first see her. So she's the true main character, essentially. And we'll get more of her in episode 1. Yay, we get a girl with glasses. So, what's fun there is she's obviously a Saber lookalike, you know, with the hairstyle, the blonde hair and all, and she has glasses, which makes her instantly great. Yeah, so girl with glasses will suck me into any series, and this is no exception. So that is awesome. So that is the Saber too, by the way. There's not supposed to be one, but there is. Like, Saber's actually in this. Oh boy. So, alright, so that was the pilot. Let us also knock out episode 1 again. I'm gonna get that queued up here real quick. Oh, whoops, oh, give me a second. But yeah, no, the pilot is as good as I remember it from 3 years ago. I haven't seen it in a while, so that was good to see. That was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed watching that again. So that's the big upset that comes from the pilot, and what makes it go, whoa, and Kainu. Kainu is not supposed to, oh, hey, Momo. And I'm doing the strange fake, rewatching the first couple things for it. There, one go, I'm going to get to episodes 2 and 3. So, just doing a Byte Club Cinema here, basically, catch up a little bit. But this January is so packed. We got 3 Ren, we have the strange fake, we have some Melshire going, we've got Fire Force, which is also really good. I just watched that episode this morning. Man, a lot of good stuff, I'm probably forgetting some of the other ones. I know there's some new series that are also really good coming out here. We got Apothecary Diaries coming out this year. We got Bleach coming out this year. We have Saga Tanya the Evil coming out this year. I know Konosuba Season 4 was announced, but I don't know when it's going to be released. Probably 2027, is my guess. But man, Excalibur, yeah, exactly, yeah. No, so I was just talking about how, yeah, so this Grail War, so as a Season 3, this brings together a lot of stuff, not just from the last 2 seasons, but also the alternate universes as well. This is why this is important, because the more FGO stories, yeah. I've seen, so Fate Grand Order, I mainly only watch the anime. I avoid, I avoid the game because it's a gacha. But that was a pretty brutal gacha too. There was like no forgiveness system. Like when it came out, it predates a lot of the versus systems that are in modern gachas, so it was brutal apparently for a time. But I wish they would adapt the stories for Fate Grand Order in order and make like a proper anime series for it. Yeah, exactly. They really need to like adapt this stuff to an anime because it would make money. Like what we got the Camelot movies, so we had we have the intro pilot, then you have the movies, which are episodes, which are season, which is the 6th arc, and you have the 7th arc, and then you have the conclusion, then you have the setup to Lost Belt, and then nothing. That's like so like the first like arc 2 through 5, we have no adaptations for those. Tons of character development from it, nothing. It's like, come on, like give us more anime based on Fate Grand Order. What are you guys doing? I appreciate this. Fate Street, I'm glad we're back in the main sequence here with Fate Street. Don't get it wrong. But I wish we had more Grand Order adaptation. Babylonia is really good. Yes, I love the Absolute Front Babylonia. Yeah. I want more of the other arc. Like, I want to see, give us Drake. I mean, you gave us Francis Drake as a big booby pink-haired woman. Like, give us more of that, please. Thank you. Yeah, one to last. Exactly. Yes. But yeah, so those so watch order, I'll revisit that real quick. So the proper watch order, if you want to watch all of Fate Stay Night in the correct order and get everything out of it, what I would recommend is Fate Zero, then Lord El Malloy, which is only a 13 episode series, but it gives you, that sets up Fate Unlimited Blade once. Then the Heaven's Feel movies, that will give you everything for the main sequence. You kind of need, basically all of that kind of ties together in a lot of ways. Lord El Malloy is tangent. He does appear in the coda for Fate Unlimited Blade Works. He doesn't matter for Heaven's Feel, but he does matter to the ending of Unlimited Blade Works. That'll give you main sequence. Then after that you go to the side sequences. So Fate Apocrypha is next, because that will because then after doing Lord El Malloy, you'll actually recognize some of the characters in Fate Apocrypha. The Fate Apocrypha came first, but some of the side characters are used in Lord El Malloy. So you'll recognize the alternate universe versions of the characters for Lord El Malloy in Fate Apocrypha. Then you watch Fate Extra, which is, I think, the most tangential of them, but it's still cool because that is where your introduction to Gawain, and Gawain appears in Fate Grand Order, and you watch all the Fate Grand Order stuff in sequence. So Pilot, Camelot, the 7th, the one with Gilgamesh, so you can get that all set up, and Kaido and all that. Then you watch the Absolute Front Babylonia, and so on. Then loop back here to Fate Strange Fake. Because Fate Strange Fake, you're going to want Lord El Malloy, you're going to want it to get Enkidu and Gilgamesh's backstory, you're going to want Fate Grand Order, actually, because the story in Grand Order between those two is still canon to the main Fate universe, even though Grand Order itself is an alternate universe because it has an alternate 5th Grail War. To this series, this one, the relationship between Gil and Enkidu is constant between all Fate series. Remnants would be cool. Salem was a fun read. Oh, okay. Remnants. Oh yeah, Samurai Remnant. Yeah, the games. Oh, I don't think those are an anime yet. I'm talking strictly about anime stuff. You can skip Prismaelia. You can skip that entirely. Prismaelia has, other than Barrett, Prismaelia has very little to do with the main sequence at all. Pretty much none of the series really have references to Prismaelia in them. Prismaelia makes reference to the others, but it doesn't really get referenced by the others. It's not. It's like Lord Elmaloy, for example, most characters from Puck from Grand Order, because those came out first. The Fate series has an interesting habit where, even though the media is set like in the main universe, or like chronologically, it comes before, publishing-wise, it comes after something else, so it will drag characters from the other universes into the main story. So, like, Fate Grand Order, for example, as the, was it Astra Magia? Was her name something like that? Where she was like the head of the Grand Order, before she got a bad fate in the pilot in Grand Order. Well, she's actually a character in Lord Elmaloy, and she's alive and well, so she's fine. So in the Moon universe, she's totally fine. She's still alive and walking around. Likewise, like one of the guys who dies in Fate Apocrypha, he's alive and well here in the main universe. He's totally fine, and he appears in Lord Elmaloy. He helps him out. So he's fine. So you have just their alternate, you see what happens in their alternate timelines. But their mainline timeline counterparts have a different fate. So it's really interesting. And now that old guy we saw Nakota, I think that is Rin Tozuka's mentor, one of them. I believe it's the guy who has the dagger, who because there are a couple mages who have accessed the source, or the root. And I think he's one of them. I think. I'm not sure though. But we'll see. Hopefully we'll find out about him. But yeah, then you have, Fate Extra TV shows only based on the first Fate Extra game. There's another sequel to it. I think 2 sequels to it, neither which got adaptations. That is where Nero comes from, Saber Nero. And Saber Nero, of course, that's who does Padaru. Padaru being the most mimetic Fate Stay Night thing. It's not Arturia Saber, it's Nero Saber who does Padaru. So yes, as a heads up there. So yes, if you want to know where Padaru comes from, you gotta watch Fate Extra. There you go, that gives you Nero Saber. So that's the proper watch order. There you go. I'll reiterate it. I actually had that on the channel before, but I'll say it again. Why not? Okay, now what I'm going to do here, I'm not going to need to take a break. I'm going to knock out episode 1. This is already done a video on episode 1. This is me rewatching this stuff. This is stuff I've done before. I'm rewatching it, because that was old, out of date. I want to bring it up to date and refresh everybody. So this is going to be episode 1. Alright, so we've got episode 1 here. There we go. Alright, so same rules apply here. Mask over the video. Why? It's copyright. If you're watching it live, you have to hear the audio. But if you're watching VOD, you don't. Why? Copyright. Let's see. Oh, there's a timer. I'll try to remember to start the timer this time. Sorry about that. And subtitles there, as you can follow along. Support the original release. It is on Crunchyroll. Please support it. Well, or do whatever you can. Maybe buy the products instead. You don't like supporting Crunchyroll. I get it. I understand. If you hate Crunchyroll, I understand. Very, very reasonable. Yeah, Samurai Remnant has not been adapted. There are Fate properties that have not been adapted to anime yet. The big one, here's the thing. So Fate Stay Night, it had a sequel, Fate Hollow Ataraxia. We haven't had an adaptation of Hollow Ataraxia yet. So Avenger has not been featured in anything, as far as I know, anime-wise. And Barrett has only appeared in Prismahilia, sadly. No, Barrett did have a brief appearance on the Moon Labels, because she was killed. So, because Barrett, Lancer's original servant from Fate Stay Night was Barrett. She was killed by Kodamine, who took her command seals to control Lancer while also having Gil. So, yeah, that's how that worked. So Barrett was the original master who was killed off. She comes back in Hollow Ataraxia, but we've only seen her in Prismahilia, which is unfortunate. So yeah, it really sucks that we haven't had a proper Hollow Ataraxia adaptation. I think the closest we got was Emiya's Dinner, which is a little side. You can watch that one. That one I think is set in the same universe as Hollow Ataraxia. This Hollow Ataraxia is set in a theoretical, super good ending where everybody survives, like all the servants and all the masters, nobody dies. Like just everyone's just living peacefully forever. And it's just like this weird AU where everyone got to live happily after Fate Stay Night. It was one of the canon routes, but Emiya's Dinner is set in that universe, same as Hollow Ataraxia. So, I want to see it adapted. It's the oldest piece of Fate that has not had an anime yet. So, yeah, we see that. I want to see Avenger and all that. Okay, all right, let's start episode 1 here, and then I'm gonna take a break, and then we'll do episode 2 the first time we watch episode 2 on the channel. Woo-hoo. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, so episode 1 didn't come out until like a year and a half after the pilot. So we had the pilot, and then a year later we had episode 1. It goes such a long way. Right, so this starts fresh after the explosion. So it's like, yeah, we literally had 2 gods clashed. Alright, government covers it up. Oh, it's just a gas explosion. So, as we tell us, this is the desert. It's probably set like, it's yeah, probably like Arizona, Texas, maybe California, that kind of area. Yeah, I even thought this like, oh man, how am I gonna cover this up? I literally have gods clashing. How am I gonna cover this up? Good lord. Of course, there's a big joke about calling a desert town snowfield. Now, I don't think this is the proper opening for it. I think episode 2 is where we'll get the actual opening. This one will just get like a shorthand of the opening. I think the true opening is a man with a mission teaming up with somebody. So this is a flashback to her arrival. Yeah. Hey, you're from Japan? Oh, I'm a weeb. Oh no. What part of Japan are you from? She has been some memory problems. Oh. Hey, despite his scary looks, despite his scary looks, he's actually a pretty nice guy. So that is cool. I do like that bit. Yeah. Right. So she is the tie-in from the Fate Zero and Fate Stay Night, because as we see from that, she is from the iceberg. So the icebergs are, well, Ilya and her mom are from. As we know in Fate Zero, the mom became the Holy Grail, was sacrificed. And in the Fate of the Midblade Works, Ilya became the Grail and was sacrificed. Her heart got ripped out, become the Grail. So the icebergs use homunculi, which end up often becoming the Grail. So she has been dispatched by the icebergs to participate in the fake war here. So the icebergs are aware of the American war, and they are not happy. And he has no idea who she is. Right, and this guy's like, who the heck is this person? Strange ruses, yep, that's the other entity. Right, that's the thing that Enkaidu was afraid of. Right, yeah, the problem, the flat, we have time, the Chimera, right. Right, the police chief works for him, to a degree. Right, we have this Jester guy. So that's his name. Then we have the couple, that's 6. Yeah, these two are monsters. Like, they're like Show Tucker. So that's 6. And now she comes in, and she's 7. Remember what he said? There'll only be 6, there won't be 7. Oh no, she's number 7. But he doesn't know that the daughter is a master. They hid it from him, so that's a gap in his information. So he still thinks there's only 6. He doesn't know that the daughter is also summoned a master. He doesn't know there's 7. Yeah. And that's what she was saying with the fake war and all. It's like, if we get 7, it's not a fake war anymore, but we don't have to worry about ruler. Because if we get 7, ruler won't appear. Yeah, if America wins the Holy Grail, are they going to wish for infinite oil? Yeah, but we're just catching up a little bit here from the pilot. Little bit of a recap, because they understood. Yeah, also Faldius. The interesting here with Faldius is he's channeling some of the spirit that we saw with Shiro's dad, the mage killer. If that's what he would do, he would use normal weapons to kill mages because they don't expect it. They expect magic attack, but not just a bullet to the skull. Yeah, at this point, Lord Elbaloy has proven himself so often that he has a very high status in the clock tower. As we saw in the TV show, he didn't start that. We had to work very hard on that. Yeah, we also know the police chief is not happy with the order. He's working for them, but he's not necessarily their servant. Yeah. Right. Are they trying to stabilize the system itself? Right, it may not be the Grail they're after, it could be the system that produces the Grail. Right, trying, because if you analyze the system, you might be able to imbue magic to more people. Right, but what he's pointing out is an American approach to the problem, because the clock tower is very old world. The clock tower is like every man for himself, and we get a flash right there to Lord Elbaloy. So their approach is like, hey, let's gather a bunch of minds, how to analyze it, and try to go from there. Yeah, and that's our confirmation that yes, this flat is the flat from Lord Elbaloy, same guy. Right, but we know that's false because he got it wrong. So much of the foreboding feeling. Yeah, and for him, who survived the Holy Grail War, this kind of behavior towards it is disrespectful. He's taken it as very personally. But plus, his apprentice has caught up in him, and he's like, I don't want Flat to get killed in this. No. Oh, see, she was very nice, gave him a tip. He was very polite and welcoming. You know, not a typical American. Friendly, curious. No, one local specialty dish. I like this caster. Yeah, I like this caster. He's like, hey, I want good food and I want hot women. Relate to that. Very relatable. Very grounded motivation. Yeah, like I'm a simple guy. I get tasty food, I'm happy. A burger? Oh, that's neat. There's something happening. That he trolls his master as a what goes on. It's like literally everybody knows about it. It's like, what do you mean you're ignorant of it? That was a joke. That was a joke. Francesca. Right. So he's been spending his time doing research. Yeah. Everything's online. Yeah. So his noble phantasm is information gathering, which is super cool. Right. And now we know for Fate Zero, all servants, the reason they're able to operate, when they come in, they are downloaded with information needed. So like when Saber was summoned, even though she's a knight, she knew how to drive a car, ride a motorcycle. They know what modern stuff is. Their brains get updated magically. Yeah, so Francesca is the weird pink-haired woman. Scared of wiretapping? Yeah, spies have infiltrated your network. Alright, so yeah, he knows of Faldius. He is sort of working with him, but he's also working against Faldius at the same time. But yeah, Castor is a lot smarter than he thought he was. Right. Right. Hey, bribe me and, yeah, give me some food and I'll keep my mouth shut. Hey, look, I'm easy to bribe. Just give me good food and I'll shut up. And it's like, okay. But he's also figured out what the cop's plan is. So, like, he knows, so what Castor's applying here, he knows the cop is planning to fight back against Faldius while working with him. And he also implied that, I know how you're gonna do it. Do you want me to blab about it? No? Okay, give me some food then. Then me, damn it. Okay, so I think the jester got him. Oh, right, yeah, so she doesn't have a command spell, that is... Right, she was given stats, it's something else. Yeah, this guy wants to summon. Right, Einsberg, that, yeah. King of the Knights of the Round Table. Yeah, so this guy is trying to be the seventh. Right, these guys use her as a sacrifice, essentially. The problem is, right, he didn't think those were command spells, but they are. Like, he didn't realize that, yeah, Eisburn sent her in here to infiltrate. Yeah. And what also helped is the assassins here, like, okay, this guy's a heretic, yeah, so the assassin on this one hates mages. And it's just like, I'm just not killing the mages around here because you all suck. So, like, if someone's gonna sacrifice a defenseless woman, I'm gonna murder him. Yeah, kinda justified. And let's be fair, assassin, he so far has not killed anyone who didn't deserve it. So yeah, she's been eliminating the evil ones. And like, no, absolutely not. I'm not a mage, and I don't want the grail. So, you're good. However, she does have magic built into her. Yeah, basically, I think the setup here is she's a homunculus made by the Einsteins to infiltrate the Grail War. And Francesca here. Yeah, and so Francesca here is expecting Arturia to be Saber again the third time, to bring her back. But now what happens? Ends up getting a completely different. The old man of the mountain. There we go. As we know from Fate Grand Order, yep. So she is part of the usual assassin. Yeah, the old man of the mountain is the Syrian assassins order. But it's like, nope, my heart doesn't work on me. I'm a saber. Alabama. Yeah. Now keep in mind, yeah, Arturia is not the only wielder of Excalibur amongst the heroes. Now what I've guessed is I think this guy, like he'll claim to be Arthur, I think he's Richard the Lionheart. I think that's his actual identity, is Richard the Lionheart, hence the lion's roar when he wields the sword. Yeah, and now we catch up to the end of the pilot. Right, and she's rejecting the fate that Eimsburns wanted. Now, most likely her presence is what summoned him, because the Eimsburns have access to Arturian relics, and that is probably what brought him forth. Yeah, and of course the police are like, what the hell? He just flew off the opera house. That wasn't very cash money of you. And there's Flat right there, just be like, hey, I'm on TV. Look at me. Hey, Lori, oh Lord, I'm here. Look at me. Yeah, and now follows like, oh crap, we have a saber. We're not supposed to have a saber. Why do we have a saber? This messes everything up. Oh, he's like, alright, we'll cover it up. And it's like, oh no. Oh no, what are you doing? But why are you announcing this? Oh no, someone shut him up. Oh no. Why are you so loud? Why are you so obvious? No. Right, I am Arthur Pendragon. It's always like, oh no. Oh no. The masquerade is done. The masquerade is gone, but oh no. And she's like, yeah, she says. So we know Francesca is probably If I had to guess, Francesca is probably working with Fabius. Yeah, if I had to guess, like, Francesca is a servant for Fabius. Now, the other weird thing is, yeah, she's saying she's seen multiple Holy Grail wars, so how long has she been around? Is she like Gilgamesh, who's acting independently? Because we haven't seen them around, so it's possible, like she just sat out several wars. Maybe she's a servant from, like, the first or second war who just stuck around. Okay, so I think this is the ending theme again. Now, there should be a post-credit here. Yeah, so episode 1 gives us more of her. We don't need too much of flat. And now, haha. Now, as people know, from Stay Night, the church always has a hand in this. So the church and the American church is going to be like, all right. Right, supervisors, they make sure, hey, Elcor, I see ya. Yeah, tisms. Looking people in the eye is hard in this feature. I like how they, like, throw shade at one another a little bit, but they still respect each other. Like, you're a priest, stop going to the casino, damn it. Now we see, like, his scarred hands. Oh, he's cybernetically enhanced too. Yeah, so we see, like, that father might be an old man, but he is a monster. Yeah, and he's got his own little harem, which is also cool. We haven't seen that before. There we go, alright. So that was episode 1. Oh, that's a pretty good stopping point. Yeah, I'll go with this. This is cute. All right, so that was the... Oh, hey, Bob. Oh, great. Awesome. That's good to hear, Bob. So that was the pilot and episode 1 of Fate Strange Fate. Again, we've watched these before on Byte Club Cinema. I wanted to catch up, because it's been over a year since I've seen... it's been 3 years since I've seen the pilot, and it's been over a year since I've seen episode 1. The series has ended up delayed because they were really polishing it. So, next up we'll watch episode 2, which is new material. Just started this year, 2026. We will watch that here next. But yes, this is a very good show. This is very, very good. So just initial thoughts here. So, we've got all the basic classes. So we know from Francesca, because there are 7 classes, there will not be a ruler. So we won't have Joan of Arc opting in again to question the legitimacy of the Grail War. Francesca, I think, is a servant, but I think she's faulty as a servant. What she is, don't know. Probably caster, would be my guess. Probably a frighteningly powerful caster. Those casters are themselves mages, so a mage summoned by the Grail War can do some really, really loopy stuff. And we saw, like, Caster and Fate Stay Night could summon her own servant, like a fake assassin, Kujiro. So, yeah, if the caster is powerful enough, they can actually summon their own heroes. And become, like, so you can have a master of a servant. And it's just like Inception now. So, yeah, so we know that she is from the Old Band Mountain, which we saw in Fate Grand Order. We saw their origin, so she is part of that order. She's the first female one we've met. Up until now, all the assassins from that order have been male. So she's the first female assassin from the Abonsur, I think. I forgot the name of it. Sorry. Someone post the comments below what the order is. But she is a female assassin from the same order as assassin in both Fate Zero and Fate Unlimited Blade worked. Excuse me. Let's see. We know that Jack the Ripper's the Berserker in this one. He's a stealth Berserker. which is interesting. He also doesn't have the craziness of Lancelot or Hercules, so that's interesting. We have the Icebergs are back. This is one of their homunculi, most likely. So she is probably created, most likely being sent in to be the Grail, to be the catalyst for the Grail, is my guess. Then we also have the one guy who made a ton of Chimera, brought in a literal god. We have the Kuror Okus, who, like, if I had to guess, that daughter is probably also some kind of artificial creation. Either like bred for the
Greetings!
role, or otherwise, oh hey, we love King, or some kind of like artificial daughter that they made specifically for the Grail War. Because they're talking about how these two are like obsessed with this. And so maybe they didn't get a chance in Japan to participate in the last two, and now, so when the government reached out to them, it's like, here's a big chance. It does seem all the participants, it looks like, with the exception of course, Flat and the Einsberg homunculi, all of them were invited. Looks like Follius, the US government, they sort of like, they put out feelers of like, hey, who wants to do a Grail War? Who wants to do an American soil? Like, you know, you could have some fun. We'll offer up this town full of y'all. And so it looks like that is what's happening here. With the, but of course you have these two random participants who are screwing everything up. There's only supposed to be 6, and now there's 7. And Follius is realizing real quick that he's losing control. Like, he didn't know that a god would be summoned. That was well outside his calculation. So Follius is now on the back foot trying to manage this, because he thought this was a lot easier, but he's already having multiple complications. Brand new class, and a god. Possibly 2. 6, 7, oh no. Please no. No brain, hey, that's against the rules, we love Kate. No brain rot. I specifically have in rules, no brain rot. There you go. This is the 6th Grail War, then, to be fair. Yeah, so it's a fake Grail War made manifest by Follius here, who's trying to manage it. I think Francesca is his servant, possibly. No worries. I'm joking, yeah, though. I had it in there just so people don't come in going on and on about Skippy Toilet and all that garbage, just on and on. It also helps weed out children. They're the ones who are most likely to do that. So, yeah, this is definitely implications really good. This is my second time watching the pilot and the first episode. Just as enjoyable as the first time. I love it. It's really, really great. I love that Enkaido, the fight between Enkaido and Gil is so much fun. It is so much fun because you could tell like both of them have smiles on their faces. They're both having a good time. They are so happy to see each other. And we haven't seen Gil be genuinely happy like that. Like even admits like, man, I got caught up in the moment. That's very unlikely. That was very unkingly. But that's how he is. Because even in Fate Grand Order, he was pissed off because the Enkaido in Fate Grand Order was a fake one. And he knew it because like Enkaido had already died in Fate Grand Order at that point in time. And so he's like, why are you back? Like, you're a fake, you're an imitator. Stop using the face of my friend to deceive me. And he was pissed off because it's like, you know, how dare you imitate my best friend, my childhood friend, like the one person I acknowledge is equal to me. How dare you insult their memory like that? And you're genuinely upset. Here though, he knows like, no, you're not fake. You're the real Enkaido. Oh, it is so nice to see you again. Because here's the thing, because Enkaido's a god. So when Enkaido dies, Enkaido does not go to the throne of heroes. Gilgamesh goes to the throne of heroes, Enkaido does not. So even after death, so while all the heroes can talk to each other in the throne of heroes, like Arturia, Gil, Alexander, all these guys, they're all in the throne of heroes. They all get to hang out and chill with each other and have fun. But Enkaido's not there, so Gil is lonely in the throne of heroes because his best friend can't go to the same after place that he has, which really stinks for him. So this is like his first time in thousands of years to be reunited with a long lost friend. And he has fun, and he cuts loose, and he enjoys it, and we see him smile. And again, I love that bit where Enkaido like reprimands him for his behavior in the last Grail War, where he was corrupt by the Grail, and even Guild is like, yeah, if my childhood self saw my behavior, he'd probably strike me down, because that was disgraceful. But now he's back, like this is Gilgamesh from Fate Zero, not Gilgamesh of Fate Stay Night, where he has honor and dignity, and the bearing of a king, and loyalty. Which is, you know, it's the same Gil we got from Fate Grand Order, which is awesome, where he defends the world. And I like that. I like that we're seeing Gil go back to, like, he is an arrogant son of a bitch, but he has honor and nobility, and he has a code, and he will defend and fight for what's right. And I like that. I like that. Their arrogance, when you can back it up, is a fun character mode. And not a lot of, like, Western writers would completely... yeah, Gil Gamash definitely counts as a big gun for sure. Oh yeah, like the biggest gun. But at the same time, it also establishes the threat of with the third party. That thing that the little girl has with the Kurokas put out. Is I'm guessing that is also a god. That they also end up summoning a god. And it's just that. But here's the thing, Thalius doesn't know that. Like, Thalius, at this point, that's right, yeah, that's right. No, Thalius thinks there's 6. He knows that Saber was not supposed to be among the 6. But, excuse me. So from Thalius' perspective, he's like, oh, okay, so number 6 is Saber? Wait, there's not supposed to be a Saber. The hell? Like, what the heck happened? But he has another 7, because he doesn't know that the Kurokas pulled off the summit. He doesn't know that. So, he thinks that the Saber is the 6th, and that, okay, I ended up with a Saber, I was supposed to have a Saber, okay, fine. He doesn't know there are actually 7 yet. Not yet. But Bikayu and Gil do know. But, so you have this mysterious thing that they don't know what's behind it. But I think it's another god. So, that's going to complicate things, because even Caillou and Gil are a little worried by this death thing, whatever it is. I think it's death, plague, something like that. It had a plague doctor mask, so that's cool. But I'm really curious what's going to happen with that. It seems the motive there seems a lot to protect the girl, which is kind of cool. So you disturb the girl, and it's gonna come get you. You know, their fighting was too loud. It disturbed the girl, and it went for them, and they were like, okay, we're running, we're retreating, or whatever this is. So, okay, so I'm going to pause here. I'm going to go get dinner, because it's 5:30. I'm hungry, so I'm going to get dinner. I'm going to take a longer pause, run ads, come back, and then we'll do episode 2 and 3, and then maybe Michael Punk after, if King is up for it. We'll see. Hopefully he's doing all right. He popped in earlier. So, all right, look forward to it. I will see you later. This is Dominic Bytes signing out. When next we meet, may your robot body be fully charged. Greetings, I am Dominic Bytes. Welcome to another episode of Byte Club Cinema. Today we'll be watching episode 2 of Fate Strange Fake. Alright, last time we watched the pilot movie, which was about an hour long, episode 1. Now the reason we did that, the pilot came out 2023. It was actually one of the first things I ever streamed on this channel. So this series has been with the channel since day 1. I mean, literal day 1. This series has been around with the channel. And the episode 1 came out in 2024, I believe. So that one is also pretty old. So 3 years old, 2 years old. Been a bit since I watched it, though. I figured I'd rewatch them, refresh my memory. I'm glad I did. Second watch through was very good, very insightful. Caught some new details on there. So this is episode 2. This just aired January 2026. That is when this came out. So we finally are going to get the full series on this. I hope this is like a full core, like multiple core series. As typically Fate series are about 24 episodes per season. Hopefully this is also 24. Because Fate Zero, Fate Unlimited Blade Works, Fate Apocrypha were all 24. Now Fate Extra was like 11 plus a couple movies. Fate L'Oreal Beloy was only 13, but that one was a side series. And I know Fate Grand Order was like 16 or so. That was weird though. The Fate Grand Order series is kind of abnormal. So hopefully this will be, since this is season 3 of Fate, right? This is Fate Zero, Fate Unlimited Blade Works, now Fate Strange Fake, same universe, same timeline, main timeline. So hopefully this will be 24 episodes minimum, and hopefully over 2 quarters. Now if they have to take a break between the quarters, I understand. But hopefully they don't. Hopefully we get all this all the way. I'm going to do hopefully it's 24 episodes, and I'll trying to get to this week thing. Now, King has said he's back online. So, I'm only going to do episode 2. I'll do episode 3 and 4 next week sometime, whenever I'm free. And then to catch up. But I'm only going to do episode 2 for right now. Finally get to one of the new ones. And then we'll play Mycopunk with King, because I've been wanting to play Mycopunk with King for a while. It's just, he's been having migraines or I've been busy, blah, blah, blah. So, just had to play it. So, hey, and thanks to Electro Monster and Pump, different model and voice, so confused. Oh, so this is Dominic. Oh, right, yeah, you're not familiar with my thing. So, I am a brain in a robot body. So, because I'm just a brain in a robot body, I can have different bodies if I want to. So, this is Dominic. This is based on my original. So, this is Dominic Bytes. This is my very first one. So, this is my first model ever, Dominic. As you get really cold, this one was by Spectral Bytes. Sadly, she no longer does art. Spectral Bytes drew this for me. She also designed Mama Lulu's model that I really liked. So I really like her art style, but she doesn't do art anymore. So this is all she ever made. So this and Mama Lulu's model are the only two she ever made, and then she got busy with real life and doesn't do art anymore. So I wanted to obviously get more than just this. So this is Dominic 2.0, and I'll simplify the design a little bit. Made it a little more Alistair-like as well, with the demons and stuff. So this is Dominic 2.0. And yes, he uses a masculine voice, because this is more mask looking. Although technically, Dominic is they them. This is a they them because there's a blank. This robot body has no genitals. So when I'm using this model, it's because I'm not really like doing sexy times, basically. If that makes sense. Like this is the one for like, hey, I'm here. So, well, I'm not worried. No, it's fine. Hey, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's okay. No, you didn't do anything wrong like once. I'm not offended. Want to be clear? I'm not offended. I'm just explaining. If you're new, I understand that. So I'm giving you some lore. So, yeah. Don't worry. It is, I should have such. It is extremely hard to offend me. It takes a lot to offend me. There have been people who've succeeded in offending me, but it takes a lot. Like, you have to go out of your way to treat me badly or insult me. Like, there are slights. So, for example, like, if I give you a gift and I emphasize that it's super important, and you turn around and throw it in the trash, yeah, that's gonna piss me off. Because that's gonna be like, okay, yeah, you clearly don't value me, so that's a big insult. And not only that, you insult me, you also insult them. Well, anyway, there was a thing about that. But that's okay. That person have no ties to them, and they've since isolated themselves from others too. Just, guess what? Being mentally unstable doesn't make you a good companion, or make you a good friend. So there you go. But anyway, they have their own issues to deal with. But anyway, there are ways to offend me. But don't worry, asking me questions is not one of them. While I have like the whole queer and gender identity thing going, I work hard not to take it too seriously. Because people who take it too seriously are cringe. They're cringe. If you make your orientation or your identity like who you are, like the sum of who you are, I don't know, it's very limiting. They do more than just that. So anyway, that's my stance on it. So anyway, but yeah, so this is Dominic 2.0. And then of course you have Fembytes. So this is Femboy Bytes. So this is actually the third model. This is actually the newer one. So Femboy Bytes. I like Femboy Bytes because Femboy High. This so cute, so hot. Like this is a wood for me. Like I am strongly attracted. Now, whereas Dominic is asexual, represents my lack of libido side. This one represents it when I do get horny. So Fembytes is canonically diphallic. So he's brought me two of them. Dominant femboy type with sharp teeth. Yeah, you are in danger. If you catch his eye, you are in danger. He's gonna top you. No worries. And then of course there's the one everybody likes, Dominique. Dominique with a TUE ending. So Dominique, this is the one everyone likes. Use the second model, actually. So Dominic was first, then Dominique, then Fembytes, then Dominic 2.0. That's the sequence there. So this is actually my second one. And oddly enough, she's the one using the ITD. because Ginger wanted, so this one's by Ginger. So Dominic 2.0 and Dominique here are by Ginger. And the live 2D will be Ginger. Fembites is by Chaku, different artist. As well as yes. This is the one everyone likes. Everyone likes Dominique. Yeah, it was funny too. The boobs were intended as like a parody or satire. But it turned out, nope, there's actually a lot of streamers with boobs this big or bigger, which is actually hilarious to me. I love a good set of tatas. So, and yeah. But yes, Dominique is part fetish fuel, part satire, basically. So, but yeah, there's also different voices. So, anyway, let me go back to, there we go. So the deeper masculine voice, I use this for Dominic 2.0. For Byte Club Cinema, that's this model's thing. So each of these are different robot bodies that I put my brain into. Although Dominique, or canonically, I remote control her. So I don't put my brain into her body, I remote control her. So she is more of a puppet than a shell for my brain. So this one and Fembites actually have my brain in them. I swap between them. Dominique, I remote control against her will. Because that's hot. Yeah, the live 2D should be fun. Okay, there you go. So that's a bit of lore for you, Electro Monster. There you go. Yeah, I don't mind explaining things. Don't mind explaining things. It's actually fun when somebody asks or get confused. It's like, oh, hey, I can feel some of my lore. So I have it, I just don't bother to explain it all that. Dominique will also, the Dominique Live 2D is who I'm going to use probably for short form scripted as well. Because if y'all like looking at her boobs bouncing, I might as well use her in video. I think she'll be more popular. I get it. He is hot, so I get it. Now, to be oddly enough, as much as I like Dominique and, slap on and all that, Fembites, I actually lean more towards preferring Fembites than I do Dominique. I don't know, it's kind of weird. But that's just how I'm turning out these days. But then Fembites is very, very fun. King, he's working on a 3D model for Fembites. So, Dominic 2.0 here will remain a PNG, following indefinitely. Then Fembites is going to get a 3D model, and then Dominic will get a live 2D. So 3D, live 2D, PNG. There we go. Now differentiate the 3 bodies. So you could say it's a 3-body problem. And that was terrible. All right, so Face Tree Freak, episode 2. I haven't seen this one yet, so this is going to be. Oops. Okay, so, yeah, I wasn't supposed to play the sponsor thing again. That was my bad. Sorry about that. Yeah, I usually play that after I come back for a long period. There we go. Alright, so anyway. Alright, so yeah, I had the wrong transition up. My bad. Alright, so Steve Stream Shriek episode 2. So, mask or video because copyright. If you're listening live, you get to hear the audio. Otherwise, no, because copyright. Let's see. Stuff I was wrong, and there's a timer. I'll remember to turn it on this time. That way you can follow along. So support the original release as you can. Support the Fate franchise. It's a good franchise. I really like the Fate franchise. It's really well done. And a lot of thought put into it. The magic system, Fate Grand Order, despite being a gotcha, the magic system port is actually based on the core Fate series. So it has extremely in-depth and extremely well thought out. It's one of the more complex and well implemented magic systems of any anime. Period. It's really, 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 really neat. Okay, so this is Face Train Trick episode 2. Let's start an episode in 3, 2, 1, no. If you need a name, call me Saber. My name is Saber. He's under arrest. This guy's King Arthur, right? He swears to Arthur, so, he's not Arthur then. So, So I don't think he is Arthur. I think he like aspires to be Arthur. Ooh. Yeah, hypnosis, okay. Okay, skilled mage. Right. As we know, Einsburn, yes, Einsburn prepped her and sent her in. Oh. Oh, there's 307 when they're a homunculi. Oh, geez, okay. Yes, the Iverns are... Oh, okay. Yes, the Iverns are basically just like, hey, we're here, out there, and he started real war without us. Because, yeah, the Iceberg really wanted rails, so... I'm not gonna have it. I'm not going to have... Okay, so this is maybe Las Vegas thing. Okay, or an offshoot, so this is Nevada. This is probably set in Nevada. Oh my god, Gil is in the casino. Really? Oh, and we get the proper opening. Alright. Oh, and hey, Bob Pay Electric. Let's see, for a dispute. The scene is hilarious, yeah. Yeah, so Gil and Castor beating you casino. Oh my god, that'd be hilarious. Yeah, this is Man with a Mission, alright. I like Man with a Mission. They had a good Demon Slayer opening too. Yeah, we have this Jester. We still don't know what's going on with Jester either. He doesn't have control of Assassin. Oh yeah, actually this sounds like, to a degree, this sounds like solo leveling, the opening. But, you know, it's good. I mean that as a compliment. I like the solo leveling opening, to be clear. Okay, Princess and someone else, huh? Oh, Trey, he's got like the best stick. He's got his thing is like, I have the best stick ever, all of the time. What the heck? Okay, who are all these? Wait a minute. Alright, so L'Oreal the voice of the opening, so he's gonna be a regular here. Okay, so there's a lot more to this than we've seen. Alright, I've been avoiding spoilers, by the way. I avoid spoilers where possible for stuff like this. So I don't know what's going on. So, and also no spoilers, please. Ha. Basically teaching her pride. Now, we saw a similar thing, so Gil here is back to form. Gil teaches his user how to be befitting of him when he finds you worthy. Like, you have potential, so I will teach you. He doesn't bother teaching you if he thinks you're scum. Praise a world, yes. Yeah, like a marble reality, a reality marble. A child should take in the sights. Yeah, he wants her. Yeah, he wants her to enjoy herself. He wants to see her learn and to experience things for the first time. Oh. Right, he also wants her to have her own path. Because that's part of the fun for him, is he doesn't want her to just, like, over-rely. He wants her to find her own path, because that's what he enjoys. He enjoys seeing his master determine the fate. That's why he loved Alexander. Like, he really liked Alexander, because Alexander confronted him with full force. And Alexander did the same thing for Waver Velvet, Lord Elroy. Alexander taught him how to be a better person. Yes, to wield me is to know thyself. Yeah, if Gilgamesh fought in Record of Ragnarok, yeah, the gods would be in a lot of trouble. Yeah, and now we see the priest. Oh boy. So this is gonna rip. So one of the best scenes of Fate Zero was Alexander the Great, Gilgamesh, and King Arthur sharing a drink. So, yeah, so looks like the casino here is gonna be the cinema setup. You're no ordinary mongrel. You're with the church. Right, he's the supervisor, so Gil's familiar with that. Yeah, Gil's familiar with the supervisor roles. That's why he's like, okay, not a threat. Just here now. Right, get my food. Okay, sounds season. Oh. You killed a man? I didn't kill him. Yeah, they think he killed a man, so it makes sense of it. I'm gonna show you a magic trick. Alright. Oh, okay, right. He's a servant. Servants can just be like, I'm just gonna disappear. Yeah, servants can simply, discorporate. They can turn into spirit form, basically. Right, but he chose not to run. Does that be disrespectful? He's a lawful good servant. I'll disappear with the dawn. I'll be released till dawn that I'm gonna get out of here. So, you know. I'll help you see you're not penalized. Yeah, this guy, he's such a good Nick that he's like, I'm lying, that's beneath me. That's the spell I'm making forget you. Administer amnesias. Well, I too, the US government is essentially working as like the foundation, like the SCP Foundation. They're like, oh, we need to keep this concealed. Yeah. Yeah, she's now a lot rougher though. Whoa, what is that? Yeah, so there's some kind of curse attached to her. We know that one of the iceberg homunculi is in the city. Boy, very true. Like one of the world, you're nothing. I'm checking out you because you're my master. Yeah, she's refusing to accept the covenant for now. Right, so as we see, yeah, he is a spirit servant right now without a master, technically. So he's not feeding off her mana, he's doing his own. But he just has enough, he doesn't need a master right away. Rienka with you. Okay. Do you share the same fate? Oh, okay, he is linked to her. Also, oh boy, she's got way more command spells than you're supposed to have. Okay. So he is feeding off her magical energy, she just doesn't want to be a servant. Or a master. I'll serve you. You're not my master, so I'm just gonna do what I want, which is to help you. They're gonna come for you. I mean, he's not wrong, and she knows it. Yeah, you're a target whether you want to be or not. You may not care about the game, but the game cares about you. I do like this kind of dynamic where he's like super enthusiastic and stuff, and she's like, oh god, I love the expressions on this. I'll tell you my true name later, right? I think he's Richard the Lionheart. That's my guess. Based on the lion roar when he unleashed Excalibur, that would make sense. Right. So the first thing the Overseer does is introduce himself to the Princess. Slimo's like, hey, we've got our eye on you. Right. Right, you have no ties to the clock tower? Yeah, so those are other mages, so that's the Cucullin thing. Okay. Right, so the church oversees. Right, so the idea is that if you lose your servant, if you go to the church, it's neutral ground, you're not allowed to fight there. So if you're a mage, if your servant's eliminated, you sit there, no one will mess with you. The church will protect you. And the church is not allowed to kill you if you're there. And you can just sit out the war. Oh, and now he's doing something unprecedented. Right. And so he's picking a fight with Turk. Now this is bold. You're not supposed to do this. Right. Well, this guy's a rogue, so he doesn't necessarily. Right. Yeah, doesn't know the church is a key thing. Okay, so the chief's like, hey, look. I prefer to be friendly. Who left their cell phone on? It's Caster. A Caster. How the heck do you have my private number? Oh. What? Oh. Something bad. Oh. No. From the... Oh. Okay. Oh no. What in the world? Oh, it's Assassin. Okay. Yeah, Assassin's just doing her own thing, and her thing is, I'm gonna kill all the mages because they're heretics. Hey, Bob, oh, not too much. So the church guy's introducing himself as the overseer. And Assassin is making herself known. She's like, her target isn't the servants, her target are the mages. So she's picking a fight. Oh, okay. Now we're seeing what the others can do. Now we're fairly certain though that Assassin won't kill her, because she's not a mage. And she's not interested in the Grail, so she's not a heretic, going by the criteria. So by her logic, Ayaka here shouldn't be a target because she's not deliberately causing this. So, but the assassin seems to be like, oh, now it could also be the assassin's like, hey, this isn't a normal Grail war. Y'all are doing something that's a transgression. I'm gonna punish you. So the assassin is out to kill all the other mages participating, but Ayaka might be an exception. I do want to see the assassin go against Jack the Ripper though. I think that'll be a fun fight. This flat would literally just be like, oh hey, you're pretty. Oh, you're trying to take my heart just now. Good thing I dodged that. Oh wow, hey, that's a cool trick you have. Whoa, okay. So now we're seeing what his fighting force can do. Because all of the cops under him are mages who can wield noble phantasms. Yeah, so he's essentially built his own clock tower. Yeah, the usual... Right. Caster creates noble phantasms for him that he then can give to the mages under him. I'm leaving the city, yeah. Zaba, yep, and now I'm gonna rip your heart out. Can you defend against that? And the answer is, yeah, they kinda can. Because, yeah, they got noble phantasms counter other noble phantasms. It's just a question of the strength of the wielder. Right. Yeah, because she's not following the will of a master and she's more like random direction. That's why she's an easier target. Because because she's just lashing out like her original programming, rather than following a guide or following any of the game's rules even. Yeah, Zabania seems to be her key thing, whoa. But she knows that he's the main target. Yeah. Yeah, no, she does. Right. Yeah, she thought she killed Jester. Jester's still alive. Low stream my great process. Right, she hates the Holy Grail war itself. Right, she's not aware. Yeah, Jester's still alive and feeding her his energy. It's just she doesn't know it. Ah, here's Jester. Right, this is the part where she finds out she didn't kill her master after all. I can't have you die on her. Yikes. Yeah, this guy's a crazy dude. What is it with the people who's okay? Whoa, okay. Whoa, okay. He is crazy strong too. Yeah, she like, this is my master? Oh. Yeah, he is very, wow, he's nuts, but he is also inhuman dead apostle? Oh no. A dead apostle? Okay, that's a vampire. Oh. It's a We have a vampire master? Yeah, she's realized that her master is now someone that even she can kill. Necessarily. Now the question is, will she... Servants can also choose to end themselves. The enemy of humanity, yeah. She's serving an enemy. Oh, literally sending, whoa. Okay, that's the opposite how that usually goes. Usually the assassin... Oh. Okay, time to fight a vampire. A mage vampire. Yeah, not stronger. Human history, right. This guy is not human. Right. Oh. Oh man, yes, this guy is a nasty piece of work. Right, so a noble phantasm wielded by a servant can overpower him. But a human is weak to him. Oh, right. Because, yeah, faith can overcome a vampire. So it's basically kind of like if Theta Apocrypha, right? We had Dracula as a heroic spirit. This is like if we had Dracula as one of the summoners. Yeah, so yeah, vampire is real, and we got one right here. But because he does believe in God, they're all atheists. They can't overcome a vampire because they don't believe in God. But you know who does believe in God? Oh, Holy Knight who went on a crusade. Richard is an extremely bad match for this guy. Nothing will reach me. He's... Oh, the other problem too is the guy for the church is literally right there. Oh, there we go. Psych. You guys are powerless against me because you don't believe in God. And like literally the priest standing right there is like, yeah, they're gonna have you about to have a bad day, my guy. And have a real bad day. Because the other thing too, this other church. So part of the thing with the church too, if a mage decides to go rogue and breaks the rules of the game, the church can put a pause on things and say, okay, give this guy. So for example, the Zero caster who was Blue Blood started rampage again, just murdering civilians because his summoner was a serial killer. So it was just like, hey, let's go kill everyone. And the church is like, no. The Holy Grail War, you're not allowed to just murder anybody. But there's limits on this. So they stopped the war and said, okay, everyone, you all get to team up and you need to stop this one guy from murdering everybody. And so they did. Everyone worked together because the church can change the rules and issue temporary ceasefires and things like that. And the other full ban. But a guy like this, a vampire, who's all like, I'm just gonna murder everyone because I'm a vampire. I'm gonna slaughter all humans. Yeah, no, the church would be like, well, you did not get to play in this. We're gonna kill you now. So, yeah, he's gonna have a bad day. Yeah, this violates the rules hardcore. Okay, that's the end of that. We'll pause this. So that's the ending theme. Very nice. Let's see, what's a good stop point? I like that we got to see like the power of the assassin. So now we understand what he is. So now that whole sequence where he like redoes his art and stuff, now that makes more sense. So dead apostles are vampires. And now, yeah, so his solution is, because he's a vampire, it's like, well, you're an assassin, you're gonna rebel against me, because, you know, vampires are like the ultimate heretics to the assassin. So, you know, he knows that, so he's like, okay, go away, because you're a noble phantasm, you could probably hurt me if you tried hard enough, so I'm just gonna teleport you away, get you out of here, because as long as you're not defeated, I can win this game. If I just kill all the human mages, I win. Because so as he admits, he can't face a servant one-on-one, necessarily. I mean, he could probably go toe-to-toe with a servant for a little bit, but a servant would eventually eat him. Because he's not a god tier, you know, he's not, you know, Gilgamesh would kill him. But the mage behind Gilgamesh is vulnerable, and he's strong against that. He's stronger than any human mage, because it's a vampire. So it's like rock, paper, scissors. Let's see, I can't believe I have to head back to work. Oh no! Oh, I'm sorry, Pump. This guy's acting alcohol reminds me of the Sin Archblade Bishop Pride. Yes, very similar. That's cool. Yeah, exactly, Pump. Yeah, but actually, yeah, very, very good analogy there. The Archbishop of Pride, yeah. Very, very similar vibe there. Just this guy's a vampire. He can back it up. So yeah, his solution is send her away, because otherwise, you know, why fight two enemies? And that's why control, so, okay, so he's sensible. He's not arrogant. He understands his power, but he missed the fact that there was a trick person there. He's obviously going to be weak against church person. The question is he going to pick a fight there and maybe lose, or what? So we'll find out. We'll also see where she goes. Now, it's highly possible Jester will lose, and then something else. So, but that's interesting. So they, as Lord Elvalor said, this one is very irregular. So we have a non-human master. We have one, maybe two gods in the mix. So this is kind of crazy. This is easily the craziest Holy Grail war because it's so non-standard. And the Ironsburns, of course, are there saying, "What the hell, guys? What are you doing this ritual? This is not cool. This is not kosher." Yeah. Now I would say Saber probably would also do well against a vampire, because obviously Saber's a knight and they do have strong Christian faith, so that would definitely back them up. But yeah, you need faith to be a vampire. Exactly. Just being a human doesn't work. You have to have faith as well, and that weakens them as a human. That's the human counter to a vampire. You have to believe in things and channel strength beyond yourself. Not just your own strength, but strength of something higher than you in order to really win. So I really like that. That's really cool. So I'm glad that was one of the mysteries from the titles and what's going on with this Jester guy. They've answered it now. That's awesome. He's a vampire. Okay, vampire mage. Awesome. We've never seen this before. That's great. I love that they're expanding the world. I love that they're expanding the lore. Oh, yeah. So, let me reach out to King here. Alright, so that was Fate Street Freak, episode 2. Let me know in the comments below, what do you think? I thought that was really good. I think that it really helped expand a lot of lore. They're obviously holding off on a few things. The turf guy doing the usual thing, introducing himself, setting up the neutral ground rule that we've seen before. Of course, the main oddity from the last Holy Grail, Fate's Unlimited Blade Works, is Dominic was violating, like he was pretending to work for the church, while in fact being a participant in the Grail War, which is not kosher. You're not supposed to do that. The church overseer is not supposed to also be a mage with a servant, but Dominic did that in the last war. So that, of course, destroys the church's neutral stance. So as we saw, it is possible for the church to end up violating their own rule here at the South Konamine. But in the one we saw, Fate Zero, they did follow the rules up to a point. Konamine was a participant, but there was another guy running the church who was neutral and did follow the rules. This Konamine in the Fate Unlimited Blade Works did break the rules. So here, though, looks like Cervantes is going to follow the rules and is setting up the neutral ground. It's just the police chief confronting him. It's just like, let's see. Well, you already know I love it. Yay. Okay, awesome. Yeah. Well, hope you watch it as I go through it. As I said, we got episode 3 remaining. I'm not going to watch tonight. Let's see if King's available here for some Michael Punk goodness. Yeah. Let's see. I'm messaging him now. I can't tell if he's online or not. It's a problem. Yeah, but let me know in the comments below what you think of Fate Strange Freak episode 2. I mean, this is so good. I love the way the police chief's thing is working. I love that we're seeing the limitations of it as well. And that we are clearly seeing Castor's plan. Castor will create those double phantasms for him. So I'm guessing he has something like reality warping power because he's an author. He's not Shakespeare. We see Shakespeare as a caster before. So we know kind of how this whole writer as a caster works. And that's kind of what we're getting again, I feel like, which is cool. I'm fine with that. I like the whole author as caster as opposed to, oracle as caster or magic user as caster. Let's see, and but yeah, I'm looking forward to this. This is great. Oh man, January 2026. This is amazing. Caster or casters with a C, Caster. That is the name of the class. So caster is the magic user. Yeah, casters often are the weakest overall. They have the hardest time winning. Casters have to depend very heavily on the strategy of the master in order to possibly win, but they are one of the weakest classes, along with Lancer. Like Lancer and Caster are not great. Rider tends to lose as well. Saber is overwhelmingly seen as the strongest class for a reason. The Saber tends to be like the trump card. Saber, Archer, Berserker, those are like your top three right there. So on the meta, they tend to be the best on the meta. Let's see. But yeah, earlier, look forward to it. Okay, so, I'm going to poke King here, come back, maybe switch over here to Michael Punk, in which case if it's a YouTube thread going, but we'll find out. But yeah, let me know how slow was worth the wait. Been 3 years. It's been 3 years since we were waiting for the series to start up, and I'm all for this. I'm all for this. I love Fate. Love Fate series so much. Alright. See you all for episode 3. Coming out for those want to the bond, they'll come out next week. Woohoo! Alright, this is Dominic Bytes signing out. When next we meet, may your robot body be fully charged.
Greetings. I am Dominic Bytes. Welcome to another episode of Byte Club Cinema. Ooh.
I just realized I'm in the wrong robot body. There we go. Alright, now I'm in the right robot body. Aha! There. Yeah, Byte Club Cinema. There we go. This is for Dominic, not Fem Bytes. There we go. Now, the stream has been stopped on YouTube. That is because I don't do Byte Club Cinema on YouTube. Because, YouTube's detection algorithm sucks. Thank you. Dinner was good. I've got the dishwasher going. Yay. I usually will use the break to, do chores, stuff like that. You know how it goes. Alright, hope everyone's still doing okay. I don't know if this is still around and who isn't. I imagine most people probably popped off to do their own things. Now, lots of viewers are still over on Kick, so that's nice. Yeah, let me go ahead and unpin some of these things since I am now back. Unpin. There we go. Oh, yes, so pump. Let's see. Getting bite marks. Okay, bite marks. Ooh, that's nice pump. Yeah, no, I do like bitey. From the gimmick. That's why Fembites has spiky teeth, is I do love giving bites. Giving bites is fun. Oop. I also don't mind being bitten. Brady is big on biting people. I don't mind receiving bites. I'm a little lighter on pain. I can't receive as much pain as I can give. I'm not a masochist. For the record, I can give pain. I enjoy giving pain, but receiving pain myself. Let's see. Just checking here real quick to see if there's any comments or anything like that. Okay, so yeah, there's a heads up. So Dominique's Live 2D is next Tuesday. That's in 1 week at the time it's recording. Now, this episode probably won't go out for a little bit. I think the first episode of Fate Street Fake will go up this Sunday. No, this Saturday. I'm going to be posting it as a Saturday series. So, now for those wondering, so this is Byte Club Cinema? Oh, yeah. Yes, welcome to another episode of Byte Club Cinema. This is Fate Strange Fake, episode 3. There we go. That's the proper intro. Sorry about that. I'm doing this one solo. Normally Diesel and Cookie would be with me. However, Cookie's on hiatus, and Diesel is on vacation. I don't know if he sells power either. We just had the storm. So I don't know if he's doing okay or not. Hey, Pump. Hey, also big dinner. Good, good, good. Keep yourself fed. Food is good. Keep yourself energized. I also have also dined, so this is good. So I'll do episodes 3 or 4, 3 and 4 of Fate Street Fate. It'll knock that out, and that'll be done for the night. I'm not gonna push myself too hard, because I want to save energy. Main goal is tomorrow will be Whimsifolk. Tomorrow might be the last stream I get to do on Whimsifolk. Grim has told me, unfortunately, her ability to pay for it has kind of dried up, and there's not a lot of activity on the server, so she's going to pull the plug at the end of this month. So tomorrow's stream on Whimsifolk will be the end of Whimsifolk. So after that, I will probably move on to, I'll probably going to take a break for Minecraft, and I'm probably going to bust out Hytale. So tomorrow will probably be the last Minecraft stream for a little bit. I'll do it as Fembites. The Fembites started Whimsifolk, so Fembites will end Whimsifolk. Then Hytale will be as Dominic, though. So, you look forward to that. Well, baby. Also saw and apparently put the Jenny mod in Hytale, or at least some of it, so I'm definitely looking forward to that. I don't know, I'm debating on like what to do with Minecraft next. So like one of my ideas, for example, is Dominic hardcore run with the Jenny mod, because the Jenny mod's still out there. It hasn't been developed for a while. I think it's dead, but the Jenny mod is for like 1.12, so I can load that plus some other 1.12 mods, like put together a mod pack basically, and have a hardcore series and put that on the blue site along with joystick. I think that would be fun. Honestly, I mean joysticks gives me steady growth, so streaming there I think is pretty good. Is a pretty good idea. Starting playing Hytale's pretty nice. Okay, yeah, I'm thinking Hytale. Especially since I'm consistently getting 3 days off from work, so putting one of those aside for the blue site, and then the other 2 for normal streaming, I think that might be a good investment. With Cookie on hiatus, she would have been my main partner for like the Stardew Valley, for example, so that's obviously not happening. So, I need to think of something else, but we'll see. I still have a lot of like safer work content to blaze through before I start doing blue site content, but I really should start producing more blue site content, because I had so many followers over there, like so many. Yeah, like I post sort of like at least once a week, and I get so many followers over there. Y'all are great. I think it's other than YouTube. I think right now my ranking is like Twitch is #1 for followers, then YouTube, we got like 353 subscribers now on YouTube, which is amazing. I really appreciate that. And then I think the blue site's in 3rd place, because that's the other one, triple digits. Everything else is double digits, double or single. It's like joystick, I think, as actually let me take a look. I actually forgotten. How many? Oh, okay. So it doesn't. So I click followers. It doesn't tell me how many followers I have. 79. So I have 79 over on that site on joystick. So I think joystick is ahead of Kick. Kick's catching up though. I think Kick's out in the 60s. So Kick's catching up to joystick. That's pretty great. And of course, Valora Artplay has basically nothing, unfortunately. But Flora's climbing, one here, one there, single digits, but it's new. So at least I'm in on the ground floor. Sounds she had history over there, so there we go. But yeah, blue site's in the, like, over 100. So that's pretty good. Let's see. Try to think anything else. Nah. Alright, so Fate Strange Fake here, episode 3. So last episode, we found out that one of the guys is a vampire. Oh boy. Now this is not our first time seeing a vampire in the series. So in Fate Apocrypha, one of the servants was Dracula, or Vlad the Impaler. And so he had a secondary form of Dracula that was eventually came into play. Now the downside to it, right, he became super powerful, slaughtering a ton of dudes, really, really strong. But you become weak to holy weapons. So anyone with divine weapons, such as a priest, so a Joan of Arc just completely specs you. You know, King Arthur obviously just wrecks you, because anyone with a holy cause or divine weaponry just destroys you, almost like one-shots you. But anything short of that, and you're good. Now, our vampire buddy here decided to go on a rampage in front of the priest, in front of the church guy, the church member who governs the neutral territory, which is like, oh no, you just pissed off like the one human who actually can utterly just wreck you because of their blessing. Whoops. Big tactical area. So we'll see how that goes. Alright, now another problem too I had earlier with going thing, looked like OBS did not like loading the sponsor thing. I had to undo the macro. So when I go to the long hiatus, I'm no longer on automatically have the sponsor stinger back because it looked like it screwed things up. It's fine with the logo track though. But yeah, look forward to Hightail. So I'm going to finish Winds of Folk. That will probably mark like the end of Minecraft for a little bit. And then I'm going to move on to probably Hightail and Vintage Story. Leno King really wants me to do Vintage Story. So those two, I'll look forward to those two. And then might also shift into some other mainstream content. You know, Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk, Skyrim. Of course, I need to get back to Skyrim. Those three. I still have some other indie games I want to finish. Ideal Rays, Afterplace. These things also still need to, are still in my queue. But Minecraft will probably go on the back burner just a little bit because I have so much Minecraft content already lined up for release. So yeah, I do want to also get back to Stardew, but we'll see how it goes. As said, I also need to take assessment here. So thanks to some not a big financial windfall, but a small one, I could do some investing here on the stream. So I need to figure out where I want to place my money that's going to have a payoff for me. I don't want to just spend for the sake of spending. I want to actually invest in upgrading quality of stuff. So, all right, the normal caveats apply here. If you watch this live, you get to hear the audio. And if you watch the VOD, you don't. Because copyright. Mask of the video, because copyright. There is subtitles are on. And there's a timer, so you can follow along. Support the original release, but don't support the Crunchyroll version. Turns out, I did all the right. So one of the things that came out at the time of this recording, it turns out Crunchyroll has been posting the unfinished episodes. Oops, they screwed up. So apparently there were, the first 3 episodes were involved in a preview, and they were shown in unfinished format. So some of the animations rougher than it ought to be. And but the finished versions were made available to Amazon. They were sent to Crunchyroll, but Crunchyroll ignored them, basically. So the Amazon versions of these episodes are the proper ones, and Crunchyroll went with the not proper ones. Now, this one here that we're about to watch is one of those early cuts. So this one has the unfinished animation, but episode 4, I did manage to grab the finished version of that. So episode 4 will have the polished animation. This will have the rough animation. Episode 4, I'm switching over to the polished animation. Now, we also don't know if the problem is going to persist to episode 5, because, again, episode 2, 3, and 4 aired all together, back to back as a special, and then they fixed some problems later, and then gave those to Amazon. Crunchyroll just took the 3 that they were handed and just went with it and ignored the updates. Episode 5, we don't know how that's going to be released. Remains to be seen if Crunchyroll is going to jump the gun and air the wrong version or air the correct version. We know they've had the same problem with Trigun, where apparently they've been airing TV versions and not the Blu-ray versions that they've been given, which is stupid. So Crunchyroll has been airing like lower quality episodes, even though they've been given a higher quality editions, and that really sucks. So I can't say support Crunchyroll on this because they're screwing over the customers. But support Amazon. If you go through Amazon, Amazon's got the good versions. So support Amazon release. Don't support Crunchyroll release. There you go. Alright, we're gonna start the episode. 3, 2, 1, go! So now we see who is stuck, El Malloy with Flat. How are you putting up with him? Yeah, you were standing by him observing, but, yeah, what are you gonna do about Flat? Yeah, he's involved now. Lord El Malloy is involved, whether he wants to be or not. Right, so what's he gonna do? Is he gonna go over there? Has it even begun? Yeah, like this is a prelude. Yeah, so Lord El Malloy. Yeah, or the church wasn't involved. Yeah, okay, so he is smart enough. He is smart enough to stay out of the way of the church because he knows his weakness, but at the same time, the priest is like, I'm gonna disrespect you. I'm gonna piss you off because I know you're weak to me. Oh jeez, he's like, milk, Harry. The Emperor's like, parry this, okay. He's a Dark Souls player. Oh, okay. And the Emperor is just like, what? You are durable. Yeah, we know he has some kind of mechanical thing. I will handle this one. Yeah, I'm the Overseer. This guy's breathed the rules. Yep. Please, talk about you goes gambling, my guy. You get a lot more on your plate than just wasted coffee. But all right. Yeah, I do notice that my the racks, the image on my PNG is a little off. I guess like the top of my head is no longer covered. I don't think that was always the case. I will need to troubleshoot that, but it's fine. But yeah, I want to get into Hightail, maybe some vintage story. Well, I don't know if I'll like vintage story because of how, like, I mean, it was made by people who thought Minecraft's too easy, and like, no, it's fine, it's fine. Yeah, I feel like given there are a lot of servants here that we haven't seen yet, so I'm wondering if this is one of those, like, that was going to be similar to Fate Apocrypha, where they had 2 teams. I'm wondering if this is something similar, 2 teams of servants. And we're seeing like one team, but not the other. I let my guard down. You always go full throttle, don't you? Oh, hi, I've got big guys. Yeah, so Fate is set in the same universe as there's another one, Blood, and CL, who's also priestesses in there. She uses the same weapons, as does Kodamine. I'm an overseer right now, but I was an executor. Are you a master in the Holy Grail War, huh? Yeah, the servant denies you their freedom, master. Oh, this guy, like, he's a sucker for sceneries. Wow, yeah, he is keeping up. Oh, now deals. No clue. Oh, Gil has. It's not a servant. Yeah, but Gil doesn't know what that is. Okay, so Gil doesn't know what vampires are. Yeah, just casually slicing cars apart. Mm, mm. So he was going to just explain it away. Since you're not able to hit me, I'll bring the fight to you. Yeah, the vampire has to watch out for those blades. Those are, ooh. Yeah, those are holy blades. Those actually hurt him. Oh, that's you're supposed to, nah. Right. I mean, you're a vampire, though, so you're kind of our enemy. Yeah. Basically, the church. Okay. Yeah, so basically, the church exists to keep. This is why we haven't seen vampires in the Holy Real before. Because the church would kill them if they tried, and they know that. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Did a vampire kill your girlfriend or something? Oh, Jews, okay. Yeah, vampires kill all my friends. I just think you're a bad dude. Yeah, you insist, therefore I kill you. I also like how Jester, Kira states that, like, you're just gonna kill me just because? That's not elegant. It's like, at least the hatred of the assassin is cool. You're lame. Yeah, the vampire is like, you're cringe. I'm gonna kill you. Oh, no. Aesthetic. Yeah, his actual hand probably got ripped off. Consecrated mechanical parts. Oh yeah, you touching him is for a vampire. Okay, 8 points to the vampire. He's not saying there's like, oh, my power and beauty, human. I'm gonna explain everything I do. He's like, nope. You're just gonna have to guess. I'm not telling you. Oh, that's cool. He's got a chainsaw leg. Hey, this priest is great. He's got a robot body. Woohoo. I'm all for robot body. I'm gonna shoot you. Let's see what happens. Are you bulletproof? Ah, dang, you are. He catches the bullets. Burial. Oh. Oh, okay, there are people way stronger than him. Oh, okay, so whatever the burial agency is. Oh, okay, so whoever the burial squad is. Okay, and he really likes them. Oh, wow. He worships them, but he acknowledges himself as inferior. Oh, but the sun's coming up. Okay. Yeah, I mean, do you think he's gonna let you run away, man? Oh, oh, fair. Oh, you thought you got away. No, Hey, that's a Hawkeye move right there. It's like, oh, you're out of range. I'll just shoot you. Okay, but he ran inside. That's him, though. The problem with this gesture can also change. Yeah, this gesture, you can tell by the hair. He just changed form. Yeah, because this guy can change his bodies. He's got like 7 different bodies. Yeah. Right. That makes sense, yeah. We can't have a vampire getting their hands on the Holy Grail. But the kid is obviously Jester. But he doesn't know that he can change bodies. We do, because we saw it. I was self-general suspicious. Well, you look suspicious. Server to master? Okay, you're good. Yeah, you're not suspicious at all. Wait, what? There, he was like, wait, vampires are real? Well, crud, I hope it's not Twilight. But I like her attitude. It's like, oh, vampires? Nope, I'm out. Yeah, there's an iceberg walked around. I don't know. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's the cool punk dude, okay. Now, we know he's really cool. I'm glad they established him as really cool. Oh. He's being considerate of his men. I like that. But I know all of these people are... Right. Now, it is motivating them because it's like, oh, so we have vampires. Oh, yeah. No, this is more... Yeah. Yeah, you get a prosthetic and get equipped. Yeah. Yeah, everyone's like, wait, vampires? Oh crap. Hydra poison dagger is the base. Ooh. Okay, so he's gonna make some anti-vampire weaponry. So, okay, yeah, because he can make multiple noble phantasms by rewriting reality, which is a really cool ability. Start the other war. Other war. Okay. Yeah, so this might be a favorite part for kind of thing. 2 wars. Yeah, I called it. Alright, yes. The little brat is the vampire. I will say he's cute, though. Please stop using my true name. We're not going to antagonize anyone. We're all going to be friends. Do you know what we're supposed to do? Yeah, Jack is rightfully like... Why are we friending everyone? Yeah, so Second War. Alright, so... Right. Multiple power servers, yeah. Oh, the ley line is still active, so more summonings. A collaborator. Hey, Lord Elmaloy is allowed to worry about his student. He's a great teacher. He's like the model teacher, honestly. Oh, illusions as fog. Okay. Yeah, so they have the whole place. Right, but Flat doesn't care about any of that. He literally can just punch through boundaries as we've established. I like how Jack is able to, like, talk as the watch. Another servant. Wait, did he also see Richard? Cluster of energy? Wait. Trying to illustrate. Okay, he's smart enough to know. Okay, so he's smart enough to know when he would just be straight up murder. So that backed up. Okay. Yeah, Flack reminds me a lot of the enhanced kid from Black Butler. I forgot his name. I forgot the kid's name. The gardener. The one who is like super strong. But CL actually gave him his name. Yes, trip of he labor joined he's just like you. Dang it, I can't rebut that. Hey, I got Berserker. Ingenious idiot. So which one? Oh, is it Gil? Oh, he knows that one. Yeah, he knows Gilgamesh. Oh crap. And Waver's like, oh no, Gilgamesh, again. Because he also knows things from the last one too. Oh, yeah, like the one? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so he noticed Gil, but he knew that Gil would kill him if he saw him. Yes, yeah, 'cause he would. Alright, I'll give you a parachute if they try to blow up the building. That's nice. Clear the land. Oh, what if we just nuke the city? And he's like, yeah, I'll just blow up the city. He can do that. He has ear. He's a samurai. That's a good response. Alright. That's not a solution you came up with. Doubt breaks through blind faith. Good. Okay. Yeah, now, could Gil blow up the city? Yes. I mean, we do see that in the pilot. He's still a narcissist. But he's more, yeah, this is classic Gil. He has a sense of humor. He teases, but he's still a king. He's a little more childish in this one than the first one, but that's okay. This could be a younger Gil, as a the same time as a live broadcast. Starting to summon a fake holy war, right? 6 servants with no saber. So it could be. So if there's a true holy war, one with 7. So this could be he's the participant. So he's not the 7th of the first fake war. He's the first of the 7 of the true war. Oh, we're about to get 7 more. The 7 actual rangers now. So the first set are just, oh, hey, King. 7 more. Oh, no. Guardian of the Scales. Oh, boy. Now what? So Gilgamesh is part of a fake war then. Seven is the limit, right? Art thou my master? Oh boy. Okay. So now. So Gil, oh man, is Gil about to get like one shot by somebody? Oh boy. Also making popcorn in the Holy Grail is probably some kind of heresy. I think that's Faldius who just tried to summon another servant here. Now, if I had to guess, Francesco is either going to be a servant in the true war or a master. I'm not sure. Oh, I gotta go. Yeah, this is great. Fate Street Fake is one of my favorites. Alright, let's see. I do like that we're getting steady content from Lord Elmaloy, and I also love how, like, Lord Elmaloy, like, sees Gil and is immediately like, oh, I know who that is. Oh god. Like, oh no. Like, that guy, he would be that's a guy who will kill my student. Alright, let's see. What's a cool scene to pause on? Yeah, I also like, yeah, so I like how all the characters are kind of adapting as well. Okay, here, let's move. There we go. Alright, let me pause the timer. Well, there we go. We'll leave it on the cute vampire. I mean, he's an adult, obviously. So he's just taking a young form, so it's fine. Let's see. Pull your bleed, Panama Night. Hey, though, that's cool. And sorry I haven't replied to you in a bit. I've been stuck. Sometimes I hit, decision paralysis when it comes to roleplay stuff. So, sorry about that. But yay, alright, so thoughts on the episode here. So this continues. So, yeah, looks like they're growing Theta Apocrypha, which could be why the discussion of Ruler came up before, because the problem was the Ruler interceded with Theta Apocrypha, because doing that kind of doubling up on the servants is very non-standard. You're not supposed to do that. So, Ruler steps into interfere, but here, not so much. Okay, I appreciate it. So Jester, so that means as powerful as Gil and Enkidu are, they are not part of the true Grail War. They're part of the fake front. They're just catalysts for what comes next. So that means the next 7 are the true combatants. So there's another 7 sages who are part of the actual Grail War. And these are probably the people who are in on it. So these six masters were essentially throwaways. And I think the only one who probably knew was a throwaway is the police guy. But he's thinking that he could turn this around to his benefit. But the others participate in the fake one, not knowing it's fake, because they were not told that. They're just throwaway minor players. The 7 major players then, like Valdius, he's going to be the true one. I think Francesca is probably also going to be in the true one as well. But essentially 6 minor players catalyzing a true Grail War. So I don't know how that's, like, is there even a Grail for them to get with only 6? So that's interesting. But I like how we were establishing the priest versus the vampire very early here, so that'll be interesting to see how that pans out. Let's see. Also be curious. Yeah, like, I wonder if we'll get any from that burial agency. So the burial agency, that's new. At least that's new to Fate. Now, I'm trying, what was it? Blood. So Tight Moon did another one. And it's like Blood Moon, it's where Ark is from. So, and anyone who knows where Neko Ark, she is from the other series. So there's 2 game series, both the same universe. There's the Fate series, which is the bigger one. But there was another one. But Blood something, Melty Blood, that's it, Melty Blood. And that had Ark, Neko Ark, CL. But CL is also part of the church. CL uses the same weapons that this guy does, the Code Meeting does. It's the same church for both. So I wonder if Burial Agency is from Melty Blood, but I don't know. I actually don't know what the backstory is. But so there is a much more powerful agency within the church that can possibly be like anti-servant tier if they have to be. So that's really cool. That's really cool. I wonder if we'll get to see that. Wonder if this vampire will trigger that, because they'll be like, oh yeah, no, vampire getting a holy grail, that's a world ending event. That would end humanity. We are going to hit this with the biggest hammer we have. This vampire who does not get to survive. So that's really good. Yeah, so that's really good. And we get to see a little bit more of the minor character from the episode 1 there. The guy, so I'm glad he came back. He got some development, so I'm glad we're seeing more of him. He seemed like a pretty good dude, so that's neat. And we're also seeing more Flat's ability, his intuition. Yeah, he sees Gilgamesh, and he instantly understands that if Gilgamesh registers me as a master undead, he'll just kill me, because that's what he's supposed to do, and there's nothing I can do to stop him. So, yeah, he's smart enough to know to stay away from Gilgamesh, even with Berserker. So that, very smart, very smart. Yeah, he recognizes that Gilgamesh could just murder him. That's probably, now the one he could probably befriend is Enkidu. I could definitely see Flat getting along amazingly well with Enkidu. I think him and Enkidu would get along very, very well. Flat and Jester, I don't know how that would work. Flat would probably be like, oh my god, you're a vampire. That's so cool. Oh, you're so awesome. Tell me all about being a vampire. And Jester would be like, I don't know whether to appreciate your fawning or be annoyed. But yeah, he sent his servant away, so Assassin is not going to be in the game for a while. So there is that. So the plus side, I guess, is that Assassin can't be removed from the game for a while. So there is also that. And she has a source of energy, so she's not going to disappear. I mean, that is, I guess, one way to win the game, is just say, okay, servant, go away. Because if you're not here, no one's going to target you. And then you're just counting on everybody else dying. Looks young. How old is he? 3,000? Something like that. He's an old vampire. He didn't give an age. He's several centuries, I think, at least. But we don't have an exact age. But he's a vampire. And he is very adult, though. Very much an adult. He just has the body of a young kid in this. So, which is totally fun. Yeah. So he's unknown. Yeah, he's unknown. It's kind of like how, I can switch my my age appearance here. Dominic looks older than Bytes, after all. But that's okay, because I'm an adult, so it's fine. I'm allowed to want a younger body when you're old. That's totally fine. That's an allowable fantasy. And, but yay. Alright, so that was Fate Strange Freak episode 3. Let me know, Carlos, what was your favorite part? What was your favorite scene? Did I miss anything? I don't think so. I'm kind of eager to get to the 4th episode here. So, I'm not gonna jaw on about this quite as much as I normally would. Let's see. But yeah, let me know what your favorite part was. And, well, let's get on to episode 4. So, this is Dominic Bytes signing up. When next we meet, may your robot body be fully charged. Greetings. I am Dominic Bytes. Welcome to another episode of Byte Club Cinema. Today we'll be watching Fate Strange Fake episode 4. Aha! This will finally be caught up. At the time of this recording, episode 4 is the most recent episode out. Alright. Oh, I'm glad you liked the music kit. Yeah. All the music on the BRB is copyright free, so they allow for public use. So, but in terms of like the stitch together, I did that myself. So I do the little bit of trickery there to get them to overlap. So I did the music layouts and stuff like that. I also make like little mini music videos. Excuse me. I'm going to be updating that at some point as well. It takes me a little. Excuse me. I have to run like some animations and stuff like that. I'm going to be updating the stream opening, BRB, and stream ending are all going to get refreshes down the road. I'm just working on it a little bit here, a little bit there. Because they still work. They're getting old, but they still work. But I will get those refreshed. I'm going to shoot for that for this year, getting those revised to something nicer looking. DJ Bytes. Yeah, my other goal is I finally get inspiration. So I've been thinking about what I want as an opening theme for Dominic Bytes. Like, currently, as everyone knows, my opening theme, the main theme for him, is this public domain song from I think she's Russian. I think she's a Russian or Ukrainian composer over at Pixabay. That's what I currently use for Dominic's main theme, because it's kind of catchy. But I think I figured it out. What I want to do is a synth wave of Suntron the Emperor. So Suntron the Emperor, a very famous Chinese song, a lot of rock covers for it. I haven't found any synthwave covers. So now Suntron the Emperor, the benefit of using that tune is, one, the basic melody is copyright free. It's public domain because it's a very old song. So you can find the arrangement and many tracks for it. Should be out there. I should be able to find those. Then it's just really a matter of altering the beat and the tempo, and then setting the instrumentation in like a audio software. I have Rhythmic Studio. I hope I can do it in there. So that will be me learning Rhythmic Studio by manipulating Suntron the Emperor and making that. And that with the synthwave Suntron the Emperor would be a very good main theme for Dominic. I think that worked pretty well. I also have lyrics for an LP theme written, so I might do something with that as well. So have like a couple songs that the main themes, or for one with lyrics, one instrumental. I think that's pretty good. But yeah, synthwave Suntron sounds good. As I said, the title theme exists, but Oriental electronic is one of my other favorite genres. Electro Suite is very popular. I like Electro Suite, but Oriental electronic is really, really cool. That one is less common, so especially with a synthwave vibe. So I think that could be something I could use. I think that'll set me apart a little bit and give the channel a little more of a distinct vibe than just generic techno beats. I think that'll be really good. but there's just, there's not a lot of copyright-free Oriental electro, unfortunately, so I'll have to make my own. But that's fine. Hey, learning how to make music, oh, that's what a horrible skill. Oh no, wait, that's actually really useful. As I said, the skills related to VTubing, none of them are particularly easy. I mean, they're easy to pick up at first, but mastery, oh yeah, there's no such thing as easy mastery. But dive deeper than Daft Punk, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree. Electro Swing, though, is really great. If you ever get a chance, just type up Electro Swing and just listen to a compilation, and you'll hear some good stuff in there. I like quite a lot of Electro Swing. But yeah, so episode 4, now the big controversy with this episode, I mentioned it about episode 3, so Crunchyroll screwed up. Episodes 2, 3, and 4, it turns out that what they aired were not the proper episodes. What they aired were early versions. There was apparently some kind of 3-part special with 2, 3, 4 all back to back, but it was a little rough. They later polished them up, and Crunchyroll had both, but for some reason they ran the unfinished, not the finished one. So the quality of the animation they released was not as good as the final product. And so episode 2 and 3, I have apparently been watching the lower quality. So for this one, people really made an effort this time to get the Amazon version. So if you want to watch Fate Trade, do not watch the Crunchyroll. Watch the Amazon release. The Amazon release is the highest quality. That's the best one to get if you want to pay for it. Oh. You need to see a profit-taking oopsie daisy. Yeah, tell me about it. Crunchyroll's would do that a lot, though. Apparently with Trigun, they are also airing the unfinished episodes. And so they're given the Blu-ray release, and they're just going with the TV release for unknown reasons. We don't know why. I don't know. They're just dumb. They're being dumb. But Trade, they're airing the unfinished instead of the polished. Now, episode 5, we don't know if that's going to continue. With this one, again, they were given unfinished ones because of the special, but then they were also given the polished, and they just chose the wrong one. Episode 5, hopefully they'll only be given one, and that one will be the one they're supposed to air. Let's hope. But we'll see. I don't know, no guarantees. But I do know for this episode specifically is where the controversy popped off. So, as I said, I went out of my way. I made sure to have the high quality one. That's the one we're watching today. That's the best one. So I've switched off from Mirai to Toons Hub as a result. I should note, I am a Crunchyroll subscriber. I do pay for Crunchyroll, so yeah, there is also that. But because I do watch anime on Crunchyroll. I know Crunchyroll sucks, but I do watch stuff on there, so I do pay for it. Let's see. Trying to think where else. Support High Dive, though. High Dive is good. Let's see. But yeah, so this is the high quality Fate Trade. So last episode, of course, where the vampire got driven away, but he got away intact. And it looks like the second war is about to start. We have the servants being summoned for a second war. And as we find out, King Arthur here, King Richard the Lionheart, which I think is his real identity, he is not the last servant. He is not the last servant of the first war. He is the first servant of the Crew War. Meaning, so the blonde woman we see, she's not fighting in the same war. And there Gilgamesh and the others are. He's fighting in the True War with as yet unknown servants who will see the open. So this will be interesting. Yeah, usual caveats here. If you are watching live, you get to see, you get to hear the audio. Who watch the VOD? No, you don't. Just copyright. Let's see, there's a timer and subtitles are on, so you get to follow along. There's a mask over the videos, because, again, copyright. Yeah. Haven't had any problems so far here with the masking, so at least doesn't mean taken down too bad, so that's good. Let's see. Not much else. As I said, support the Amazon release. They have the high quality. Alright, starting episode 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. Yeah, Valdius we know is up a tree. Okay, so same as the other guy. The third war. Okay, in the third war, someone found his family. I'm questioning the government. Okay, so one of his ancestors was from the Third War, which is the one that predates Apocrypha. So the result of the Third War is what creates the main timeline in Apocrypha. Because it's after the Third War that either the Grail's captured or not. Right, though this Grail is weak, okay. So they grabbed a piece of the Grail before it was destroyed the last war. Right, so they're using the Six Servants as... Oh, he already knows all this. That means the cop does know. A 7-day time limit. Oh. Oh, he summoned the True Assassin. I think this is True Assassin. Yeah, I think that's Alan Sir, or whatever his name is. Yep. So he got assassin. Alright. I mean, for a government man, that works. Yeah, assassin's hard to win with, though. But yeah, so Castor in the fake war is aware that he's in the fake war. He knows the reality. So he's already hacked. So this is probably what he was talking about in the first episode, where the cop's like, hey, you need to shut up right now. Because Castor is not supposed to know this. I don't think none of the participants of the fake war are supposed to know that they're in the fake war. I think they're supposed to think they're in the real one. But yeah, there's a time limit. So that's new. So what's Francesca's role here? We also know there's one of the horse in here, so that's gonna be hot. Yeah, we still don't know, by the way, we still don't know what class Gilgamesh is in. We only know some of the classes, so we don't know. So for example, we don't know the class for the comatose girl deal. We only know which classes they're not. Old hag. That hurt my feelings. Good. This body for 3 years. Oh. The internal organs are clean. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm sure Diesel would be into that. Oh. I like how he's not even, like, annoyed. Like, he's not even, like, bothered by it. He's just like, oh, stop playing around you. Now, okay, we see the consequence here. So this one... So that's an archer, obviously. So what's this archer doing? Okay, so every master in the States has a deal. Okay, as I thought, major players. So the vampire is in the fake one, but that's because they were less picky. Okay. Servants and masters, right, not the church and a master, right. Ooh. So this is one of the new servants of the true archer. So where is this going? Oh, is it going for Gil, I think. Okay, Gil blocks it. Alright. Still, that was a pretty big hit. Yeah, someone just tried to assassinate Gil. Auto defender. Oh, okay. So he did that in case the Kaido sized up by. Oh, did he catch it? Okay. Um. Yep. Okay. Oh, see, something is shit. You know it's serious. Oh, the archer might be aiming for her instead of him. Right, he has a double duty to protect her. So who summoned it? Right, right. Well, he was starting a master, but yeah, like he too being a... Yeah, well, he used concern for her, because yeah, he's at no risk from this thing. Different level. Oh, okay. Oh, so they summon a demigod. Oh no, it's another divine tier threat. Okay, so Gil is archer class of this. Okay. Is this Hercules again? Oh no, Avenger class. Yep, and he's going right for the master. He doesn't care about Gil. I mean, yeah, it makes sense to kill the mage, because when the servant's strong. And Gil's like, you have insulted my honor, good sir. I'm gonna mess you up. Oh. Yeah, I think this is Hercules. But Avenger, not Archer? Oh, that's bad. Yeah, he's just challenging Gil straight up. That's, like, bold move, because, like, Gil has, there's very few servants who have defeated Gilgamesh. Like, he survived the first war. He was only defeated in the second war because Emiya had hacks and was able to, like, outfight him. And in Heaven's finale, he only lost because literally everybody lost. The King of Heroes. Yeah? He's going to call Gil weak. Okay. Oh, if you don't hit me with Aya, you're not doing it. Prove that you're worthy of all that. Okay. Oh, okay. So he's like, alright, I'm just going straight for the kill. Yeah. You better use your divine streams here. Like, yeah, even Akaido's like, oh no. Yeah, so this is another god. Oh, jeez, another writer. Okay, well, this one's obviously writer. Oh, it's okay. Is our religion's gonna be OP? Is this just gonna be like a war when everyone is like guild tier or higher? Okay, wait, who's for prey? Wait, what? The Richard's all like, oh, I mean, he's a pretty good saber class, to be fair. Assuming that's Richard. We've seen Robin Hood before on Fake, so Richard would be good. Yeah, all servants are born with, that is not my boyfriend. Oh my god, she's like, no, I'm not dating him. I absolutely refuse to be romantically interested in my servant. I am not Emiyashiro. I also like how Richard and Gil look kind of similar. Yeah. Now, remember, servants all get information on modern stuff downloaded, so yeah, it makes sense he can just play guitar. Because honestly, he probably knows how to play a normal guitar and electric guitar. Oh, okay. There we go. Side note. So she's rider, and she can also go toe-to-toe with this guy. Oh, no, she's the one with the horse. Yeah, I think she's also in Fate Grand Order. I think King Bang has done some part of her. I want to say, if you know the name King Bang, you are a person of culture. But yeah, so is this guy Archer class or Avenger class? Queen of Betrayal. Queen of Betrayal. So is that, I gotta think that's Hercules. They brought back Hercules as Archer here. Because Hercules is one of the few, kind of like Gilgamesh can be any of the classes. And Hercules can also be any of the 7 classes. Because they're that powerful. Right, anything crafted by human hands will not work. Right. Yeah, the power of the gods, some of you trample, yeah, even Enkidu is like wary of this guy. Whoa. And girl's like, alright, you shut up. I'm the strongest here. Yeah, so this, I wonder, now if they defeat Gil this early, I'm going to be annoyed, because this is basically going to be the Worf effect. Like, if they kill off Gil, to so standards that this guy is so powerful, I'm going to be annoyed. Especially since him and Kaidu had so much fun in the pilot, but... Because this Archer was very confident he could just murder Gil. So... But Gil has the divine thing, says he has divine power, and Gil has the thing that specifically neutralizes divine power. Oh, he's setting up his own version of Roias. What is she? You direct the power of a god against me? She knows who he is. Different levels as heroic spirits, right? Right, Hercules is well above. Died as his hands. So... Oh, is that the... Because I know Hercules, like, killed his wife. So I wonder... So I think that's Hercules and his wife. Okay, no worries, that I hardcore. Right, I know the CU is part of the game. Yeah, same with Gil. But that's also what Gil wants. Hey, no worries, hardcore. I'm glad you stopped by. Oh, yep, that's Hercules. Alright, I thought so. Ooh, okay, this is a bitter Hercules. So this is... Seek vengeance. Okay. So this is Hercules from later in life, then. Oh, boy. She's already done with it? How? Okay, so she's a master, so Francesca is a master. So who's her servant, then? So I was right, she is the wife that Hercules killed. But I forgot her name. I'll be your vengeance singer? How dare you insult me? Yeah, both of, yeah, cause Deal and her are demigods. Oh. Okay. But why are you bullying her SUPERCUT right now? What about your ears? Oh, okay. Guys, the voice of my friend, yeah, how dare you imitate Kaido? Ooh, now you've pissed him off. Yeah. An illusioner. Okay, caster? So Hercules and his dead wife. I shall grant you pardon. Alright. Alcides. Okay, not Hercules, but Alcides. Sovereigns I know. Okay, he's acknowledging that Gil weak as a warrior, but a great king. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, that makes sense for Hercules to say that. Because Berserker Hercules is one of his weakest forms. Because Berserker Hercules. Yeah, Berserker Hercules. Hippolyta. Yes. Yep, she's the demigod. Yep, because remember in the original, Hercules gets it on with Hippolyta. The degree of consent in that getting on is, point of contention. But yeah, that's Wonder Woman's mom. Yeah, Gil really hates this guy. Okay, interesting. We're not worthy yet. Right. So we have Hippolyta and Hercules, so Alcides in this case. So I guess that's probably one of his aliases. Oh, okay. It's Hercules' birth name, I see. Okay, that's really cool. I like that. It's kind of like they use this Kandar as Alexander. Oh, look. Yeah. And Richard is like, I'm having a great time. I'm just having a blast. I'm just here to have fun. Okay, night, pump. Have a good sleep. And you... I don't think I'll be of any help to you, right? She don't want to be a master because, And he is fighting off her magic power, but she has no magic ability. Why you seek the Grail? Well, just go to Castle Anthrax. Everyone knows the Holy Grail's in Castle Anthrax. Right. Will and donate to his grave. Right. He's not Arthur. He swears to Arthur. Yeah, he's wall-meeting, but he doesn't want to trample others. Oh, wait, there's someone he can see but she can't? Okay. Ooh. Pierre Basil, the man who killed me. Two noble phantasms. The souls I chose accompany me with their agreement. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, so he can summon a second... So he can summon a second soul. Right, he acknowledges her as a mage. Now is the true time. Yeah, but you can deny it, but you're still a target. She wants to, like, pawn him off? Oh, come on. Yeah. Richard, hey, I was right. Duke of Normandy, King of England. And, right, Richard the Lionheart. I guess that because when he unleashed his attack using Excalibur, there was a lion's roar. That's why I guessed Richard the Lionheart. Heavy, nailed it. Down to one. Nice, nice. Okay. So we have... It is really neat, though, to have that Hercules acknowledge Gil as a king, but not as a warrior. I think that's really neat. Okay. Alright, that's it for that. Let's see. What would be... Okay. Now we'll go with this as the... Pause there. Okay, let's see. Sorry, I'm just wrapping. Wrong one. I meant to keep that. You. There you go. Okay. So, yeah, so as Hippolyta. So that's cool. Alright, so we basically have two tiers, so this confirms it. There are two Holy Grail wolves. So one has 6, the other has 7. So we have, so the 6 are, we have one of the assassins, one of the true assassins. So we have true assassins in both. That's been confirmed now. So we have, so in the 6 we have the true assassins. We've got the caster, who's some kind of writer of some kind. We still don't know his name. We have, let's see. The writer. Oh, sorry, I'm blanking for some reason. Oh, we have Gil and Kaido in there. We have Jack the Ripper, and then we have the comatose girl. So those are the 6. Now in the true war, we have Alcides, which is Hercules' birth name. So much earlier one, basically. And then, so Alcides, we have Hippolyta, and we have Richard the Lionheart. So those are the 20 classics plus whoever Francesca's servant is. So that's 4 of the 7. Oh, plus Assassin. We already have True Assassin. Looks like the Assassin Baldia summoned is just the same Assassin you always get. But now the plus side, what's cool here is that True Assassin is only really seen here and there. So like in the Unlimited Blade Works, you never actually see True Assassin. He's taken out off screen. You see him at Heaven's Field. That's actually his first canonical appearance is Heaven's Field, but he dies. Yeah, because he is the servant for Sakura's grandpa. But here we'll finally get to see like True Assassin proper, basically. So that'll be nice. It'll be nice to see True Assassin proper in the main timeline. So I like that. But now what's cool also with those references, right? Hippolyta and Hercules have a backstory. Hercules gets it all with Hippolyta. In some versions, it's a struggle symbol. In some versions, she was just overcome by his manliness. Because, she's an Amazon, read, lesbian coded. But, he's Hercules. He can have any damn woman he wants. And he gets her. But I think some of the tales are like the gods drive him mad, and so he ends up murdering her and his kids, and that's the Hercules we have here. So people who remember Unlimited Blade Works know Hercules is actually one of the OG servants. So Hercules the Berserker is the first time we see him in the series. Again, Hercules can be any of the 7 because of his ability, same as Gilgamesh. But a few servants can do any of the 7. Hercules and Gil are 2 of them. I think there's a couple others, but Saber is another one. So King Arthur can also be any of the 7. There's a Rider and Lancer version of King Arthur. There's even, I forgot what the caster version of her is. I think it's based on like just her grail knowledge or something like that, or magic. But she can. So King Arthur is another one who could be any of the 7, as far as I know, except for maybe assassin. I don't think he can have an assassin, Arthur. I don't think. But anyway, so this Hercules is older or further along than the other one. So the Berserker Hercules was, he was the one like in the middle of the trials at the peak of his power. He cared for Ilya as a father would his kid. So he was despite being Berserker, he was still very wholesome. Like when Gil threatens to kill Ilya, like he actually manages to overcome like being murdered. Like he has to be killed like 13 times. So Berserker Hercules had to be killed like 13 times or he would die. But Gilgamesh, when he threatens Ilya, inspires Hercules to do a miracle, and he actually overcomes that and almost gets Gilgamesh to the point where Gilgamesh is even like, whoa, okay, yeah, you actually you almost broke unbreakable chains. Dude, that's actually pretty awesome. Like, he gets Hercules as one of the figures who has Gilgamesh's respect. Now this Gil seems to be younger a little bit, because notice he's more like, yes, you may bask in my beauty, haha. So from this Gilgamesh may not remember Fate Zero. But I don't know, I think they've referenced it before, so I think he does. I think maybe he's reverted back to type. So I don't know if he remembers his conflict with Hercules and what he did. I don't know if he remembers that or not, but we'll see. But yeah, if I remember my lore correctly, so if I remember right, basically the gods drive him mad. So he starts out as Alcides, he earns the favors, becomes Hercules. But then the gods cause him to murder his family, and that's what turns him bitter and crazy and anti-god. So this is an older Hercules than what we had in the original series. This is further along in his start. People will remember this kind of thing has precedent in the Great Order, right? We have Rider, who is Medusa, but then you also have young Medusa, who is in the Fate Grand Order, but then you also have older Medusa, who's the Gorgon, who's this massive beast as well. So Medusa has multiple stages in her lore that you can draw from that will give you a different lore. So same with Hercules here. Gilgamesh tends to always be the same, but he does have a younger version. So different versions of Hercules have different forms, and that's what we're seeing here. That's really cool. In fact, we're seeing Hercules later on. I like that. I like that a lot. So really setting things up. So Francesca, the answer to the question is Francesca, master or servant? She's a master. Okay, that means she's an ancient mage. So she is. She's not a vampire, but she's hopping between bodies. So she is doing kind of like in the original Full Metal Alchemist, and the bad guy was jumping between bodies, doing that, basically. So that's really cool. That's really interesting. Let's see. But no, I'm going to try to avoid spoil myself on there. We search for Alcides, it gives you straight fake spoilers, and I'm like, no, I don't want that. But yeah, so apparently Gil's class in this one is Archer. Same as, that's the same class he had in Fate Zero. So he's been born as Archer now twice. That's a little boring, honestly, I would have liked to see one of the other Gilgameshes, but whatever. But yeah, so this is Gilgamesh as Archer, which is still kind of cool. But it's neat because even Enkidu was like, oh yeah, God Killer. Okay, yeah, this guy's strong. And if Enkidu, who is a divine entity up beyond a hero, is going, whoa, okay, then you know you got some. But we have two more here because we have Richard, the Lionheart, Hippolyta, Hercules, True Assassin, and wherever Francesca's is. So that means we have two more remaining for the true war. So that means I'm guessing the illusioner is the caster, the true caster, whereas when we have a fake caster, we only have one saber. Okay, so obviously she's Rider. We don't know who the Rider is amongst the six. We know the assassin amongst the six. We know caster, assassin. I think what was it? Yeah, we know caster, assassin. Gil is now preferred as archer, so that's three of them. So we know half. Oh boy, what were the other three? We have Berserker. We know the Berserker in this amongst six. But we don't know who the Rider or the what was the Rider or the Lancer? There we go. We don't know who the Rider or Lancer is. So because we don't know what Enkidu or the Comatose Girls class up. So Enkidu could be the Lancer, based on the fact that Enkidu was firing back at Gil, who was the Archer. So that would leave the Comatose Girl as the Rider, which would make sense because I think hers is like based on the imagery. I think it's like Death or something like that. So Death rides a paled horse. So it could be Death has a rider. That would be interesting, certainly. But Enkidu acknowledges the Comatose Girl's master as on par with himself, meaning like it's also another god tier. Ooh. So like imagine Hercules versus Death. That's the kind of matchup you could get in shows like this. It's great. Now it's also cool. Keep this in mind as well. Even though they're setting stuff like Hippolyta versus Hercules, they're setting that up as like an ongoing thing. That doesn't mean they'll stay that. Just because you have an initial conflict doesn't mean that that's who they're beholden to. So like Enkidu versus Gil, for example, is what's set up, but that doesn't mean that's who's going to take Gil out, right? I mean, Hercules could be the guy who just ends Gil's existence. I mean, very, very easy. Very easy to do. Or somebody else, we don't know. Enkidu has even said like the Death one that the Comatose Girl has could be what gets him, so we don't know. But I'm guessing Enkidu's Lancer and Death is Rider for the Synth. So, and here we obviously have Hippolyta's Rider, Hercules is the Archer, Richard is the Saber, but we have True Assassin, and we have, I think Caster is probably Francesca's summon, so that leaves Berserker and Lancer on the true side. We don't know who they are. Enkidu and Gil, they're best friends. So Enkidu and Gil are best friends, and their idea of a friendly melee exchange is to literally launch nukes at each other that could destroy planets. But that's their idea of grand old time. We established that in the pilot, where like Enkidu and Gil are just like, alright, here's a final attack. Take this, a blast that could destroy the planet. And Enkidu's like, sounds like fun. Bring it. And they just both survive because they're ridiculous. Yeah, they just nuke each other literally for laughs. Yeah. The writers are great. I love the dynamic between Gil and Enkidu. And what's cool too is even Gil's like, oh my god, I didn't expect to see you again. Pivot Fate Grand Order, the Enkidu you see is not the true Enkidu, and that's actually what pisses off Gilgamesh. It's like you're using the body of my dead friend, but I know you're not him. And, fuck you for imitating him. Gil gets pissed anytime someone imitates him. So like, when he says the illusioner is trash and I'm gonna end you, I really hate you, yeah, he's not lying. So, yeah, that wherever Francesca's servant has definitely made a real big enemy out of him in a really nasty way. So that could be setting up who his true opponent is. Story-wise. Yeah. Gil will go ham on you if you imitate his best friend. Enkidu is one of the few entities that who Gil openly respects, admires, and enjoys the company of. Gil is very choosy with who he regards as an equal, and Kaido is in that rank. Very few people get there. In the end. Hercules is another one who earned his respect. King Arthur, another one. So Arturia, Saber Arturia, and Hercules are two others he respects. Oh, Iskandar. So Alexander the Great is another one that Gilgamesh has acknowledged as a superb opponent who he likes to play with. So that's another one. But they're very few. Most people he sees as mongrels. The other thing too, like he respects Kodomine for Kodomine's ability to deliver him entertainment a little bit. And Tine, it's more of a case of like, hey, you're a bright young kid. I see potential in you. I'm going to guide you. Kind of similar how like Alexander the Great guided Waver Velvet into becoming Lord Elbaloy. Gil is doing that for Tine. So that's kind of neat. But yeah, so we've got the Archer, and he's also Avenger, so yes. Half Avenger, I guess. So yeah, so he's part Archer, part Avenger. So I don't know how that's gonna work, but yeah, Avenger is one of the non-standard classes. Ruler and Avenger are two of the non-standard classes that can pop up. Now, if he's an Avenger class, that will be very different from what we've seen before, because Avenger only pops up in Fate Hollow Ataraxia, which is the sequel to Fate Stay Night, but we saw the anime of it, so this will be the first time we see an Avenger. We've seen Ruler, but this is our first time seeing an Avenger. Well, that's neat. Really curious how that goes. Really curious how they play that. Let's see. But yeah, we still have a Berserker and a Lancer left on the true side. And now, I prefer seeing, just because you're in one war or the other, doesn't mean you can't fight. Because, like, Gil don't have to fight Hippolyta or Hercules, but he's choosing to. Because he can, and Hercules is choosing to pick a fight with Gil even though he doesn't have to. So that is interesting. Enter lurk mode. Okay, I'm pretty much done, so that's okay. Stream is wrapping up, so no worries. I'm just kind of jawing on because I like Fate Stay Night. It's a fun show. I really enjoy Fate Stay Night. So this is really good. We're only on episode 4. We're getting a ton of references and acknowledgments of stuff that had come before in the series. We are getting a very strong start. Like, I thought we would have to wait longer before they did a twist like, nope, there's a second war. But no, they're just like, we're just gonna dump all the servants in here and let them mill around. We're just establishing all these characters right away. That's really cool. Now, there is a thing people apparently pointed out. So Fate Strange Fate, the light novel, has finished. It is 10 volumes long. So for reference in terms of relative size here. So a Fate Zero was 4 volumes long, and it was a 24-episode series. And even that 24-episode series left material out of the light novel, interestingly. Lord Elbaloy, I think 12 episodes, it was a couple novels. So the typical adaptation rate is 1 book, 6 episodes. Okay, so we're still on volume 1 of 10. So in theory, Fate Strange Fate should be around a 60-episode series, which, by the way, would make it the longest Fate Stay Night. Those Fate Apocrypha, Fate Unlimited Blade Works, Fate Zero were all 24 episodes. Fate Extra was 13. I think Ilya Prisma has like 39, and a movie. Someone correct me on that. Maybe 52. I forgot how many seasons there are. I think there's only 3 seasons of 13 on Fate. On Ilya Prisma, I think that one's the current longest. Technically, I think Zero and Unlimited Blade Works are the longest if you put those two together. Grand Order has like 16, a movie, some specials, and some movies and specials, but that's only like in the 20s, so that's not the record holder. But yeah, they made this a 60-episode series, and I'm totally fine with that. I want to emphasize, I don't think there's anything wrong with 60 episodes of this. Oh no, like, heck, make it longer, give us more. It's gonna be a bit, because like 60 episodes is 5 quarters. Now, Now, they have said that this will only be 12 episodes long, so we'll probably get like the first 2 volumes adapted, and then they're going to stop and work on it again. Hopefully, maybe if we're lucky, we'll get 2 cores out of this. But I think we're only at 1 core for now, and then they're going to take a break, and then work on the next one, then work on the next one. They're going to take their time. Sadly, as we already saw, this one season took them 3 years. They did the pilot, and then it took them 3 years to get to the series. It's worth it. It's working really well. It looks gorgeous. The writing is great. But God, I hope they don't have 3 years between each 13 episode series. But, oh, I hope it doesn't take that long. My goodness. Also, at one point, Lord of Mysteries here is also, they've announced it. I think they're going to go all the way to like 2030 something. So like, oh, I'm going to be in my 50s by the time that series wraps up. But at least that's something good to watch. It's nice having series that I know are good that I can keep watching. Because, you know, so much stuff sucks over time. Right? You see so many franchises just drive off a cliff in quality, but then you have things like Fate. Like, this is the umpteenth Fate series, and you know what? It's great. Like, the worst series in Fate is arguably Fate Extra. I think most people would say Fate Extra is the worst Fate series. And it's still not bad. Like, it's still perfectly watchable and enjoyable. It's just not as good as the others. But it's still fine. So, like, the worst Fate series is still better than a lot of other stuff out there, especially from Hollywood. And that's what they all like about it. Say, like, One Piece. Yeah, One Piece is 1,100 chapters long. That one's no drop-off in quality of that thing. It's great all the way through. Yeah, I mean, there has weak arcs, but even the weak arcs set up world that are actually necessary later on. Like the Davy back thing, for example. But yeah, it's amazing that Fate has held its quality as long as it has. And yeah, and see, I've got Lord of Mysteries to look forward to as well. So, it's stuff. Alright. So, let me know, did I miss anything in this episode? Sometimes I do miss stuff because I'm commenting, so I may miss key facts that they say. But I almost missed the whole, like, yes, the 7 are better connected. They are tools of the government, unlike the 6. So the 6 were less screened than the 7. So the 7, the real mages, are much closer tied to the US government. So that's like the real game. The 6 were just like, yeah, we'll just open it up. These are disposable, basically. So that makes a lot more sense. I like that. So we'll see how this goes. And I'm curious what Lord El Malloy is going to do. If he's going to get involved. That would be kind of cool. I don't know, maybe... I don't know. No, it would be cool if Lord El Malloy actually... Because there's two servants remaining, right? So it'd be cool if he got involved and, like, summoned the 7th one. And it's Alexander the Great again. That would be really cool. Alexander the Great as Berserker or Lancer would be pretty neat. So, we'll see. I don't know. I would like to see him be a master again. Because I think he would do so much better. Because his mage skills are so much higher than they were last time when he was a student. So, yeah. Let's see. But yeah, let me know what was your favorite part. Don't miss anything. I look forward to episode 5. I'll do episode 5 next week. Probably it's just as like private gaming. I'll just like start out, knock out episode 5, and then do a game. It's probably I'll be next week. Next Tuesday, of course, do the premiere of Byte Club Cinema next Tuesday. I may still do Strange Fate next Tuesday. Not next Tuesday, but like my other day off next week. I may do Strange Fate just to knock it out. But yeah, next Tuesday, Byte Club Cinema. The live 2D debut of Dominic. Woohoo! Look forward to it. I know I am. I'm trying to hype it up as much as I can. Neat. Alright, this is Dominic Bytes signing up. When next we meet, may your robot body be fully charged.
Bytes, you productive little devil.
Hey guys, welcome to the stream, Dominic Bytes. Hopefully everything works out for you, buddy.
Hey Dominic, how are you? Hi Dom, welcome.
Hey Dom, how's it going?
Hi Dominic.
Hi, Dominic. Sorry, guys. Dominic is, you know, a friend of ours.
Hey, Dominic Bytes. Welcome. Welcome on by.
Hello Dominic, hello, how you doing?
This was made by one of the other staff members in the back, Dominic Bytes. You should check them out. You should hire them on your next session over here at Momo Maid Cafe.
Hi there. Hi, Dominic. Hi.
How's it going, Dominic? Welcome in. Mwah.
Yo, Dominic, how's your day going? Glad you can make it.
Dom! Hang on there!
Dominic Bytes, thank you. I appreciate the compliment, but it's just my programming doing its job.
Dominic Bytes. Oh, it's you. It's almost as if you're trying to impress me with your endurance.